What up, what up, what up? It's a brand new day. It's a brand new show. Well, I guess special show.
A brand new
special show. Welcome to our NBA trade special right here, Bluff City Media. We are going to be here now that we're on the air. We're going to be on the air literally all day long. So,
yep.
Shout out to us. I'm going to be doing a lot of the hosting duties. Luke will be doing some. If we're not here, we're probably in the background helping each other out with trades and getting the information we need to get. And so Daniel Greer will be up soon. He'll be joining us around 11. Our first guest comes up at like 10:30. I think that's Keith Parrish is our first guest.
Yeah, he's first.
Keith Parrish, Fast Break Breakfast. He'll be at 10:30. We'll be talking to him. Man, it is only 10 o'clock in the morning.
I know.
And it feels like 1 because there has been a lot of things that have happened since. Like I got up and I was like, I'm gonna go and get like some things ready for the show, and then I was like, holy shit, they don't stop making trades. Which is, I guess, a good thing, because if I was really scared that we weren't gonna have anything to talk about today, for a minute there yesterday, I was like, I don't know. It's gonna be a slow deadline.
I was with you, man. It felt like I didn't know how it was going to go once the Tillman thing happened. You know, that felt like it could have gone. It's like, well, is it going to be quiet, or is this the start, the first domino to fall? And so far it looks like that was it, man. And based on the interaction, that's not what I meant. The reaction to that trade online and shit, it looks like everyone thinks that's a slam dunk. Like everyone is like lauding X now, like everybody, not just Grizzlies fans. And that was just like the first move. I don't know what was the second. The second big trade? Like, is it the Monty Morris one? I'm trying to think what like.
Well, yeah, probably
Buddy
that.
Hield.
Well, before we get into it, I just want to say that we're going to be putting up. We're going to take questions and comments all day. So if you're watching, drop us a comment, drop us a question. If you have a question for the guest, just hashtag in the guest name, and that way I can pick it out, or Daniel can pick it out through the comments. Because by the time we get to like 1 o'clock today, there's going to be so many, we're not going to be able to keep track. So if you have a question for myself or Luke or the guest that you want us to ask the guest, drop it in the comments, and we'll ask it if we see it. But if we don't see it, we can't ask it, obviously. So just some housekeeping duties. But yeah, so let's start looking at some trades that have already happened. Let's get right into it, because we've got 25 minutes before we get to Key. So obviously I want to start with this Steven Adams trade that happened last week, I guess now. But this is what kind of kicked it off for the Grizzlies as we go throughout today. Obviously, we're going to talk about the Grizzlies. We are a Grizzlies-centric media company, but we're going to talk about some of that as well. So Steven Adams left last week. The Grizzlies got 3 second-round picks and Victor Oladipo's contract. I don't want to spend a lot of time on it because we've talked about it ad nauseum. Every media company, every person who's on the radio has talked about it ad nauseum. We have a podcast in the city. And then yesterday, we went to we were literally on the air, and we were like, yeah, Xavier Tillman will probably get traded for like a second-round pick. And then like boom, 30 minutes later, he got traded for a second-round pick. Actually, 2027 second-round pick, 2030 second-round pick. And Lamar Stevens is the expiring contract that comes along with him. That's just for money matching purposes. I don't think Lamar Stevens is going to play at all this year. I mean, he might, but it's also another roster spot. If they need to make room for people later today, if they try to do some kind of deal, it's a waivable contract that he can, they can waive him or buy him out and be done with that, and have that roster spot open, because it's only like a $2 million contract.
Yeah.
And I thought this was a good trade for everybody, Celtics included.
100%, man. This is one of those, like, I dare you to find something that it's hard to pick this trade apart. It's exactly the value that we talked about X being worth. They're getting a guy that can start in their playoff rotation, or not start, but a guy that can be like a supplemental piece of their playoff rotation. Like shores up their defense. I think it's just a slam dunk for both parties.
Yeah, absolutely. Then right before we started, we had this Kelly Olynyk trade. We were talking about this right before we started. Jazz are getting Kira Lewis, Otto Porter, and a 2024 first. The Raptors are Kelly Olynyk and Ochai Agbaji. we're asking ourselves, what are the Raptors doing?
We got thoughts.
What are the Raptors doing?
So right before we came on air, I think Kelly Olynyk and Bruce Brown both are guys that are helping you compete right now. The Raptors aren't competing right now. In my mind, I'm wondering if they ship both those guys off somewhere else. I don't know where. It seems weird to me that the Raptors have both Kelly Olynyk and Bruce Brown on their roster now. That just seems bizarre.
Yeah, I think so too. Kelly Olynyk, like you said and before he came out, Kelly Olynyk feels like a win now kind of guy, right? Like it feels like he feels like a guy that, again, feels like a guy that Grizzlies would want, right? Like going into the next year or so, you want to have that guy, right?
100%.
But I do agree with you. I could see Kelly Olynyk getting rerouted somewhere, getting shipped somewhere else throughout the day today. I don't know about his. I don't know what's Kelly Olynyk's contract.
I got you.
Let me look that up. There's going to be a lot of this today, guys. As we do this, as these things are coming in live, we're going to be having to look up contracts. As it might surprise you all, we don't actually know
Kelly Olynyk's
contract in the NBA.
He is making almost 12.5 million.
But this is this last year of his deal.
Yep, he'll be an unrestricted free agent next year.
So if they can't reroute him, which they might want to do, the upside is it comes off the books for the Raptors. That's kind of why they do this here. Ochai is a second year guy, good player, and that's really why they do the deal is for the young player. I'm just kind of surprised it cost them that much money for a guy like Kelly Olynyk, who I don't think they're probably going to want to keep. Again, I don't know. I mean, it feels like. I don't know. Does it feel like a lot, or I guess Otto Porter's not as good as he once was?
I guess you're looking at it as a first. It's a first for Kelly Olynyk. Yeah. I mean, unless you see value in Otto Porter, but I don't know. I'm with you. He's not as good as he once was. He's fine, but for me, that's a first for Kelly Olynyk. Yeah. Which feels like the move you make if you're a contender. That's what I don't understand. Like, I don't understand.
It feels like a lot for someone who the upside of that is just let them then let the deal expire and then become free agent this year, unless, like you mentioned, they're going to reroute him into send him somewhere else. Other trades that have happened today already so far, Buddy Hield went to the 76ers. The Pacers are getting 3 second-round picks, Marcus Morris and Furkan Korkmaz. That's a great deal for the 76ers. I mean, to be honest with you, I think that's, and again, this is something we talked about before we came on as well. I was unsure what they were going to do with the Joel Embiid news. And it looks like they're going to continue to compete their best, And
it looks, to me, this is one for me that makes a lot of sense for Philly. Like, to me, it's a slam. I gotta stop saying slam dunk. We've just started. I'm gonna end up saying that 40 fucking times a day. It seems like an awesome trade for Philly, but like, what are the Pacers doing? Like, they just trade for Siakam. I think that's like a win now move. But if you're trying to win now, don't you want a guy like Buddy Hield on your roster? Like, are you gonna play any of these guys? Like, I don't understand.
Yeah, it is an interesting move for the Pacers. Like you said, they're. Maybe they feel like they can be good without him. I mean, I don't know. But maybe that's a guy you feel like you don't really, really need to. I don't know. I'm with you. I think it's a head scratcher, to be honest with you. I mean, do they really need 3 second-round picks? I don't think so. Right? Like, it's a very interesting move for the Pacers. I don't know what value you see in, if anything, in Marcus Morris.
Yeah, that one's that's another guy like not what he once was. Like, was he even playing for Philly?
I'm looking to see. I'm actually looking to see what Buddy Hield was averaging before he left in Indiana. He was averaging 12 points a game. He was averaging 25 minutes. Shooting 38% from 3. I mean, he's playing well. I mean, playing a lot of minutes for the Pacers too. So, yeah, I think it's a great deal for the 76ers for sure. 100%.
Which you've got to think that the Sixers are also going after a buyout guy too at this point, right? Because Didn't they also trade Daniel House in a second to the Pistons? I think Woj did that about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, so let's again. We're still going to try to cover all the trades. We got one more that we've actually have a graphic for. And beyond,
oh yeah, there we go. This one.
Beyond that, we were they were coming too hot and heavy. We'll try to make them as they go throughout the day, so we can actually have visualize them and see them instead of us read them off the screen. But yeah, Timberwolves receive Monte Morris. Pistons are getting 2030 second round pick, Shake Milton and Troy Brown Jr. Thoughts on this?
Love for the Timberwolves. You know, like they've been talking all the smoke about them wanting Tyus Jones, you know, like going for Tyus Jones. It just made sense for them to go after Tyus Jones, but the Wizards were for some reason like, no, or whatever. Whatever that is. Monty Morris is about as close as you can get to Tyus Jones without getting Tyus Jones, you know, been in the top 5 in assist to turnover ratio, like is exactly the steadying point guard that the Timberwolves need. Exactly. Like this, I think this for them, this makes them like, I don't know. This is the struggles that we were seeing them have when Mike Conley was out of the lineup are immediately fixed with Monty. Well, maybe not immediately fixed, but they are fixed and well on their way to being fixed for the long term. If something were to happen to Mike, you know, this is exactly what this team needs.
It is there's nothing there's nothing wrong with Mike, but I mean, like he is just, you know,
older.
He's just getting older, right? Like as we all do, like a father time comes for everybody. And so this is just I think this is, let's learn from Mike Conley, and this is kind of our future. This is it helps us now, but it also is a move for the future, I think, for the Timberwolves. And then they gave Pistons, up again for the Pistons. I think that's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Who knows what they're doing? Who knows?
Well, speaking of the Pistons, they are, according to Woj, they are trading. I remember as I'm reading this happened like 20 minutes ago, trading Daniel House and a 2024 second round pick. It doesn't say what they're trading. It says they're trading it to the Pistons.
Did you see what just came in after that? Alex Burks to the Knicks.
That's what I was about to say. It doesn't say what it's for, but just as it happened 30 seconds ago, the Pistons are sending Alec Burks to the Knicks, and they're getting Daniel House and a 2024 second round pick.
Man.
Well, I feel like, do you feel like that's enough for Alec Burks?
No. I feel like I like Alec Burks. I don't know. I feel like the Knicks. I think the Knicks got to steal with that one, man. The Knicks are already good. Do they need more shooting? And that's a Tibbs, dude. You know that's a Thibodeau guy. That's a good trade for the Knicks, man.
I'm looking up his contract right now. I don't know what it is. I'd have to.
You got it?
Yeah, I've got it.
I got it. Okay. Yeah, he's in the
last
year of his deal too.
Yeah, but that's a team option that they already exercised. So yeah, he's in the last year of his deal too, for sure. But still, again, I think that's a good move for the Knicks. I think they have something they look to keep him beyond the season. I know that this is like a deal for what seems like this year, right? But I do feel like that's a deal that you want to try to keep him for the future, right? You want to try to keep him. You want to re-sign him going forward. And I don't think it's going to cost you that much. I mean, he's making 10 million right now. This year he's playing well, but it's not like a staggering, earth-shattering like number that he has per game this year. He's played 43 games, even on a bad Knicks team or bad Pistons team, is averaging 12.6 points. He's averaging 5.7 threes. I think that's a thing where I think that's a deal. I think that's a deal where, if it works out, he's older, but if it works out, right?
Yeah.
You can re-sign him to a smaller deal in the coming years, right? Almost like a Derrick Rose deal, but with less injuries.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Because,
yes. He is 32, right? but he can still play.
He can still hoop, man. The dude can still hoop.
I think the only other trade we haven't covered right now that's been this official is the Thunder are sending Trey Mann and Davis Bertans to Charlotte for Gordon Hayward. And we kind of discussed this.
Wait, is that one real? Andre Drummond to the Grizzlies? Sorry.
Is this real? Andre Drummond to the Grizzlies? We'll try to verify that.
Man, I called that shit back in the fall. I wrote an article about it and everything, if that's real. Not to call my shot.
I don't see it anywhere yet from Shams or I don't see it anywhere. Not official.
Oh, Quentin Grimes is in that deal for Alex Burks. That makes sense.
Just saw that. Quentin Grimes and Alex. Yeah, that does make sense.
That makes sense.
Quentin Grimes to the Pistons for Alex Burks. Okay, that makes more sense for the Pistons now for kind of a future asset to try to kind of start rebuilding. So that makes way more sense.
Yeah, that's a trade that I'm like, okay, yep, I get that one.
Yeah. It makes sense for both sides now. I don't see anywhere where Andre Drummond to the Grizzlies is official. You guys, if you find it, please let me know. But obviously, we won't. That would be awesome. We actually talked about it in our Discord earlier today before we started the show. I was chatting with some people in there, and I seen reported where he was the asking price for him was like 3 second-round picks, maybe even a low first. And I was like, well, we have like 5 second-round picks.
We got plenty.
Instead of a first round, could you take 5 second rounders or 4 second rounders? To be clear, those second rounders, are worth something, right? Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But they are not also like it's worth Andre Drummond if that were to be the case. Like I said, I don't see it anywhere where it's actually like that, that's actually out yet. As we were talking about before that popped up though, the Hornets are getting Trey Mann and a 2021 first round pick. Sorry, no, take that back. That can be happen. Let me rephrase this. Hornets are getting Trey Mann, and Oklahoma City is getting Gordon Hayward, which is just an expiring deal. It's like what, $31 million now coming off the books for them. That's really all that is. And then, yeah, Quentin Grimes is in that trade. So that seems about all the trades we've had so far.
Daniel Gafford. Did you catch that one?
I don't think what was the one you. Which Washington Wizards are trying. I don't think this is official yet, but the Washington Wizards are nearing a deal to send Daniel Gafford to the Dallas Mavericks for Richaun Holmes and draft compensation. So, not a done deal just yet, but I think that we haven't. It's not official. I haven't seen Shams or Woj tweet it yet, but likely to happen though. I'm sure it'll come out in the next few seconds or so. As I'm just looking through here, make sure we've covered everything for the trade so far. Yeah, it looks like we got everything so far that we talked about. That this Daniel Gafford deal to the Mavs, if it is, once it happens, what are your thoughts on Daniel Gafford to the Dallas Mavericks?
I mean, they must think that he's gonna fit with Luka. I mean, I don't know. I like Richaun Holmes. He just wasn't playing any minutes for them. I don't. They must like Gafford. I mean, I know a lot of people like Gafford for the Grizzlies.
Yeah.
Who's their center right now? Don't they have Kleber? Or he's hurt? Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's hurt. So that's a how can we figure out this season type of deal.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. That's trying to make sure they don't waste an all-time Luka season.
Yep. That's what that is. That's a how can we make sure we have some insurance policies for the playoffs?
Yep.
And it didn't cost them much at all. I mean, I'm curious to see what the draft, quote unquote draft compensation is. Once we know that, I will know more. But
yeah.
Right now I could say I would say if it's second round picks or whatever, I mean that's a great deal for the Mavs.
They have Derek Lively. Kenny brings up a good point. They got Derek Lively.
Yeah. Again, it just feels like insurance. All like that's all it feels like to me.
Yeah.
It's just is insurance policies for the playoffs. I mean, if it's not costing them that much, then what does it matter? I am.
Oh, got one.
So no one from new one from
shit. Yeah, the Bogdanovich is in that trade to the Knicks too.
Okay.
Evan Fournier.
Pistons are trading Bojan Bogdanovich.
Man,
so this may be a separate trade or even just a bigger trade than we think it is. We haven't, once the full trade is out, we'll make a graphic so we can put it up so everybody can see it. But this is a much bigger trade than we initially thought. It looks like the Pistons are getting, the Knicks are getting Alec Burks, Bogdanovich.
That's fucking huge.
Evan Fournier, Malachi Flynn are going to Detroit. I think there was a pick in that deal too.
Yeah, there was the Quentin Grimes and 2 future seconds are going to Detroit.
Yeah, so it's obviously a much bigger trade than we can even keep up with at the moment.
Man, the Knicks are going for a fucking title. They're loading up.
Yeah, they're loading up. So we'll see. But again, Bogdanovich, Fournier, Michael Flynn are also in that deal. And so we'll see what happens with with the bigger trade or that big of a trade. If it kind of how it all shakes out and who is getting what and what it makes sense for each team or what makes sense for each team. It's just too much it's hard to see with those deals like that when it happens and that big of a trade comes together. It's hard to see it on Twitter, especially as it's happening, and like little things get added, this and that, little things that get added, a second round gets thrown in, whatever. I mean, it's tough to really figure out all at once until it's kind of actually on paper, like you see our graphic, like who's receiving what. That's easier to look at and digest. And so we'll wait for that deal to come together before we really talk about it and break it down. But
can you imagine 2 more dudes that Tibbs is going to love than Bojangles and Alec Burks? It's like, that's crazy. Tibbs is going to have like his dream team of dudes, like hard-nosed dudes that he can just play the shit out of.
They just got more shooting, and man, the more I look at it, the players are getting, I mean, yes, they're giving up Quentin Grimes, but you're getting back solid players, I think, that can really help you in the playoffs. And if it's costing you, Quentin Grimes is that's the real compensation here, and 2 second-round picks. It costing you Evan Fournier and Malachi Flynn. Evan Fournier is not the Evan Fournier we used to know, right?
No,
man. I don't think that's that much. I mean, in terms of what they're getting in return, I think that's a great deal for the Knicks. The more I look at it, I mean,
both those dudes give you shooting, they give you offense, and with Randall out and with Brunson maybe out, they need that. They need dudes that can score, and they're getting incredible shit out of some of their dudes. They're getting incredible shit out of the OG trade. Like they need this off. I mean, I'm excited to see what this Knicks team looks like. I like these Knicks.
Kenny feels like the Knicks get a big Memphis. Again, I think the Knicks wanted more things than what the Knicks wanted more things. Sorry, I was like, the Knicks wanted more things from the Grizzlies than the Grizzlies had to offer. I would say Jake LaRavia and Zaire Williams are not Bogdanovich and Alec Burks. That's all you need to know, So, but that's where it comes down to that. All right, so Knicks are getting Bojan Bogdanovich and Alec Burks. Pistons are getting Quentin Grimes, Malachi Flynn, Evan Fournier. I can't even say that name. Ryan Aradiciano and 2 second-round picks. I've never even heard of Ryan Aradiciano. They made that name up.
Yeah, they made that name up. He's not a real player. Google it.
He's not real.
Nope. Google him. Not real.
Just looking at the full trade. I mean, I think the real compensation there is Quentin Grimes. Don't you think?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
they must like when Grimes going with their team.
Yeah. Yeah. We've lost track of time. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. We've got Keith Parrish on the other side. He just popped in the studio. So we're going to take a quick break. We won't be gone long. We'll get him in here. We'll talk more of these trades as they're happening. Oh, Keith, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's happening? I'm good. I'm good.
Good, man. It's great to have you.
It's good to be here.
Man, I appreciate you joining us. Look, yeah. We got a lot of trades we were already talking about as we were starting the show, way more than we anticipated. Yesterday, we were like, I don't know if there's going to be a lot to talk about. And here we are, struggling to fit it all in terms of time. So we appreciate you joining us. Let's talk about the Grizzlies trade starting off. I mean, obviously we're a Grizzlies-centric media company, as you are, cover the Grizzlies as well. But let's talk about these trades. Xavier Tillman trade that happened yesterday. Thoughts on this for you and where you are with Xavier Tillman leaving, obviously an expiring deal, but also getting those second-round picks back in return?
I just think it's a fair and good bit of business. You know, it's just the NBA's circle of life, as I call it. You drafted X and he gave you 4 solid seasons and he's an expiring contract. And you also saw that he wasn't in the rotation all the time, you know, when the team was fully healthy. And like, you can find another guy at his talent level to be a backup big. And so you just turn that expiring deal into 2 future seconds that then you can, you know, use to keep building around your core. Also, of course, there's the added element of it frees up an additional roster spot, you know, along with getting Oladipo. Now we've kind of cleared up 2 roster spots potentially that we could use this year. And then it makes next year a little bit cleaner when you're looking at who's going to be on the team, you know, opening night of 2024, 2025.
You feel like the Grizzlies are done today, or do you feel like that's just a little bit of housekeeping to move forward toward another deal?
I would not want them to be done because I feel like when you look at the roster for next year, I mean, you could always make a deal in the offseason, but like you can't bring back all 5 of Conchar, Zaire, David Roddy, LaRavia, and Derrick Rose. I think when you're building out your roster. Also, I feel like you should probably flip that Oladipo deal into somebody who has money going into next season. I know we're super focused on clearing salary cap space to make sure we don't have too much luxury tax. But the way I'm looking at it, I worry if they allow, like, you know, they unloaded Adams's money, you get Oladipo. If you let that money expire, then like, I don't know how you find a different replacement. Maybe they're going to say, we're going to use our MLE next year. And so if we just let that money expire, that's a way we could do it. But I kind of would wish we just bring back somebody who has any kind of salary for next season. So then in the off season, you can then trade that salary. Like I highlighted on my show this morning on Grits and Grinds, like those guys that the Pistons sent or that were involved with the Timberwolves trade for Monty Morris, the Wizards, like the Troy Brown Jr. and Shake Milton, both of those guys, non-guaranteed money for next year. So if you do decide, all right, you could make that expiring salary if you want to, or you could just pick up their options for next year. They both make about $5 million. That's like totally, you know, that's cheap basically for a player who could be, you know, a depth piece in your rotation. But then you could also trade that salary next year for someone making up to $10 million. So I think it could be useful to flip that Oladipo contract at the very least into somebody making a little bit of money next year. Also, I think like most of us, like, let's trade that for somebody who's good, you know, or like, let's see what we can get. Like, you know, like what's the price on some of these guys that maybe are discounted? I mean, we see guys moving around. I mean, the trades the Knicks have just made, I mean, I feel like they're a little bit frustrating as a Grizzlies fan, where we've long time been like, hey, how can we get Bojan Bogdanović? He only costs this. And now it's like, He got traded for 2 second rounders, and it's like, all these guys that can help. And it was like Alec Burks was basically free when the Knicks gave him away 2 years ago. Now he's coming home. So like I would still be down for if something opened up, even if like a Royce O'Neal or a Dorian Finney-Smith shook free from another deal, maybe a larger deal that those teams get involved with, where the Grizzlies pick up the phone and say, hey, we can match salary with this. So, hopefully I think they'll remain active and at the very least try to find a little bit more value for that Oladipo deal.
Yeah, it's something we were talking about literally right before you popped in here, and that's why I lost track of time, is because we were talking about the Knicks deal, and it's like, well, you would have liked that for the Grizzlies, but I guess at the end of that's why I said at the end of the day, I guess, Zaire Williams and Jake LaRavia wasn't doing it for him. I guess that was the deal, unfortunately. But like you mentioned, they got assets, we got second round picks. Obviously, we've got more than we can use. Physically draft people, more roster spots, all these things in the next few years, especially with the Steven Adams deal. To answer the last question, the last comment I have, yes, the Grizzlies do have a trade exception from the Adams deal as well. Are you concerned that there is no real center on this team and not one in the foreseeable future at the moment?
No. Center's the most easily replaceable position in the NBA. I mean, if you look at next year, and I think you say our bigs next year, it's going to be Jaren Jackson Jr., it's going to be Brandon Clark, it's going to be Santi Aldama. None of those traditional fives, but like, it's okay. You can find a guy. There's always a Mason Plumlee, a Daniel Tice, a whoever. There's free agents this offseason, like Gogo Batadze's a free agent this offseason. Jalen Smith might be a free agent this offseason. Depending on what you do, you could use, either taxpayer MLE or your MLE to like sign a guy for $5 million. Like $5 million for a center basically gets you, pretty solid guys because they're so cheap. I mean, normally when a guy gets traded away, there's like these delusional fans who are like, oh, but we could bring him back next year. And that never, ever happens. Like Tillman might be the one guy where it's like, honestly, you could probably bring him back for like $3 million next year or $4 million. Like there's going to be centers available. I don't think it's a position of extreme need for this team. I still think like you can manage, you can find guys who can fill in. Like you can get, even Trey Jemison pops in one game. Like I know, if you're going to advance in the playoffs, you need a little bit more than just the guy you can sign off the street. But I don't remain concerned about it. And of course, I'm no draft guy. I've like barely learned the names. I can't name 5 people in the draft class yet. But like everyone's saying, there's a bunch of centers, that are going to get drafted in the first round. There's a lot of options to find a center before opening night. So no, I'm not at all worried about that.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I was not concerned. We did our show yesterday. We were talking about this same thing, and I said the same thing you said, that centers. We were talking about because we were talking about Trey Jemison, and I was like, look, he's not a guy that people are going to go ahead and want to like try to steal from you. I think he's a guy that is a two-way kind of guy next year. If the Grizzlies can give on a two-way, that's great. But he has not shown anything where you like got to go rush out and sign him, or that matter for any center, because those guys are always available. Speaking of centers, how are you on Andre Drummond? I thought it's been talked about a lot here in Memphis. It's reported, I think he's, available for like 2 or 3 second rounders. We got quite a few of those laying around. How do you feel about Andre Drummond on this team?
Lord, no. For what, Mark? For what purpose are we trading for Andre Drummond? Why would we trade for Andre Drummond? We don't need Andre.
He's a good rebounder.
Are y'all talking about this year?
He's a good rebounder.
Guys, this year's over. Like, this year's over. These second-round picks are to buy me things in the future. This is like, we're planning for the...
What do you want to buy with the next 3 second round? They got 3 second-round picks from Adams that are coming up in 2024 and 2025, which they can't use. What do you want to buy with them? There's too many guys. There's no roster spots.
They're the currency for doing anything transactional in the NBA. They're like those dumb coins in the John Wick franchise. Like your coin can buy you an assassination. It also buys you a cocktail at the like, I don't know what the thing. They just have these coins that buy. That's what it is in the NBA. It's just second round picks. Like, also, by the way, I don't know if you've noticed, like you throw the second rounders against the wall and you hope something sticks. And oh, by the way, guess what? We got 4 years out of Xavier Tillman. We got Vince Williams Jr., the next star of the league, with the 47th pick. Like Dylan Brooks was a 45th pick. Like, you just draft guys, but mainly it's how you get the Knicks. I just said it. We were just like groaning. The Knicks got Bojan Bogdanovic for 2 second-round picks. And also because everyone is hoarded, because the Thunder and the Jazz and the Pelicans have hoarded all of like the first-round picks, the NBA transactional economy is a little bit broken. And there's now all these second-round picks are basically what you use to get stuff. And we're seeing like, I don't know, every deal so far, am I wrong? Yeah, there hasn't been a first-rounder sent. It's all.
There was a first rounder sent in one deal this morning. I think
maybe the Gafford or something. I haven't even written down these. I haven't written down my deals yet. I'm gonna do that later. I'm going live. I'm doing this live later. Yeah,
it's in the Jazz deal for Olynyk, and it's in that Jazz deal for Olynyk.
Gotcha.
The Raptors sent Kira Lotus Otto Porter in a 2021st, but it's a heavily protected 2020.
Yeah, it's all heavily protected. It's like you just the Grizzlies what they cashed out. They used 3 seconds to get Luke Kennard. You know, I'm fine if we trade him today to get more seconds or a player, but like you use those picks to do everything. They used 3 second-round picks in that weird pick swap thing with the Suns, where we might get nothing for it. That was the most blackjack / roulette like move ever, where it's like, we'll give you 3 second-round picks for like one spin of the wheel, like that the 2030 pick swap happens. Like the 2024 pick swap that was in there. Whoops. It was always low odds of conveying. Now it's definitely not conveying. No, you just that's what you do. You pick up second-round picks so then you can restock the cupboard and then you can go shopping again, you know, for whatever it is. No, we don't need to draft. I mean, but also this is like we picked up a 27 and a 2030. We might draft somebody in 2030. Yeah. You know,
never know.
NBA's still around. If the Emirates National Basketball Association is still here in 2030. Trading for Drummond, people have talked about it forever. When Ja Morant was playing basketball, then it's like, all right, is he nothing to help this season, to try to salvage this season? No. Nothing matters about playing basketball games this year. If you want Andre Drummond next year, which I'm not even sure you do, you go get him next year. So no, that's a horrible idea, Mark. I'm sorry. It's a horrible idea.
It wasn't my idea. I just relayed the question.
Who should I yell at?
Yell at Luke. It was Luke's idea. He wrote about it like.
It's a dumb Nashvilleian. That's what that Luke is. These Nashvilleians talking about. I kid.
Hold on. I had this comment. Yeah. Keith knows his stuff. Dumb Nashvilleian. Keith knows his stuff. Right. All right. Of all the trades that have happened today, I don't know if you have seen all of them or have all of them. Anything that stands out to you that you're like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, or that's a really good deal for teams. It's like there were 4, like, as the morning has kind of started, and now we've kind of stalled for the last hour or so. But anything you've seen that you're like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Honestly, so I was recording a show, like a little brief Xavier Tillman, thank you so much, little YouTube thing. But I have seen these, and every deal that pops up, I've been nodding my head along, like furiously, being like, yeah, good work. I feel like the Knicks getting Alec Burks and Bojan Bogdanovic seems amazing. Like that seems like great for them. I love that the Thunder got Gordon Hayward, and I don't know if Gordon Hayward can stay healthy, but like I've been a person who was initially critical of like the Thunder hoarding all their stuff, and I've been like, you know, encouraging them, you know, and their fans to like go get something. Like, take my word as a Grizzlies fan, it can all crumble quickly. And like, you're awesome this year. You have all these picks you can't use. You have these salaries, and they didn't, you know, they went ahead and were able to match the huge contract with Gordon Hayward. And Gordon Hayward's been out for a little bit. He's supposedly like on the verge of returning. I assume he's going to play for the Thunder, you know, next week. But like just getting a Gordon Hayward who's like he's a good ball player. Like he can do so many different things. He's that he's a wing with size who can create his own shot. He can create for others. He's the thing every team is looking for as you build in this modern NBA. And yeah, he's older and obviously injury prone, but I love like them getting him to bring in to make their team even better. Also, just like the Sixers got Buddy Hield for nothing. And that's another one where it's been so many years where I'm like, man, Buddy Hield maybe he's not a great locker room guy, and he like gives up on a lot, and he maybe doesn't give off the best vibes when he plays, but like his skill set is so in demand. A guy who can hit 3-pointers at the volume and accuracy that he puts them up it's hard to find. And to add that to this Sixers team that I think needed that, they needed more scoring. They have Maxey, they have Embiid, they got Tobias Harris, they got Melton, and then it's a lot of like kind of like not sure who's going to play there. I think just adding that like a purely offensive player who can stretch the defense and help out with their shooting. It seems like a great get. I need to pull up what exactly. Oh, there it is. It's on the screen.
So it's they got, again, like you said, they gave him away for free. Those are 3 second-round picks you're talking about.
Yeah, and like that, and like Marcus Morris is not important to the rotation. Furkan Korkmaz, obviously, he demanded a trade 3 years ago. Congratulations to him on finally getting out of there. No, I think it's a great deal. That's why you pick up second-round picks. You pick up a Buddy Hield for a playoff run for 3 seconds, and so I feel like that Sixers trade makes a ton of sense. The Knicks compliment them. The Thunder compliment them. The only one I think is weird. I don't totally get the Mavericks deal. But like Gafford's a solid guy. Yeah. So I mean, I guess obviously there's overlap with their lottery pick this year and Derek Lively, but like Gafford's better than Lively right now, and they have Kyrie and Luka right now. So, go for it. And again, do you know the pick compensation in that? I know they matched it with Rashawn Holmes. Looking right now.
We don't have that. We don't have a graphic for that one yet. It came in too quick.
I don't even think they've said. I'm now looking at all of Woj's tweets.
I don't, it hasn't been said. That's something I think it just said draft compensation. And so that's what we were talking about, is like, I don't know if that's a good deal or not, because I want to see what the draft compensation is. As of, always,
I think the Mavs can only move. They can only move like 1 pick or 2 picks? I doubt.
They don't have that many picks to move anyway.
Okay. Can you hear me? Sorry. I think
yes. Yeah. We got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we got you. I think your mic switched to your computer mic, but we got you, I think.
Oh.
Maybe.
My cat, hang on. I'm blaming my cat.
Yeah. But yeah, that was a deal that I think that we were unsure of what it was going to be, because it just said draft compensation. And then, like you mentioned, I think that the Mavs can only move 1 of their picks in the future anyway, because they've already moved to all of them. So I would just be interested to see what that final deal looks like. And it's kind of why we're talking about the Knicks deal. As it was coming together, I was like, well, I didn't really understand it. There was just more things being thrown in. And then as you get the final, like, well, yeah, that makes a total sense for the Knicks. And I get it. And so, yeah, that would be another one that we wanted to see the final deal on.
Yeah. Looking at the full trade, that Knicks trade, that's incredible. I mean, like Quentin Grimes is a solid 3-and-D. He's a good 3-point shooter. I know the Grizzlies had some interest. I mean, honestly, the Grizzlies could get him right now if they wanted. I don't know if Troy Weaver and the Pistons, if that was like the main. It looks like the best takeaway from this deal, because if you just say, you've turned down offers for Alec Burks and Bojan Bogdanovic in the past, and if now you trade him for just 2 second-round picks, like that's an awful return for the Pistons. But if you include, Quentin Grimes, then you're like, all right, maybe you love Quentin Grimes. But just like the Knicks, Tibbs was kind of out on Grimes. And of course, Evan Fournier is not in the rotation. Ryan Arcidiacono, Malachi Flynn, who cares? To bring in these reinforcements for that Knicks team and guys who, both of them, great shooters. Yep. Alec Burks can generate points in the half court. I feel like he's a playoff player because he can get to the line and he can just generate his own like 18-footer. It's a reason, again, I've highlighted him for the Grizzlies. I was like, our half court offense stinks. What if we could just pick up Alec Burks to be like this bench scorer? I think the Knicks have done a great job today. They've really made their team better.
Yeah, I think so too. Obviously, the Knicks have added more, like you said, even more shooting. So we were talking about before you came on, added even more shooting. It didn't really cost them that much. Yeah. That's a scary proposition for a team that we saw just the other night that is very good at basketball already. And then you're adding a little bit more depth and more shooting to a team that is already very good is always, again, for the price they paid was, I would do that deal over and over again for sure. What are your thoughts on this Kelly Olynyk trade? Our question was, what are the Raptors doing?
That's a fair question. So, I mean, Kira Lewis and Otto Porter, they don't really figure into their plans. Kira Lewis, they picked up as that big discount from the Pelicans. The Pelicans had to dump him to avoid the luxury tax. Once the Raptors ended up with Emmanuel quickly, who cares? So, like, the players don't matter. That 2024 first round pick, I mean, they already owe it, top 6 protected to the Spurs. So all of that my confusion there is, is there some especially weird protections on it? Because, like, you don't want to risk giving up the 7th pick for Kelly Olynyk and Ochai Agbaji. Like, I don't get that at all. No, sorry, Mark. I can't.
We don't know the answer either.
Yeah, I can't solve that one for you. That seems bizarre. I mean, Kelly's a nice player. I believe he's a free agent to be. Agbaji is a young guy still on his rookie deal, and
last year, though.
Okay, but so he's headed into restricted free agency. So, like, that is, that's a head scratcher.
I mean, and for us, I mean, the only thing we could come up with is that maybe they're trying to reroute Kelly Olynyk, or they have a deal to reroute Kelly Olynyk for something different.
But if you did that, why wouldn't the Jazz just? I don't know. I mean, maybe
if it's not a heavily protected first rounder, I mean, I will. That would be a bad deal. That's a bad deal.
I mean, I would get. What if it's? I mean, does this mean the Raptors are going to try to, like, tank out so hard? And
that's the only thing I can assume.
Because I can't even give it I can't imagine giving up the 10th or 11th pick for that return.
I couldn't either. Yeah, that's kind of where we landed on it. We were all confused. And if it's not again, protection wise, that's what I want to see. Is it heavily protected? Makes sense. But even then, like you mentioned,
it's weird to protect something right now because, like, the season is what it is. There's not that, like, they're not making the playoffs. I mean, I guess like, what are the odds of them making the playoffs? Well, they're like 6 games back of, like, the play, or maybe 4 games back of Atlanta. I don't know. That's just a weird one. Yeah, that's a weird one.
Yeah, it's a very, very strange one indeed that scratched our head, or it made us scratch our head, and whatever. It's fine. Sorry, actually, it's not fine. It's not fine at all. It's
maybe we don't know enough about it yet, but it's certainly, that's a little bit confusing. I mean, maybe Kelly Olynyk's a good guy. If they have some illegal contact with him that they've, like, wink, wink. Yeah, I'll re-sign with the Raptors. Like, that's an all right guy, but, like, why would you certainly wouldn't give up. I mean, at the very least, I'm assuming it has to convey this year, and then maybe it converts into 2 second rounders. Like, there's no way it's going to roll over into next year.
I don't think Jazz do that deal without it, but
that's just weird.
Either way, it's a very, that one was the one that was been the head scratcher of the day for us. We couldn't figure that one quite out just yet. Again, for me, I think the Buddy Hield trade or the Knicks trade, probably the kind of the better ones. If you want to say, hey, they really knocked out of the park with what they're trying to do and where the team's at. Those 2 trades, I think, for the Knicks and for the 76ers, really, I think for the 76ers more than anybody else, because I was unsure what they were going to do with the Joel Embiid news, which direction they were going to were they going to try to continue to forge on and do the best they can and make the play? I mean, and I guess that symbols, at least they're I think that's going their direction. And they want to try to bring. Did they want to try to bring Joel Embiid back? I don't know. Like,
they're operating that he's going to be back, and I think Morey's already said publicly that, like, they're going for it. They're going to try to do the best they can to endure the time when he's out, and they're going to build for what their team will look like once he returns. Mark, what are you hoping for today? Like, what's your dream deadline?
I love the fact that we did some cleanup stuff kind of early. I think that was, especially with the Adams trade, I thought that was one thing I thought was, okay, you can kind of get some room to operate in terms of the Oladipo deal. You can still put that into trade discussions or, actual trades as well. And then also yesterday with the Tillman, I love Xavier Tillman. I think everybody does. He's always a consummate professional for as long as he's been here, but he was not coming back. That's what we talked about on this show yesterday. He was never coming back. And so you get what you can get for the person in your expiring deal. For me, I'm with you. I would like to see them go and try to shore up some of that bench playmaking. And I think that's where their biggest need is. I think obviously a lot of teams can say that, but I think the next 2 years, the most important 2 years. Everybody's on their deals that all make sense. They're under the cap, under the second apron, if you will. They'll have everybody's making the money they didn't make them. So for them to go and try to find out someone, like you mentioned, like an Alec Burks, like someone that makes sense for their bench playmaking or their wing depth that can actually play, not Zaire, not Jake, that someone that actually matters. And they've done a little bit of that with Vince Williams as well this year, but like another person, I think they need one more guy on the bench on the wing to really shore up that wing depth and playmaking ability. And I think they'll have a really good roster. And like you said, like we mentioned, centers will come, right? They'll figure that out. And I think, I would rather them deal that pick they have this year and get someone. I'm always for, I'd rather take the known commodity than the unknown in a draft pick. I would rather them take that and do that and find someone that fits on this roster, try to couple, consolidation, if you will, on that wing is what we think we really need is some consolidation, because we can't let Taylor Jenkins have access to Zaire Williams. We'll just keep.
I'm weird where I was someone who wasn't very high on Zaire's rookie year. I was like, we're amazing. And it's honestly a lot of it. I was like, it's kind of despite Zaire. But now I'm like one of the only people who I'm like, I'm fine with Zaire because he's just like, he's this like utility. He's like this one utility wrench that only works with Ja Morant. And it's fine to keep, as long as we have Ja, might as well keep that around. I can't use it right now. I don't have the right attachment. Like it doesn't work. But once Ja's here, it's going to be fine. I do feel like you got to pick, at least salary wise, you probably got to pick between Conchar and Zaire because they're both making about, Zaire's for 7 and John's around 6 next season. Yeah. I don't think you can't pay $13 million for both those guys because they're not good enough. I don't think when you consider your other salary concerns. I disagree with the draft pick thing. I'm still like, if the Grizzlies will ever win a title with Ja Morant as their best player, I think you have to get lucky in the draft. I don't think there is a known commodity you could get for the 9th pick or the 10th pick or the 11th pick that's going to put you over the top. I think your only avenue to ever having this parade down Beal is going to be basically getting lucky in the draft. And so I don't want, when people are like, we have too many young players, I agree. We can get rid of
too many bad young players.
Yeah, exactly. We can get rid of these young players. I'm good. I saw them. Give me Gigi, give me Vince. Yes. Maybe pick one of Roddy LaRavia just to stick around, or Zaire to be on the team. They
morale.
We'll see what happens. Again, Zaire's still super young. Where I'm like, whatever. Bring it back one more. Just give it one more go. But I would say use that draft pick. Maybe you get whatever it is. You find your Franz Wagner, or you find your Jalen Williams, or your Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, or your whoever else got taken, later in the lottery, who ends up being incredible. In my mind, if you don't have one of the best, if you don't have a Jokic, you don't have it in whoever it is, an Embiid and a LeBron, a Steph, to win a title, you're basically going to have to get, I think, super lucky and find a draft pick that wildly exceeds their draft position. And that seems more likely to me than trading, I don't know. Even if we could have traded this pick for OG Anunoby. I know OG's off the table, but I don't think OG Anunoby was never making this Grizzlies team a title winner. I don't think. And so that's where I'm more the draft is our friend. Also with the salary issues, if we I
think that's the bigger thing is the salary concerns. Yeah. That's what we had this discussion on the Daily Grind yesterday. In 2 years from now, next 2 years, everybody's under contract. But after that, Jaren is coming up for a deal who is going to be a max player. So
after that, Jaren's on the Knicks. So we have 2 years. Yeah.
Well, that's what I said. I said, in 3 years, there's no longer going to be a third person. I know who it is, and no one's going to like that. But if they want to keep Jaren, that's almost it's currently $100 million tied up between Jaren, Dez, and Ja. And like you mentioned, you got to have young players in this team on team friendly deals with team options in the $6-7 million range.
So
or it just won't work. I mean, look at the Thunder. Look at any other team that's tried this before that has had the ability to draft really, really good players. And I guess the Thunder with Harden is is probably the best example of that. You have these players who are all superstars, and then you can't afford them, or you can't put the right pieces around them to make it work.
Well, so that's why you wouldn't trade. Let's say you end up with the 10th pick. That's why you would not trade the 10th pick for Jeremy Grant, because Jeremy Grant's making $35 million or something. And then let's be real. Robert Parra and maybe no one in the NBA is going to pay that much money to keep together. Like, if you do that, you're like, all right, well, we got to get rid of Marcus Smart and Luke Kennard and Brandon Clark, because they're not going to pay all this money. They're not going to be in the second apron. And like the league, the CBA made it basically impossible for teams to even be in the second apron. Even if you had a Ballmer who wants to pay the tax, it hurts you so badly. So for that reason, it's like, we're not going to trade the 10th pick or whatever for a guy who's already established, as you said, the known commodity, because known commodities are already paid. And thus, like, you're not gonna be able to keep the team together. There's no way you re-sign Jaren in 3 years just because the salaries won't work. So that's why, again, unfortunately, I feel like the system the NBA set up, you have to get lucky in the draft. So if this is the, for me, it's the blessing of this season from hell. Like, we get now to have a better spin of the wheel where we have a better chance of hopefully coming out with a difference maker in this year's draft.
Yeah, I totally agree. Keith, I really appreciate you coming on. If you guys are not already listening to Keith's show, Grits and Grinds, make sure you go and do that. It's an excellent show. It's on tap for me almost every time he has one. I'm always listening. So as you should too, if you are a Grizzlies fan. I promise you will love it. Keith, I really appreciate it. I'm out for now. Daniel Greer is up next, our host. We had a Knicks guy coming on, but he has now got pulled away to do some other stuff, his own shows and own writing as that big trade happened, which is understandable. We'll try to get him back later in the day. So Daniel is probably going to be either maybe with me coming up at the next break. I don't know who's going to be his guest. Me, maybe Luke, maybe Keith. I don't know. Keith, stick around.
I'm out.
Hang out with Daniel. Keith's out. I'm out. Probably going to be Daniel and Luke coming up. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back on the other side.
Know that me and you both have a special place for DeAnthony Melton in our hearts. And I got over DeAnthony a lot faster than you seem to have done. But God has blessed us with someone, Keith, that I think will satisfy that empty place in your heart, man, by the name of Vince Williams. How much of that empty void of DeAnthony Melton has been replaced by that new thing, man, Vince Williams?
Yeah, Vince Williams Jr. has absolutely filled that empty hole in my heart. I don't love watching our team. Like, it's fine, but they're not awesome. Josh suspended. Well, he's the fun guy. Like, Jaren's good. Desmond's good. The rest of these guys, I don't like watching play basketball. So I was like, this sucks. And then him getting this opportunity, and it was like a game or like 2 games. And I'm like, That's what I like watching play. And I got to say, we're now like 2 months into it. I'm like pinching myself where I'm like, he's better than I dreamed.
Tune in to the Anthony Sane Show Wednesdays and Fridays at 12 p.m. weekly on the Bluff City Media YouTube channel.
Does the Sean Strickland Dracus Duplessis thing move the needle at all?
Not at all. Not even close. No one likes either of those guys. They don't fight particularly fun. It was just kind of boring, and like it just feels like it's just a placeholder.
Let me tell you how much of a needle mover Dracus Duplessis is not. He made Sean Strickland the babyface in this fight, and Sean Strickland is a jackass.
There are like 5-minute compilations of him saying like racist remarks and like sexist,
He's
transphobic remarks. He even said it in like the freaking before the fight. He's making transphobic remarks. It's like, dude, why do you have? Can you just act normal for a half second?
And Dracus Duplessis made the fans in Canada say, you know what, we like.
Yeah, we like this guy exactly.
But we're all just waiting for the rightful champion to come back, man. That's all we're waiting on.
Tune in to On the Bluff with Christian Fowler and Gabe Kuhn every Tuesday at 12 p.m. on the Bluff City Media YouTube channel.
Yo, we are back here on this beautiful Thursday, the NBA trade deadline. I am going to be hosting for the next 2 hours. I am Daniel Greer, and with me is Luke Hatmaker. What's up, man?
Hey, buddy. How are you? One question. Do you want me to pretend to be Nate, or do you want me to pretend to be the guy that was the Knicks dude?
You should be the Knicks dude. All right, I'm going to ask you a lot of Knicks questions.
Brooklyn, Yankees. Boom.
That's not good. Not good at all.
And I went to acting school too.
Yeah, that was bad. Just don't quit what you're currently doing or your day job or whatever that is. You're acting probably great. That wasn't it. No, but I just spoke with Andrew. Listen, he was completely like gutted. He felt so bad. It was kind of a whirlwind for him where he almost forgot completely to tell me about not be able to come on the show because he just found out that they were going to go live instantly. And so they had everything set up for a 1 o'clock show. And that way it led up into the trade deadline. Unfortunately, all the Knicks stuff with so many moves happening for New York, they had to go ahead and do a show now.
I don't blame him, man. Like it's been a Knicks Thursday morning, dude, in a good way. Like if I was a Knicks fan, I would be like jubilant currently. I would.
Yeah. All right. So let's talk a little bit about the Knicks before we get into everything else. But this is the latest trade. We're going to go ahead and pull it up. The Knicks received, Bojan Bogdanovic, who we call Bojangles. Bojangles. And they also get Alec Burks, which is another good, solid player to add to their rotation. They are sending out Quentin Grimes, Malachi Flynn. That was pretty much the only two guys that saw any minutes for them at all. And then you get off the contract with Evan Fournier, and then Ryan Arcud, that guy, and then 2 second-round picks. That's it.
Man, Keith came on and pronounced the name perfectly. And the rest of us have been like, blah, 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 whatever.
Yeah, I literally I tried it. I'm like, I'm not even going to try to attempt his last name. We'll just call him Ryan.
Rye guy.
Thoughts on this trade? Overall, Luke, I think it's a solid trade. It's a consolidation trade for them in a sense, and it's a window kind of move. You don't make this move if you don't think you have aspirations. But I do have a follow-up question. But I want to get your initial thoughts on this first.
Yeah, my initial thoughts, man. The first thing that through my head is, can you imagine two guys that are more Tibbs dudes than these two dudes right here? Like that's the very first thing that went through my head was Tibbs is probably going to pick him up from the airport, he doesn't hug, I don't think, but do whatever his Tibbs things is, and it'll be awesome. And for the Pistons, if I trusted their coach, I'd probably feel better about this. But Yeah, I think it's huge. I think you can't do any better if you're the Knicks. You're replacing the production and the offense that you're losing, that you've lost from Brunson and that you might lose, or that you've lost from Randall, pardon me, and that you might lose from Brunson. Like, both these dudes can shoot. Both these dudes can get you a basket. It's exactly what New York needs.
Yeah. And so looking at this, obviously, you get shooting with, Bojan. You do get a little bit more of a 3-and-D with Alec Burks, but you're getting off of Quentin Grimes, which I think he kind of fell out of love anyway. And then the rest of the guys are not important at all, in my opinion. And so I don't think it's I don't think it's that big a deal with what they lost. Quentin Grimes is fine.
Yeah.
But you're going to get back much more shooting, much more, potential older players, right? So you're moving up the needle in that area. So I want to ask the question, because I do now follow my guys over at Knicks Film School, who do a great job with all the New York Knicks content. They brought me on to do the pregame show. The latest pregame show was actually by Keith Parrish with Andrew over there doing their pregame stuff. They're freaking out. You want to know why they're freaking out, Luke? If you had to just guess, why are the New York Knicks freaking out? Not in a good way, but in a bad way.
In a bad way.
In a bad way.
Did they love Evan Fournier as much as I did?
It's not even about any of these people in the trade.
Is it the Brunson stuff?
Nope. OG Anunoby. From my understanding, OG Anunoby, they're saying and speculating, and this is complete speculation, potentially could be out longer than expected, or could have something else significantly wrong than what they first assumed.
Oh.
I think it's an elbow injury. And so that's what I see. And so just after speaking with Andrew, and obviously, once you hit any kind of tweet in Twitter these days, or X as we want to call it, you find out all the Knicks stuff. And so literally my timeline was all Knicks information. And I was just watching, and it was just Knicks stuff over and over and over again. So I'm curious. I'm curious if OG stuff might be too much speculation, or if they're onto something.
Man, if he's that, I'd be freaking out too, man. He's been everything they've needed since that trade happened. Like, everything.
Yeah.
I wasn't a huge, I mean, I don't want to say, I think that what I had seen out of OG this year before the trade, I kind of soured on him a little bit compared to last year, if I'm being honest. But
yeah,
he just has been different. He's been a different guy with this Knicks team. And I would they're fun to watch now. And I would hate it. I do hate it. It sucks if he's going to miss a lot of time. I think the NBA is better when the Knicks are good.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think OG is a great player, and I think he is the ultimate tips guy. If you're talking about, just looking at guys in general, but overall, the Grizzlies are so far out of it this year that I'm not really looking at other teams and saying, oh my God, like they're piling up, everything's looking great. I see it's like, hey, I'm going to root for these teams, and I'm interested in the business side of it. It doesn't affect the Grizzlies at all. So anything we talk about today, moves that are made this year, other than Grizzly moves about kind of financial stuff, is not affecting us for next year. It's not. And honestly, some of these teams are going to go in for it this year, which actually hurts their potential for next year. And so keep that in your back pocket. It's going to be stuff that we look at. Another trade that we're looking at as well is the Gordon Hayward trade. Did you ever think that Gordon Hayward would be the main name in a trade these days?
No. I honestly not. It's gonna sound like an asshole thing to say. I just assume he's hurt most times now. Like I like Gordon Hayward, but I was just like, oh yeah, he's one of the dudes that's hurt on the Hornets. I just have assumed. I don't. It sucks because back in the day. I mean, I say back in the day. Hayward used to be like exactly what we needed, and it's just, I remember his injury, man. You remember watching that play? Like,
oh yeah,
disgusting. Like the fucking A. Like I just, pardon my French. That's talk about a guy that he is the guy that I probably have felt the worst for in terms of injury luck in the NBA. It seems like it's always one thing. And then he gets on a bad Charlotte team, like I like. Did I ever expect it? No. Am I happy for the dude? Yeah. I mean, especially if he's able to play for those guys.
But that's the question.
Do they play him? Or are they just taking his salary?
I have no idea. He hasn't played since the day after Christmas.
Shit, that's a long time.
Yeah, I remember. I don't even remember what presents I got since then. That's literally the last time that Gordon Hayward was on a basketball court. Like, I don't understand what this is. I don't understand it enough to talk on it just yet because obviously it's still happening. They're still trying to find all the pieces. But let's go ahead and get into a little bit more of the guys that are moving. And honestly, it's a no burger. You're talking about some guy who I don't even know his name. Mitchik? That guy? Yeah, that guy.
Mijic.
I know Davis Bertans, who I always call Bertans, and people make fun of me, but it's Davis Bertans.
Do that.
Trey Mann, who is a former Florida Gator, I do know that, and then also other draft compensations going back to Charlotte. Why? I know this is on Charlotte's end. You're getting off of the Gordon Hayward contract, and you're going to bring in guys that probably a Trey Mann that you want to possibly keep around. Yeah, that's the only thing I can assume on that. But besides that, this is a nothing to me.
Is this just a question for you? Is this a bigger what are they doing trade? Is this a bigger one, or is the Raptors a bigger one?
The Raptors, I don't know. The Raptors kind of can't get out of their own way and thinking, are we good or not good?
God, yeah, exactly. That's a good way to put it. That's a very good way to put it because it's been this way since the title.
Yeah.
And you first.
No, I was gonna say, if you look at Toronto, they made the move for Pascal and then OG, and if you were to ask on a lie detector test, do you think that these players are the players that can come together and be good? And I think Masai would answer the question, yes, because you're obviously going for you have RJ now, who is kind of the face of that, and then you also have Scotty Barnes. So you're hoping that everybody that you bring in here, you can be good. Why would you deliberately tank with a bunch of players that you hope can come back and be good next year? I'm not saying you're going to make the playoffs, but it's okay to be and get better around the edges in a sense. And so I think, if anything, I'm curious what they have going because listen, I don't doubt that they try to make a move to be better this year, but also it helps them for the future. And I think that's a team to watch because they might get a little bit more aggressive and where a lot of people are selling, they might actually flip it and go for it because they've already sold off OG and Pascal. Why not go ahead and go be buyers?
See, in my mind, they've got Olynyk and Bruce Brown. Those two guys are two dudes that could fit into any team's rotation that wants a title right now. You can take both those dudes, put them in that rotation, and they would actively help you win the chip. And in my mind, is Toronto acquiring both those dudes to offer them to a team that wants them for a couple young guys that they think fit better with Scotty Barnes, fit better with RJ? That's where my mind went. I don't know who that team is. Is it? I don't know what the package is, but it just seems like if you're getting Bruce Brown and Olynyk, both seem like win the championship this year kind of guys to me. Mm-hmm. More so Olynyk than Bruce Brown, but they both are. Oh, we might have Grizzlies news. They both are dudes that I think will win you a chip now. And if I just don't know why you're trading for both those guys now if you're Toronto personally, unless you're trying to get someone else.
Yeah. So what is that full trade? Do we have that? Yep, right here. So let's look at it real quick. Kira Lewis going out from the Jazz, also is Otto Porter, and then a 2024 first round pick. And the Raptors are receiving Kelly Olynyk and Ochai Agbaji. So you're talking about that gets them better. You send out a first round pick to get better, instantly. Like Kira Lewis, Otto Porter, they're not supposed to be playing on a good team. They're just not. Kelly Olynyk should be. He is a good backup five.
Yeah.
I don't see anything wrong with that. I think this screams, hey, we're getting better. Why not go ahead and make some moves now? What's a first round pick in next year's draft that everybody has talked about being down? Why not go ahead and get off of it?
Do you just think the Raptors can actually make where are they ranked right now? Do they think they can actually make a shot?
Listen, it'd be hard to tell me I couldn't in this NBA these days. All you got to
Yeah,
do
true.
is be better than 5 other terrible teams in your league.
That's true.
Let's look at it. So Toronto is currently 12th, and they're behind Brooklyn 2 games, then 3 games behind Atlanta, and then you're talking about another game or 2 out of Chicago. And then after that, you have potential. It's not about making the playoffs this year. It's about potentially you're setting yourself up to be really good game 1 next year. At the worst, I think that's okay.
No, I agree. I don't like I said, I don't think it's a bad move. It just confuses me more so than I'm just more confused by it than anything else. Because if I'm the Jazz, I feel like you could have gotten more than that for Kelly Olynyk. To me, there's a lot more. He has more value than that personally. But I don't know.
That's a Jazz question then.
That's a Jazz question. Yeah.
Nah, screw the Jazz. I think they're trying to figure out how to compile, assets any way possible. And as Ryan's saying, the Raptors now, listen, they're not very far away because Kelly Olynyk, he is from Canada, and so you're talking about getting a own Canadian national team. Is this sneaky by Masai? Does he have the Canadian Prime Minister saying, "Hey, listen, I want you to build this team. They're going to play all NBA season together, and then we're going to go for it in the actual Olympics." Is this it?
Oh,
is this sneaky by the Prime Minister that nobody likes?
If it is, it's
Trudeau.
Dope. It's it's gangster. If it's true, it's so good. He's like, listen. I don't give a shit. I want you to go get.
I will pay.
I don't even care. Yeah, I will pay you. How much are you making right now? What's the currency of Canada? Francs.
Listen, I've never been that guy.
Ruples.
You're asking a smart question. I'm not your guy, man.
Pence.
Hey, whatever. Nickels, pence, pennies, pence.
You're just saying American currency.
Listen, if I confuse you enough, you will be just as confused as I will, and then we're all on the same page. So
that's not
anyway.
That's true.
Yeah. So listen, I think there's a lot going on in the NBA. I think it's a lot of fun. And so we're going to get into a little bit. Let's go ahead and dabble into a little Grizzlies news. So as currently the Grizzlies have kind of stood a little bit on what they've done, I guess yesterday, and making the moves for Xavier Tillman, right? You get the 2 seconds with him. Then you obviously did the Adams trade, you get the other 3 seconds. So I guess 5 total seconds that you get in this. There's now the rumors that have come out with the Killian Hayes stuff with Detroit. Any thoughts on why you might either love it or hate that move if they were to go ahead and send out somebody to get back a guy like Killian Hayes?
I mean, I guess if you're going to get Killian Hayes, I guess you're doing that with the idea of you're about to need guard help because Gilliard has 2 more games left that he's allowed to play on the main roster? 1 maybe?
I don't know. I know that's the speculation potentially. I just don't know exactly what that number is. They might get somehow a reprieve from that because we've sucked so bad this year. I don't know.
Is that what the rule is? The we suck so bad this year rule? The exception.
Yeah, because the thing is, like, the CBA is so interesting that, like, the way the words are in there is like, if you have a full 15-man roster, this is the rule. Like, does that mean like? Does that mean that, hey, he does have the 50, or does that mean since we do have 15 men on the roster that actually doesn't apply to them? I have not heard that from a big source, such as like a Keith Smith, like we talked to the other day, had been a perfect question for him. But I haven't heard that from anybody outside of Memphis. Like, I just don't know if that's actually going to be relevant or not.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. The fact that he is on that expiring, $7.4 million, I don't know. I'm curious how many seconds they want. If they reportedly want more than what we're offering, I wonder what what is. Like, do they want 5 for Killian Hayes? Because that seems, I don't know if that's a lot. Like, that's a lot.
Killian Hayes isn't in their future.
Exactly. Like, that's why would you give away 5? I don't know. Like, why? What is Detroit trying to fleece us with 2nd round picks? Because they can screw off. It's a gentleman's game, Detroit.
Yeah, listen, I think that's the issue is, like, if you look at this from the Grizzly side, you could say, all right, we want the actual draft picks because you're getting an asset that doesn't make as much money, but you're getting an asset that potentially has legs on your team compared to Killian Hayes. We're maybe kick the tires on him for the rest of the season. Maybe. But after that, see you later. So, that's what I'm confused on. Who's actually upset about the draft compensation? Is it the Grizzlies or is it Detroit? Because the Grizzlies could say, hey, we should be getting at least a second taking on this contract.
That's a good point, because I agree with you. It's like, I'm not, if all you're getting is that contract and that player, I'm just like, I want something else, even if it is a second. I want something else.
Yeah.
I want something else that I can spend.
Yeah. And honestly, how could you, if you're the Grizzlies, how could you say I need a second? Like, I don't know. And I know that if you're Detroit, you don't really care about this guy. But the other thing is they could say, hey, we could just let him walk. Maybe they don't love Zaire or Jake or, I wouldn't imagine they're trying to get Conchar. And so I would assume that they're saying, hey, we want the actual stuff because we don't believe in those players. That's what all this comes down to me is this is financial. It has nothing to do with the players at all. And so
it's money.
Yeah.
It's all money.
I don't know. So we'll see. But I would assume that as Degrams is saying, it potentially could, fall into that Brooks TPE. Listen, that trade exception goes throughout the summer. I don't know if the Grizzlies want to use a trade exception just yet. Maybe some of it, but you don't want to use, the trade exception on getting a Killian Hayes. That has potential to help you for a bigger move for the offseason going into to next season. Not now. You don't use that for Killian Hayes, in my opinion. I think you try to send out assets to make room, which is helping you consolidate.
If you think that highly of Killian Hayes, if the organization does to spend the entire TPE on him, then I'm going to question a lot. If that's like, it's like I said, use it for the summer. Use it for a better player in the summer. Don't waste it. It's a waste right now.
I got a question for the chat. I want to see if anybody has any thoughts. I'm going to ask you the same question.
Mm-hmm.
Is Killian Hayes, if you were able to sign him on a 2-year, $10 million, so you're offering $5 million a year. Obviously, it's less than his 7, but I'd say let's just generic $5 million from the next 2 seasons. You have him for 2 seasons. Is he better than Scottie Pippen Jr.? Is he better than Derrick Rose because of injuries? So then is Killian Hayes potentially your best option if able to sign him on a small, lucrative contract for the Grizzlies? Is he your best option as a backup point guard?
I like Scottie Pippen Jr. I would rather roll the dice with him and use his 2-way as opposed to paying someone. But if it's between him and Derrick Rose, I think I would roll the dice with Killian Hayes.
Well, I know you're going to have more than likely, because Scottie Pippen Jr. is under contract as a 2-way player for next season as well. You're going to have Scottie Pippen Jr. on the actual team. Like no matter what. He's available if you need to call him up. Whatever those stupid number games are that you have availability with him, you will have him as being available. So I think there's actual interest there for the simple fact that if you give him a shot for this season and potentially you keep him around because he's worth it. Worst case, he's not good. You see it firsthand experience in your offense. I think it's worth a swing. How much would you give up? And we'll get out of here on this one and get to our next break. How much would you give up to get him? Obviously, you're sending out a player. I don't think the player matters to you, to anybody else of the Grizzlies fan base. It could be a trade exception. Who cares? How much would you send out to get him back in trade compensation?
2 seconds.
You would send 2 to get back Killian Hayes.
1 second. 1 second on a player.
Listen, I need you to stand on something, man. I don't need you to
Who's the player? It matters.
Flip flop over here. Lukey flip flop. Who's the player? You pick the player.
So, God, I'm so low on both our dudes. In my mind, I'm sending Jake and Z, and I'm like, please just fucking take them. Like, you need 2 seconds. That's how I'm operating in my head. I don't. Let's say 1. Do you think that's what it is? You think we're offering 1 and they're like, give us 2?
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Yeah, interesting.
What's going to happen? Cool. We'll give you 2. The second one's going to be a swap. So whatever the less of the two is, I think it's what you're going to get. Everybody's talking about commenting on here, so I appreciate that. So D'Angelo likes Pippen over Hayes. Ryan does like Killian better, but he would rather just watch the sun burn his eyeballs than actually watch him. Cameron Hides is here. He's going Rose. So if it was Rose and Hayes, he's going to go with Hayes, right? Just because probably availability. But I think there's a lot of Pippen love in here. Speaking of zipping Pippen, we have our guy Sane in here. Why would they send back CJ? Wow. Oh, you're talking about another trade. I was about to say, I thought you were talking about this trade. Yeah. So I don't know. That's what I don't understand is, why would Detroit send back compensation? But obviously they're not taking guys that that aren't good. And that's my opinion. I think they think that Z or LaRavia has seconds. But Cameron Hayes, last one, we'll get out of here. Z and LaRavia for 2 seconds, maybe 3. There's no way you're going to get back anything for them. So just in general, but either way, Luke, it was fun. I imagine we're going to do this again. We do have some cancellations because of news happening, but life happens. So there will be some cancellations, but I know I will be here. I'm not sure who's joining me just yet. We'll be back here in a couple minutes. Stay tuned.
We talked about the trade deadline, which is coming up on February the 8th. I like to play connect the dots, kind of taking loose pieces of the puzzle and connecting them together to make the whole broader picture make sense. Mm-hmm. And there's been a lot of puzzle pieces that seem to be pointed at Luke Kennard. You start hearing that Quentin Grimes has interest from Memphis, right? And then you hear like the Knicks are looking for shooting. You hear him talking about, the tax aprons and all this. You hear all this stuff about, and that's a real thing, man.
Yeah, because Desmond Bain extension coming up.
Yeah, because you about between Jared John and Desmond Bain, you're about to have a lot of salary tied up in the three dudes, right? So there's certain luxuries you may not be able to have, which is the best shooter in the NBA being the fifth guard in your rotation. You're worried about freeing up a roster spot, not only for GG Jackson, but your own draft pick.
Yep.
You got to make a spot for both of those guys, right?
Yep.
So there's a trade, man, that looks to be screaming at us in the face that feels like it's inevitable to happen.
Tune in to The Anthony Sane Show, Wednesdays and Fridays at 12 p.m. weekly on the Bluff City Media YouTube channel.
But I just want to ask the question. Should Derrick Rose retire?
I mean,
I'm being dead serious. It's not nothing against the guy.
I know you are. That's why it sucks.
I'm asking a legit question because he can't stay injury free. I don't know if it, maybe an offseason helps.
Magic 8 ball. All signs point to yes.
Sheesh. That's the sad part of it too.
It's again, like I know a lot of people want him to do the Udonis Haslam thing. Like that's the extent of Derrick Rose at this point. It's
okay.
Like he still showed. I mean, he had a nice move under the basket tonight, but it's like he's always hurt for a reason, dude. His body's just it doesn't have it, right? And if he can fit into Udonis Haslam type role where he's just the bench guy and the vet for the team, then that's awesome.
Tune in to the Grizz 901 postgame show, live after every Grizzlies game on the Bluff City Media YouTube channel.
Yo, we are back. We are better than ever. Look at these two dudes. We're steering the ship today, but here I'm going to be the driver. You're the rider. Get in and don't talk. No, I'm kidding. I'm back. I am Daniel, and that is Mark with me. We have a lot we're going to get into, and this is going to be a lot of Grizz centric. Anything that does break in the next time, but I would assume maybe all these GMs and everybody's taking a lunch break because it's kind of gotten quiet over the last 30 minutes to an hour. We're going to get into a lot of just the rumors surrounding the Grizzlies. But we are Bluff City Media, and we're going to have this trade deadline special all day for you. And so, Mark, any rumor out there that you're seeing, you're like, hey, this actually has some legs, you think?
It's been, like you said, it's been quiet. We started off the special very strong where we had too much to talk about in the first hour or so. But this happens, it goes through lulls and while people are still are working on stuff. I think the one thing I did notice is that deal with the Mavericks that with Daniel Gafford.
Right.
It's not a done deal.
No.
I was just looking at that. The Mavericks are still trying to make that make that happen, but it is not a done deal. And so I think that's important to understand that they're still looking for draft compensation. I guess the correct draft compensation that would fit them, and so I think, or I guess make them happy that they're going to that they will be fine with moving that out, I guess, or moving that deal forward. That was interesting to me. The Grizzlies, obviously, we talked a little bit about Killian Hayes. That was interesting. Also in that same rumor, the same Hoops Hype article, it was basically like Jake LaRavia, Zaire Williams, David Roddy, all could likely be expendable because of the presence of Vince Williams and GG Jackson. Also noted in the article that GG Jackson could be up for a expanded contract, actual NBA contract off his two-way. That was interesting. Says that Jazz are still looking to move Jordan Clarkson. So he could potentially still be on the move. PG Tucker reported wants out of Los Angeles, out of the Clippers, doesn't want to be there anymore. So that was interesting. And then obviously Rockets and the Cavs are also interested in Royce O'Neal. So to be clear, I don't see the Nets doing anything.
Yeah.
The Nets are unserious about basketball trade. They are unserious about this shit. They do not. They like to talk about it, but they don't actually like to do it.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I think it's a lot of things I think are still brewing, as always, in the NBA trade deadline. Nothing's across the finish line. The only things we've really talked about, and if we see it on our screen, graphic wise, we've made, that's what they like, the official trades.
Right.
We don't want to make them until they're official, because they can always change, and they can always fall apart at the last minute too. Like this Gafford deal might fall apart just because of just what compensation.
Yeah, I don't know why they would do that. I don't know what Washington would get back other than just compensation, but I don't know why Washington does that deal to get off of Gafford. I don't, unless you just want to get back something for him. I don't know. I'm curious what this looks like. There's a lot of rumors surrounding, and I think it's going to be interesting definitely throughout the day. But there should be some financial moves made. I think that Killian Hayes thing does have legs. I don't know why the Grizzlies wouldn't go at least try to go get him just for, just to kick the tires on him. I think it'd be important to see what you have in him. And obviously you get off of a Zaire contract for sure. So I think all that makes sense for sure. And I think that we're going to see some kind of trades happen with the Grizzlies, but I don't think it's going to be anything financial. Or will just be financial moves and not just really going and grabbing a big player. Because as you said, the Nets are not serious at all. And honestly, they have Mikal and they have 4 first-round picks that they can get for him instantly, and it's just not happened yet. So I'm curious what happens with the Nets, if anything, today.
Yeah, like I said, I will.
Nope, we got a trade. Woj just dropped. The Raptors are sending Dennis Schroeder to the Nets for Spencer Dinwiddie. So another Raptors move.
Then maybe the Nets are serious about trades.
We
just called them out. Just called them out for their unseriousness. But wow.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at the Raptors. Dennis Schroeder to the Nets for Spencer Dinwiddie. You think that's straight up, or you think there's more to it?
I think it's straight up. Well, there's got to be, let's see, the Nets, you get a point guard in that, right? And so you get he's more of a true point guard. I don't know.
But do you think that Spencer Dinwiddie's better than Dennis Schroeder? That's my question. My thing is, are the Raptors sending more than just Dennis Schroeder?
See, I don't think so. I think Spencer Dinwiddie he's the best player in that conversation. I think Spencer Dinwiddie is better than Dennis Schroeder. I think Dennis Schroeder is fine, but I think you get a different type of player. Plus, Spencer Dinwiddie has not been happy to be there in Brooklyn.
Yeah, I think that I think it would not surprise if we see a second round pick in there. Like if we see the Raptors giving up a second rounder, a far one out, something, that we've seen before, that would not surprise me if that's the final part of this deal is if the Raptors are giving up a little bit more. I think Spencer Dinwiddie is a little bit better than Dennis Schroeder. I think if I'm the Nets, I'm asking for a little bit more than just Dennis Schroeder.
Okay. So, so let's say there is a second in there somewhere in draft compensation of some sort. Listen, I don't think that's change in my mind in that, because as you can see, seconds have, whatever. They do have some legs, but I'm not too worried about seconds in general. But we have another guy that we're going to bring in here, and we're going to go a little 3 wide. That's all right with you guys. We're going to go 3 wide and bring in our guy, Uncle Buck, out in this car. What's up, man?
Guys? Hey, y'all lit the bat signal and I came running. So you got me in my car today. So just going to take my lunch break here in the truck. So
I like it. Hey, listen, you can eat lunch with us. We'll eat lunch with everybody else here as everybody's watching the madness of the NBA trade deadline kind of happen. But Uncle Buck from the $2 Sports Show. I think I said it right this time.
That's
but
it.
Uncle Buck is here. Let's get your initial thoughts on the trade deadline, just in general. Anything that you want to talk about, because obviously we're here and we've talked a lot about everything. But if there's anything that interests you that you want to kind of hit on.
Yeah, I think for starters, I think this is like the least I've looked forward to a trade deadline in a long time as a Grizzlies fan. The past few years, we've thought ourselves to be contenders, and so you're looking for that last move, and that's why Luke Kennard was so fun last year at the trade deadline. It was just because he felt like it was a piece that you needed to make a run.
Yeah.
And this year, the whole year's kind of tanked at this point. All we're looking at is development in next year, and it's just kind of been underwhelming. Just the sense of looking forward to it,
Yeah.
and the anticipation just hasn't been there. But yeah, I mean, it's just NBA as a whole. It's been a lot of little stuff on the edges. It seems like you haven't gotten that big trade deadline Woj bomb yet. I guess the biggest one being that Knicks trade, which I liked. But yeah, all in all, it's just kind of been what it is so far today. And, as you get towards the deadline itself, maybe you start seeing some bigger stuff happen. But that's my take so far. It's just kind of hasn't been something that has been right with anticipation for me this year.
Yep. I know on y'all's show that y'all have talked a lot and shown a lot of love to Xavier Tillman. So I want to get your thoughts on him. Obviously, what he's done here in Memphis, X has been amazing. And he was a special player for the city. I think a lot of times as fans, we fall in love with the dude because of who he is. Also, the hard-nosed lunch pail guys, the blue-collar guys that actually, show up to work and they play well and they do all the little things. Those are the players that we all fall in love as well with, as fans. But also, I want you to speak on, what your thoughts are for him just in general and how his career has gone here in Memphis, but also what it looks like in Boston, because I think he has a really good spot to excel, in what he has and what he can offer a team, what he actually can do in Boston.
Yeah, so I don't think you'll find a more pro Xavier Tillman podcast than what we've got with the $2 Sports Show. And it all goes back to, if you remember when he was drafted, he was second round, seemed to be a favor to Jaren Jackson Jr.
Right.
And he got his college buddy. Jaren was the best man in his wedding. And it's kind of like, all right, this is what teams do to keep their superstars happy. Look at the poster child for that is Thanasis Antetokounmpo. Like just, and he is so much more than what Giannis's little brother is.
Mm-hmm.
But what I will remember Xavier Tillman for is what he was to the team when you needed him the most. When in that Golden State series, in that, he hit that clutch three in the corner to basically seal the game against Golden State. And then last year against the Lakers, in which you didn't have Steven Adams, and they've got such great size down low, the Lakers team did, and that it always struck me it was always so impressive to me that when you needed Xavier Tillman the most, Xavier Tillman always delivered. And it was hustle. It was defending, 3 through 5. It was hitting a timely shot. Now, the other side, and I've got a buddy of mine that's a big Celtics fan, and he just thanked me yesterday. He's like, thanks for Xavier Tillman. And I was like, yeah, that hurts a little bit more than you think it should.
Yeah.
But the thing I was telling him, the other side of that coin, is if you didn't really need Xavier Tillman, if he was getting 12 minutes a game, he's liable to be awful, But when you needed Xavier Tillman the most, it's almost like he would, if he had the opportunity to tell himself in the locker room pregame when he was tying up his shoes, like, they're going to need me today, he was always game for it. And that's what I'll remember about Xavier Tillman the most. And I think that's what is appreciated in small market cities like Memphis. I don't know that New York or Los Angeles or Chicago that they really get to know their players. But in a city like Memphis where there's one professional franchise, you do really get to know an intimate knowledge of all of these players, all the way down to the Xavier Tillmans of the world. And that's what makes the trade deadline hard for small market teams like Memphis. because you did feel like you knew Xavier Tillman and you watched Xavier Tillman grow up. So, as for what Boston's getting, I think it's a perfect fit. And as a Grizzlies fan and as a Xavier Tillman fan, I couldn't be happier for the landing spot that he found, because he will directly insert into a role there in Boston, and he will compete for a championship.
Yeah.
You've got an aging Al Horford, you've got an injury-prone Kristaps Porzingis. I think he's going to fit in well, and I think that team will really enjoy the tenacity he brings and the toughness he brings on defense. He is a hustle player, and that's what they're going to love about him as well.
Yeah,
I got a question. I got a question for you. Sorry, I was just something that Keith asked me earlier when he went on the show with me earlier today, and I thought was an interesting question. And I'll ask you, Drew, what do you want out of today for the Grizzlies? What do you want to see from today on this deadline? As you, and I'll even let you speak for Rusty on this as well.
Yeah.
Even though he's not here to defend himself, but I'll let you speak for Rusty. And what do you guys want for the Grizzlies?
It's kind of hard to say, because you wanted the anticipation of trade deadline day as a contenders. You want a big splash, but where the Grizzlies are at, if this was 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, you would think, I saw Kelly Olynyk get moved, and I was like, well, that was a guy that I would have thought about. Or you see different people and smaller deals get moved that you could have thought would have been a big help for the Grizzlies if they were actually making a push. But this 6-game losing streak has really put the nail in the coffin in the whole season. So they love second-round picks. I mean, they seem to know what they're doing when getting second-round picks and how to spend them down the road. So, honestly, I would like to see what you could get if you could consolidate a few people. That's what an offseason goal is for me. And so if you can do that now, consolidate some wings, if you can get value for them now that you can't get for them later, look for that. But all in all, I kind of I'm a team keep Luke Kennard guy. And so unless somebody can just blow your doors off with a Luke Kennard offer, keep Luke Kennard and try to consolidate, your Laravia, Zaire Williams, Roddy, Conchar, four-headed monster you've got there. If you could kind of pick a couple that you want to keep going forward and consolidate the rest and see what you can get in the form of second-round picks or whatnot, that would be the only thing that I can see them doing that I would enjoy.
Yeah, I'm curious what ends up happening, because honestly, I don't think they send out a guy like Luke Kennard at the trade deadline. I don't think it makes sense. I think that they can easily move him and make a decision in the offseason, depending on what type of moves that they can actually land, because you have teams that are willing to do much more in the offseason and to get a guy like a Luke Kennard, but also you can be a little more flexible, more creative. And so I think Luke Kennard ends up being on the team after the trade deadline. So I don't think we're going to have to worry about him too much. But I do want to get back to your Xavier Tillman thing real quick. He's got to be better than Luke Cornett, right? Like, got to be.
I'll be really honest with you, Daniel. The next Luke Cornett game I see, he was awful in Boston, and that the last time we played him, and I don't know that I'd ever seen him play before that. There was that. I coveted Robert Williams, and I liked that role alongside Jaren and in the offense. And when they got rid of him to go to Portland, it seemed like they saw the future a little bit with that one. And so I can see Xavier. Now, he's not an above the rim finisher, but he can slide into there, behind Porzingis to add a little bit of change of pace. Or if they wanted to put Porzingis at the 4, he could anchor a 5, on defense or on offense. And so I love Xavier Tillman, and the reason why I'm going to miss him more than anything else has very little to do with regular season Xavier Tillman or with really basketball Xavier Tillman. He was just always the frame of mind that he had is the perfect frame of mind for a guy that was in the role that he was in. A lot of times you see guys at the end of the bench that are unhappy with their role or, when they're called on, they're not ready. the most obvious case that for me this year was Kenny Lofton. You know, Kenny Lofton, nobody thought Steven Adams was going to be out this year, and then he was. And so in a team that had very few big guys, it was Kenny Lofton's time to shine, and he just wasn't ready. Xavier Tillman was always ready, and he's the kind of guy that any team will want at the end of their bench. I'm just the biggest fan. I couldn't speak higher praises of Xavier Tillman.
Yeah, X is going to be obviously missed on this team, but he wasn't going to be an asset that you could really use for this season. He's a guy that was going to play. He was going to be fine. He was going to fill in the gaps, and that was going to be great. But really, this is a lost season. And so the Grizzlies do get back the two second-round picks for him. He could have a reunion the offseason, and the Grizzlies re-sign him. There's going to be some spots opened up on this roster because at this point, you're going to cut, Oladipo. That's a guarantee. Make way, or trade out Oladipo. Make way for Gigi. You're also probably going to have some other moves being made as well. So there could be some roster spots open. It's just what does he actually want? Does he feel that they did right by him and somebody else across the league is not going to sign, X for, a decent contract that the Grizzlies wouldn't match?
Right.
Would he come back at a $5 million, number, and would the Grizzlies want that? Because at that point, you're kind of stagnant. You're not upgrading your team, especially after losing a guy like Steven Adams. So I'm curious if they actually have a reunion, but at what cost?
Yeah, I don't really see. Has it ever happened that a team trades away a player at the deadline on an expiring contract and then they re-sign him in the offseason?
It doesn't happen often.
No,
I kind of feel like a decision was made. Yeah, kind of feel like the decision was made on Xavier Tillman yesterday.
Yeah.
And trust me, I'd love to be wrong. And I like the value you got for him, but I liked what Keith said earlier today when I hopped in there for a minute. Is that $5 million centers, are a dime a dozen. You looked Bismack Biyombo, and I don't want Bismack Biyombo. Don't get me wrong, but those kind of guys.
Bismack catching strays today. He's not even here anymore. Jeez.
But Brick Hands Biyombo, you can pick those guys up off the street, to be a backup big. It just stunk that we needed him to start,
Right.
And that's the Xavier Tillman role. And so I don't know what the budget is, but I know that you can find a $5 million, $3 million center because we've seen it this year.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that something's going to happen. Last question for we kind of take another break. With D'Angelo saying he doesn't see anything that possibly big happening. But they could get off of, Conchar, Zaire, LaRavia, and possibly and just kind of clean house. Is that something you'd be interested in? And if so, who would be the one that you want to make sure leaves?
Oh, Jake LaRavia, because I'm not really sure that I've seen him at all. Like, did you leave if you never showed up? So, I mean, that's the obvious.
That's a great point.
I mean, it's like an unwrapped Christmas present, like if I never saw what it was and you take it from my house without giving it to me and let me open it, like, do I miss it?
No.
Zaire, I feel like there's a real second draft idea that you could really pitch to another team on with Zaire and maybe even LaRavia if you could really sell that. But I like Roddy. I like Conchar. If those are the two that came back to me, that was fine. I mean, Roddy and Conchar, with Roddy being number one, I'd prioritize him as number one for coming back. The rest of them, give or take. I think you could pitch second draft, though, to a lot of teams that are trying to build when it comes to Zaire and possibly LaRavia.
Yeah,
I've already forgotten his name.
Can't even remember his name.
Yeah.
Poor guy, Jake LaRavia. Might as well not even be here.
I was listening to Sane one day, and I thought it was hilarious that he said that he was done with Arabia when he came out with goggles without even playing any minutes. So,
that's Jaravia over there, Malibu's most wanted. All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and get to a break. We do have some stuff that we're going to kind of some loose ends we're going to tie up. Obviously, the Pistons are waiving Joe Harris, which has been the latest thing. but also Thad Young, which is from Memphis or resides in Memphis in the offseason, was included with Dennis Schroeder that's going back to Brooklyn. And so possibly just a throw in instead of a draft compensation. But just wanted to give those kind of loose ends tied up a little bit before we kind of get out of here. But Uncle Buck, you're the best. The $2 Sports Show every Friday at 3:00. Anything else you have before we get out of here?
No, I'm all in on the Chiefs for the Super Bowl, just because the Taylor Swift hate's gone too far. We'll talk about it on the show when we record tonight. Check us out tomorrow at 3 p.m. on YouTube, Bluff City Media. It'll be a good one.
Can you get into my rumor mill of Kelsey MVP plus 2,000 odds? And the reason is Disney World wants him and Taylor Swift after the game to say, we're going to Disney World. Like that's they're gonna say
I'm all in on that. I can see it, ESPN or Disney owns ESPN. You can get all in the weeds. You can connect any dots. As long as you're not being the tinfoil hat guy that's saying that the NFL is pushing the Chiefs because they can boost numbers and get Taylor Swift to games. I'm out on that. I'm not the curmudgeon, but yeah, I mean, sure. I'd love to see I'd watch a Disney parade with Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce on the float,
Yeah. Taylor Swift concert, bring everything there. Listen.
Plus 2,000 odds though for Kelce to be MVP is extremely high, right?
Well, it's extremely high because you have Mahomes, which is plus 135, I believe, and he's got to catch the pass. The problem is like Mahomes has been the MVP. I just think that it's right there in front of you. Like you have to take a chance on Taylor Swift. Saying that, you're talking about on the NFL doesn't want that. ESPN, everybody wants that. Disney World wants it.
And correct me if I'm wrong. I'm trying to rack my brain here. Tom Brady has 6 Super Bowls, but he doesn't have 6 Super Bowl MVPs, right? So I want to say maybe a defender got it one time, or
Welker, I thought, got it one time as well. So
maybe. And so the odds are the more Super Bowls that Mahomes wins, eventually somebody else has got to win MVP, right?
So I'm thinking. All right, we're gonna stay with that.
I am honestly shocked it took us this long to mention the NFL, Disney World, Travis Kelce, and Taylor Swift on this NBA trade deadline special. 2 hours in. Wow.
You're welcome.
Honestly thought it'd be.
I'll come back anytime.
All right, he's Uncle Buck. That's Mark. I'm Daniel. I will be back here. We're gonna take a little bit of a break, and we'll be back here in about 3 to 4 minutes. But stay tuned. We'll be right back.
David Roddy on like extreme circumstances, which he was awful against the Cavs last night. But anyway,
he's still young though.
I'm
still
I know y'all are. I'm
in.
not, man. Move that dude. He does not need to be a Grizz next year, and neither does
Laravia
or Zaire.
Like,
get them dudes out of here.
I'm not nailing him to the floor, but he is head and shoulders above. I mean, he is. I'd rather have him than a lot of people.
No, dude, get Roddy out of here. That dude's a bum. He's a 6'4"
center.
Before, I've never been a Roddy fan.
And you've been absolutely wrong before.
Was I though? Because he's not an NBA player. Yeah, he had a streak after I said that. He's not.
You're picking the wrong hill to die on here.
I'm just telling you, man.
But my point is you can die on this hill if you want to, but it's not a take that is bold enough for you to die. Like we all could. You don't know. And nor do I know. The book
There's a large enough sample size. There's a large enough sample size. That dude is not an NBA player.
That dude makes things happen. I want people that are active who make winning plays. Teams need players. No, I'm going to finish. Teams need players that make hustle plays. That guy has it in spades. He is the guy that you want in your corner.
Tune in to the $2 Sports Show with Rusty Witten and Drew Gann every Friday at 3 p.m. only on the Bluff City Media YouTube channel.
It's an opportunity to kind of gain an idea of just how resourceful and creative this front office is. The Steven Adams trade reminds us of, in my opinion, just how resourceful and well thought through the moves that the Grizzlies make are when it comes to this front office. And the Killian Hayes rumor is exactly that. I think that it's fair to assume that the Grizzlies' interest in Killian Hayes and the interest that rival executives have when it comes to Zaire Williams and Jake LaRavia, those two things are connected. Killian Hayes, the name, is not the point of this potential deal. The Grizzlies' interest in Killian Hayes is, in my opinion, probably not for Killian Hayes, the player. But what is of value when it comes to Killian Hayes is that expiring contract.
Tune in to The Daily Grind with Mark King and Luke Hatmaker at 1 p.m. every Monday through Friday live on the Bluff City Media YouTube channel.
Yo, we are back. We are Bluff City Media. This is the NBA trade deadline special. I'm your host. For the next hour, I will be here. At 12:30, we do have a guy that you all know, a guy that you all love, Jeffrey Wright. But another guy that you all know and love is our main guy. What's up, Luke?
I was going to say know and tolerate. But if you think I'll take what you said.
All right, so we do have a trade. Let's go ahead and get back to it. And we have a trade between the Hornets and the Dallas Mavericks. The Mavericks have been obviously all in right now. They're trying to figure out, what's going on, if they can get their team, better around the edges. And they just landed a big guy in PJ Washington down in Dallas, only sending out Seth Curry, who they've used, but he hasn't. I don't think he's a big needle mover for you. And then Grant Williams, who hasn't panned out for them, who they all thought would be. They're sending those two back, plus a first rounder in the 2027 draft that is top 2 protected, as well as two second-round picks. That's it. So what's your thoughts on the trade?
Honestly, good for Dallas. In my mind, I think it's a pretty solid move. I like PJ Washington. I think people have. Is today the trade deadline just full of players that have been in the hearts and minds of Grizzlies fans to trade for 2 years? That all these guys are going. There's Bojangles, there's Alec Burke, there's PJ Washington, there's all these dudes that people have been clamoring for on Memphis. They're just going. They're going, man. And honestly, props to Dallas for when shit ain't working out, they are okay with admitting it, because when you're considering the contract PJ Washington is on with the contract Grant Williams just signed, it's a win-win. And I think PJ Washington is going to fit with next to Luka very, very, very nicely.
Yeah. Well, if you look at his contract this year, he's getting paid $16 million, but then over the next 2 years, next season it's 15, and then it de-escalates down to 14. And so team friendly deal. You're obviously, sending out and you're going to pay what he has this year, but realistically, it's all about the 15 and 14 the next 2 years. You're surrounding, a good shooter, somebody who, that has been a Chris killer over the years. You're sending out really Seth Curry and Grant Williams, and then a first, right? Which is hopefully, you still have Luka in 2027. Hopefully you've built up enough to be good in a few years, but realistically you're sending out every, late in the, 3 years move, which is a first round pick, which is going to be in the 20s if you're good anyway. I like it. I think it's a great move overall, but the Mavericks do land PJ Washington. So they get the 2 second-round picks. I didn't read that right. So the Mavs get the 2 second-round picks, and the Hornets get Grant Williams, Seth Curry, Evan Fournier.
I think Evan Fournier is left. I don't think they get Evan Fournier. Is that right?
I'm not sure. Is this graphic wrong?
I think it's correct other than Evan Fournier, because didn't Evan Fournier just get traded to Detroit?
Yeah. So that's what we're looking at here. All right. So Mark's saying it is wrong. So yes. So if you could just squint your eyes, it doesn't look like Evan Fournier. It looks like a protected 2027 first round top 2 protected pick. It's so protected they had to put Evan Fournier next to it.
Detroit just threw him in.
Yeah. Yeah. Detroit threw him in somehow. It's like, hey, we can get off of him too.
You want
but yeah. So listen, I think the trade is great for Dallas. It helps them. We're still waiting to hear back on the Daniel Gafford of it all because it hasn't kind of come to fruition just yet, which honestly, I'm happy because I really don't want them to get Daniel Gafford, but because they already have Derek Lively. Can they just send us one of them and we'd be fine with it?
Dude, I'm telling you, today is the day of people that the Grizzlies have talked about needing. I'm telling all these players, every one of these dudes, I have heard their name. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm gonna vomit too. I got a garbage can right under me that I'm ready just to vomit everywhere. Because even if we can just pretend trade one of them to the Washington, is the Washington Generals that the Harlem Globetrotters always played? Yeah. Like if we can just make up a trade where we trade one of them there, just to make me feel better, I'd be happy.
Yeah. No, listen, I agree. All right, we have another trade that's coming in from Shams is reporting on this first. Brooklyn is finalizing a trade, sending out Royce O'Neal to the Phoenix Suns for salaries and 3 second-round picks. So obviously salary fillers. I haven't exactly looked at Royce O'Neal's contract. I can't imagine it's that big.
No, I think I looked at it. I think we could almost get it in TPE if I'm not mistaken. I looked at him earlier this summer about possibly getting him because I thought he'd be a great, he's a dude that any competing team would want.
9-5, an expiring deal. We can also go look at the Suns.
Man, the Suns are going to be so far over the damn apron. It's ridiculous.
That new owner doesn't care.
He doesn't give a shit.
All right, so what do you send back? God, they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 players on their roster that make $2 million. One guy who makes 3 and one guy who makes 1. That's 9 guys that make under $3 million.
On the Suns?
On the Suns. And you're bringing in a guy who will make the 5th most on your team on an expiring contract because Grayson Allen makes 8-9. So he's right underneath the $9 million and Royce O'Neal makes 9-5. Like,
do you send Nasir Little out in that deal to match a lot of the deal? Like who goes out?
So Nasir Little's there. He's on a contract for $6 million, $6 to $7 million over the next 4 years, including this season. Because if you send out too many guys, you can't fill a roster.
You can't fill a roster, yeah.
Listen, I don't know what they're doing. I don't know if there's a way you bring in a third team. This is the perfect time to bring in a third team. Like I don't know what you would do that, but you could easily figure out a way to bring in a guy. Let's just bring the Grizzlies into this. You could bring the Grizzlies into it by saying, "Hey, Phoenix, send out a 2nd-round pick, and we'll you throw in a guy like Jake LaRavia in a sense that might help match contracts a little bit more than somebody that doesn't have to come off your roster." Honestly, Victor Oladipo makes $9 million, and
he does.
I don't know. I don't know what the financials are on that. Somehow, if you can get roped into that, where you grab and get some help for just maybe get another second round pick for Oladipo, that could be a way that the Grizzlies get involved in things like this. So, listen, we're not too far into this yet, where we're actually having to worry about the Grizzlies stuff. But the Grizzlies definitely could get involved in a lot of these trades because they do have a guy in Victor Oladipo who could be added into three-way deals across the
anywhere,
league.
Anywhere. Yeah.
So I'm curious what happens. But yeah, that's the newest trade that we have now that has come out. And so we're kind of waiting on more details on that. But Shams has put out that Royce O'Neal is going to the Phoenix Suns for sure. And it's going to be for salaries and 3 second-round picks. So obviously Phoenix has second-round picks.
They got second rounders for days.
So I haven't looked at all they have so far, but I'm interested to kind of see what that looks like going forward. And so how does he fit in with that? Because you're talking about the big trio, right? In Phoenix. How does he fit in that? He's obviously, it would have to be next to Nurkic, but Nurkic is there. Do you play him? You go a little bit bigger with him. Royce O'Neal is a starter next to Nurkic.
And then who do you sit? Who? I mean, is it Grayson Allen?
You do have Grayson Allen, but obviously you can bring Grayson Allen off the bench as a bench scorer. Like, you don't have to.
He's playing so well. I feel like you have to have him. If you put him, maybe that's what you do. Maybe you play Royce O'Neal and have him be your sixth man off the bench and just light other teams up, light second units up.
Okay, David Roddy, we got news.
What?
David Roddy to the Phoenix Suns for a pick swap as part of the three-way deal with Phoenix and Brooklyn.
Damn.
So this will set up Memphis getting involved in this. So, unfortunately, it sends out David Roddy, and all you're doing is getting back a pick swap as part of the three-way deal. But from my understanding, you're going to have a worse. I don't know what year this is for, but you're going to have you're going to potentially this year, the Grizzlies have a better pick. So there's no way they would do the pick swap this year.
No.
And so I'm guessing it's for the future. Has to be. There's no way you do it this year. That doesn't make sense because you don't need to get off of them that bad. And if you do it in the future, how long are the contracts for the Phoenix Suns? This has to be a pick swap for 2027.
I swear to God, if we get rid of Roddy and keep the other two sons of bitches, I'm going to be furious. Swear to God.
So if you look at these contracts, just looking through this for the Phoenix Suns, they have Durant, Bill, and Booker all under contract. All three of them are under contract through the 25-26 season. The 26-27 season only has Bill with a player option and Booker there left. He has another 2 years after that. So I'm not exactly looking. If you can find out more information on exactly what pick it is, I'm not sure. But it could bring something back. All right, here we go. Suns will retain the assets in the 3-team deal this is from Shams for O'Neal and Roddy, including a second rounder and pick swap. So the Grizzlies had to be getting back a second rounder, I would imagine.
Don't we already have a second rounder that belongs to the Suns?
Listen,
did I make that up?
I don't know what's going on. This is all Kenny just said. Daniel misspoke. He meant Zaire and not Roddy. Is this the other who was that? The other Brooks brother we've done with Phoenix. No. We didn't say Roddy. We said Ravia. Ravia. Sorry.
You misread Phoenix. Man, those are two tough dudes at Phoenix. God damn it.
I'm gonna look through their draft assets real quick. Future draft assets, because that's what I think that I wouldn't imagine they have many draft assets for right now. They've had to trade a whole lot to get what they have. All right. Looks like in the 2024 draft they have a round 2, 26 round 2. 28, 2. Yeah, I don't see a first rounder for them right now. So there is, man, I just don't see it. 2025 has.
We got that second rounder that's Houston's or OKC's with no.
No, I'm talking about for Phoenix. I'm only looking at Phoenix's stuff. Like, so what could Phoenix send? And so that's what I'm looking at right now.
They've got 5 picks.
That's what I'm saying. Like, they don't have many picks available, and so that's why I'm curious what this looks like for.
Do we get one of these second rounders that they owe us 2 of our second rounders? They have our second rounder in 2028 and our second rounder in 2029.
Okay. Yeah. Listen, I don't know. I don't want to speculate too quickly because I don't know, but obviously, Phoenix and Brooklyn have done a deal in the past, for Kevin Durant.
Which one was it? Can you? Yeah.
So there's already some picks going back to them. So I would say at this point,
we don't have a second round pick in 2028, so maybe we just get that.
Yeah. So as of right now, I don't know exactly what we're discussing and what we're looking at, but I do want to get into more of the details a little bit later on. But as of right now, the only thing that we have seen so far is there will be Roddy will be included in that trade. There will be some kind of asset, and it will be based around the draft that will be coming back to the Grizzlies. But if it is just a draft swap, I don't know if the next 2 years you're not doing that with Phoenix for Roddy in a sense, and so that wouldn't make sense for that. It'd have to be 2027 if you want to do that. So I don't know, but we'll get into that more of that here in a little bit. But you have any final thoughts on this? I know a lot of people do love Roddy, but any thoughts on this at all before we get out of here?
Just a quick moment of silence for David Roddy, man. I loved the kid. You and I heard him talk. We saw him talk in the live mismatch show. Like, he's a good kid.
Yeah,
gonna miss him. I hope Nate's okay. I'm gonna check on Nate during our next commercial to make sure that he's got a pulse.
Nate's probably MIA right now.
Yeah,
not responding. But all right, so that's all we have. We have Jeffrey Wright from 929 ESPN coming up here very shortly. So make sure you tune into that. We'll take a short break. We'll bring him back, and we'll hopefully get more information about this Roddy news.
Zaire and Jake is definitely a hard sell. But what happens here is the Pistons, who have no intention of winning games, clearly, I don't know, have they won their third yet? I'm sure they have. They are not in a position to compete, so they're just going to build up assets. And so what you do is you attach picks to that, and then you send it over, and then they see if maybe they can get something out of Zaire or Jake, whoever they might take. But the real return for them is the picks, right? Just like when we traded for Iguodala, the return was for picks. We didn't want Iguodala. He clearly didn't want us. So we just got picks out of it. It'd be the same thing for a Detroit or for another team in that scenario. So Grizzlies get off of the contracts. Then the Pistons, in this situation is what's been rumored, get some assets out of it. And then potentially you get a reclamation project that actually works out, which does happen every once in a while. Lauri Markkanen, once upon a time, was a very disappointing draft pick. Not very disappointing, but disappointing, at least a little bit.
Tune in to the Grizz 901 postgame show, live after every Grizzlies game on the Bluff City Media YouTube channel.
One of the original core four members, a pillar of this franchise. He walked so the new era could run. Marc Gasol is going to have his 33 hung in the rafters. But Marc really revitalized the Grizz, not only for me, but for a large segment of the Mid-South, right? Like, he was kind of the driving force behind that, because nobody could take over a game. Sans Zebo, nobody could take over a game like Marc Gasol could. Right. But when he was aggressive on offense, he was a walking bucket, man. Just that mid-range, like, elbow shot was just lethal. And so,
you know, Mike Conley was the conductor, is what they call it. Marc Gasol was equally that to this team. He was the heart and soul. He was such a Eurobasket kind of basketball player. He was so
smart,
cerebral,
so smart.
He knew what you were doing before you knew what you were doing, and it came to fruition so many times on the defensive end to the point to where he was the NBA Defensive Player of the Year.
Tune in to the $2 Sports Show with Rusty Witten and Drew Gann every Friday at 3 p.m. only on the Bluff City Media YouTube channel.
All right, we are back here. We are Bluff City Media, and today I have joining me Jeffrey Wright of 929 ESPN. What's up, Jeffrey?
David, how are you, man?
I'm good. Any thoughts on coming out of this initial trade now we have with David Roddy that is the unknown?
Yeah, I think you have to, because of the way the front office is largely buttoned up, they don't really give out a ton of information. Oftentimes you're having to kind of analyze what's happening and see what the motivation is. Right. It seems pretty obvious to me what the motivation is right now. There's nothing that matters about this season. You know what I mean? Like, we can, and listen, it sucks for guys like us. It sucks. Like, when the Grizzlies are better, there's more attention, and that's better for us. But that's the reality of the world that we're living in. But they also have another issue for next season, which is they've got too many guys. And I think what we're seeing, I think you can say the same holds true for the Xavier deal as what we just saw for this Roddy deal, when we're all sitting there going like, wait, did they get a pick? Like, are they swapping with their own pick? Like, we're all trying to like figure out, like, we're Charlie Day on the whiteboard right now, like trying to like, what did they actually get there? I think it's pretty simple what they got. They're starting to cut down the roster because they just knew heading into next season they've got too many guys. And to me, I think kind of the other big takeaway, perhaps I'll be wrong here in the next 90 minutes, but I think what it's shown is I think other teams are seeing exactly what we've seen if you've watched the Grizzlies. Like, do you really want Laravia?
Yeah.
No. Do you really want Zaire? No. You know, so now we saw, like, I think we'd all probably agree it's like the guy that has clearly been the most consistent player in that core is Roddy. But what's Roddy's position? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I think we all kind of feel bad because Roddy oftentimes gets lumped into like Laravia and Zaire as a draft pick. And to be clear, Roddy has been a much better basketball player. But at the same time, every time you're left watching Roddy, it's like, is his best position a 4? And so if he's going to be a power forward, like, he just gets killed anytime there's any size. So I think what we're starting to see is the Grizzlies are willing to basically cut the roster down, give up anything, as long as they don't have to take something back. Y'all use the example in the previous segment about the Iguodala trade, and it's like, well, the Grizzlies were willing to take back that bad asset, so that they could get the first round pick. Well, the Grizzlies are no longer in that position, and so they don't want to take anything back. And I would imagine you could probably get rid of some of these guys, but if teams are going to take them on, they're like, well, you've got to give us something for it, or you got to take something back. And it's very obvious the Grizzlies want nothing to do with that.
Yeah. And that's what I'm looking at with this roster is if you break it down, Zaire should not be playing. Jake LaRavia should not be playing. And so, yes, if they are still on this roster, they shouldn't be playing if this team is good. If they're playing, that's a whole nother issue in itself. And so if you were to somehow look at the roster and break it down, they are not in your top 8, definitely. And they're probably not even hitting on the top 10 on this roster. And so at that point, unless you just need them for a game, a spot play here or there for their 12 to 15 minutes, realistically, that's where they should be at in their career. Unfortunately, we've had to see too much of them. And I think that's why the fan base is so out on them and getting them off the roster, so we don't have to see them in spot instances like that again.
Right. And I kind of agree with that. The problem that they're running into is I think we're focusing too much on, okay, what is the talent acquisition or the talent, like what we're trading back? The problem that the Grizzlies really have right now, it's like you go and you look at the salary cap for next year. What are we going to do here? I mean, like I'm now starting, as more and more time goes on, like I'm wondering, I don't think it's likely, but are they maybe trading Luke today? Just because you start to look at the math and it's like, you can't really just say, all right, well, you're cutting Roddy, or excuse me, you're cutting LaRavia, you're cutting Zaire. The money still counts. Like it'd be dead money. And so now you're starting to wonder, well, what are they going to do with all that? Because they're really up against the salary cap big time. And, now you're starting to ask, okay, well, who's going to play alongside Jaren? Are they now kind of signaling, hey, man, it's going to be either the draft pick or it's going to be Brandon Clark getting a bulk of those minutes? Because you're now starting to look at this crunch, and it's like, when everyone kind of does the move of, well, they'll go get somebody, it's like, I just keep looking at the salary cap. I'm like, well, how are they going to make that work? Like they're just not going to do that. So that's kind of, to me, what I'm more interested about. How do they make this math start to work with the salary cap?
Yeah, if you're looking at the just the contracts in general, is $14 million for Luke this year, and there's also a team option of $14 million next year, and then you look at Zaire, they've already opted into his deal. He's $6 million, and then the other guy that a lot of people have talked about, who's the most out of the rest, and that's John Conchar, is $6 million, and he has 3 years extension for those, and he's making 6.1 every single year. And so you're talking about $12 million just between Zaire and Conchar. That can't be, not with two guys that should not be playing. That's $12 million, and so that's what I know that you were just kind of hitting on. Like, where do they make it make sense? Because if we just got done looking at that Phoenix roster, and I said how many players had 9 players making $3 million or less. Like, if you look at this Grizzlies roster, it's not like that. And so there has to be some kind of movement. You're already down a big. I don't know what they do. They don't usually make big moves in the offseason. And so right now is their time to take a chance, take a bad contract, to grab a player. They haven't done that yet. There's still time, but I think that's got to be their only play. If they don't do that they don't do that right now, I'm not sure they're going to really get what they want in the offseason.
Admittedly, I am not a collective bargaining agreement expert. I've not gotten my highlighter out and just started thumbing through and right. Highlighting whatnot. But I do think there's one question that we don't really know the answer to yet, and we probably won't know the answer until next summer. And that question is, are we sure Robert Pera's cool going into the tax? Because
he hasn't shown it.
a big part of all of this, and again, I don't know all the penalties, so I apologize for some, but I have a framework idea. One of the big penalties of being in the tax is if you are someone that depends on revenue sharing, it greatly changes the money you can take back from revenue sharing. And so there's a reason why a lot of small market teams are not big on going into the tax. It's not because their owners are cheap. It's because if you're a taxpayer, you don't get the revenue sharing. There's a reason why the Warriors don't care. They're making all their money on the seat licenses and how much money they make for their arena and whatnot. So the Grizzlies, I don't know if you've paid attention to the in-game attendance, but I got to imagine this was not a banner year in terms of revenue. And I think oftentimes we kind of forget this is a business. And so I know everyone likes to do they have the story from ESPN and they said Robert Perry is one of the richest owners in sports. And again, that may be true, but we've not seen him have to sit there and go, at this point, I'm fine going into the tax. We've got to actually see that. And so then you start really, really doing the math on, okay, how many teams out there are going to have 3 players with that command as much salary as Ja, Dez, and Jaren, where you've got this many other players that you're talking about that are making over the minimum or close to the minimum, and that's where I start to go, like, everyone's like expecting all these moves. It's like, guys, the move might just be they draft a big.
Yeah. Well, and the problem is with the drafting of the big is I don't know if any of them outside of SAR, and I don't know how up to date you are on the draft class. I don't know if any of them.
I like Klingon, but that's also because
can he be a starter though? That's the issue.
I mean, that's the other thing. It's like I like Klingon, but I also admittedly like Klingon because I bet UConn a lot and they make me a lot of money, and so I just think good things about those kids. But am I confident that guy's going to? Because even let's say you don't even need him to be a center, but you need him to be a third big.
Yeah.
Do I have the confidence in let's be clear, it's only the next 2 years that are guaranteed. That's when you got those 3 guys. Yep. And so it's all about this. And so am I super pumped about, having to have a rookie that's essentially either at worst your third big or potentially a starter? Well, no, but at the same time, if you would have given me Walker Kessler's rookie year production, if you could guarantee me that, okay.
Yeah. And that's the thing is, but the only other bad thing about that, and we'll get to the breaking news on the trade that just happened, but you do still have to pay these guys that are first round draft picks, and it's higher than it has been in the past. And so you still have to allot some money for that. And so that's a whole nother hurdle.
About $8 million somewhere, I mean, it'll obviously depend on where they are in the lottery, but that's another thing. It's and that's where I just keep coming back to, is Luke because in the end it's a team option with Kennard. Yeah. And I understand that the calculus is going to be, okay, there is an option where the Grizzlies can say, we're not bringing him back and it's $0. That. Right. That's an actual option. That's a solution. But you also, to pull the trigger on that, you are saying we only have 2 proven shooters on this roster. Desmond Bane, who obviously we're not touching, and Luke Kennard. Are you really willing, for a team that struggles in half-court offense as much as they do, and are you really saying you're willing at this point to go into next season without a second proven shooter? That's going to be the decision that they're going to have to make.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. So there's a lot of questions surrounding that. We'll probably hit on that again before you get out of here. But I'm going to go ahead and break in the latest trade. The 76ers are trading out Patrick Beverley to the Bucks, and they're going to be getting back Cam Payne is going back to the 76ers. The only reason, and the Bucks are also they're sending a second-round pick in the deal just to sweeten the pot. But Cam Payne for Patrick Beverley, the Bucks are trying to win. The 76ers are trying to win. Why do you think they're swapping these guys?
I guess it's the classic example of, we know it, with what we've got, it hasn't worked. Let's try something new. Yeah. There's also kind of an element here where you're trying to make if you're the Sixers, you're trying to make it look like you're kind of being busy, that you're doing something.
Just do a busy
because work. I think you kind of are accepting the clock is running on you, and you're all right, we don't know, can we really depend on Embiid? Like how much longer do we have with Embiid? Like, is this year a lost year? I feel like they're just kind of like throwing more darts, being like, let's at least make it look like we're trying.
Was Doc Rivers, was he the coach when Patrick Beverly was out in LA? Do we know that?
I believe so, right?
So that's maybe what he's doing is going to get one of his guys.
Going to get. So Doc's just getting a familiarity. I mean, I assume whenever Beverly moves, I assume it's a team going, we got to get better on defense.
Right.
But let's see. How many? I guess I was also thinking, it's like, how many teams has Patrick Beverly? Are we now like? Has he officially hit a third of the league yet?
He's had to by now, and honestly, he's bounced around so
All
much.
Right, Rockets,
stop in Memphis.
Clippers, Wolves, Lakers, Bulls, Sixers, now Bucks, and that doesn't count as we mentioned the 48 hours in Memphis. So he was with the Clippers in 17. I think Doc was still there, right? I think Doc stayed there till Doc was there for Doc didn't leave the Clippers till 2020.
Okay, well that makes more sense. But like I'm not familiar if Campaign has been playing at all, and so I don't know. Honestly, I liked him. I thought he would be a good upgrade to be the backup player for for just in general for the backup point guard for the Grizzlies before they got Derrick Rose, who we have not seen most of the time either. But
more money spent.
Yeah, I think that Campaign could have been an upgrade to that position, but I haven't seen at all whether or not he's actually played a lot. And so, it looks like, listen, last game he had, 23 minutes, 11 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists. So looks like he's been playing well. I haven't paid much attention to him at all, so I can't speak on him.
Well, the question was, were they featuring him to try to trade him? Hey, look.
The last 2 games, he had 10 minutes, and then another one, 8 minutes, 13. Yeah, you're probably right. 23-minute run.
Yeah.
All right, let's play you.
It's kind of like when I saw Xavier on the bench in like street clothes, like, that guy can play. Like they're just like, they know they're trying to deal him and like, don't get him hurt.
So question on that. I've wondered this. How do the Grizzlies, because they have not yet, as far as I'm concerned, to my knowledge, they have not once received a injury report fine.
Investigation or whatnot. Yeah.
Yes. Because obviously, from my understanding, I think Keith Smith spoke on that. He's on our show. I think it was Tuesday night. He talked about potentially he could be eligible to play for Boston as soon as Friday because he will be hopefully coming off of the injury report. Like that has to bring some kind of investigation, which I don't want to start, but there has to be loopholes that they're doing it the right way.
I don't even know if it's loopholes. Like, let's be real. When these rules came in, what were they about? It was about the TV networks being super pissed that they spent all this money to have these big primetime games and guys were sitting out.
Yep.
All the while, it's also important to note, you're trying to secure a new TV deal.
Right.
So in the end, do you really think the NBA cares whether or not the Grizzlies right now, like if they were hiding Ja Morant and they were in the middle of, a race to being, playing their way back into possible playoff contention, well, maybe that would be a thing, but I've not seen any I got to assume the Detroit Pistons haven't had a ton of investigations launched. The Spurs have not. No one's really looking into the Hornets, and that's just kind of where the Grizzlies are right now. It's like just don't abuse it. Like, because honestly, that was actually one of the things that I was kind of curious about when Taylor Jenkins mentioned a couple of nights ago that Dez is, he's trying to get back and he's trying to hurry. He's trying to be ahead of schedule. I'm like, no, absolutely not. Why are you doing that? And then I was wondering, it's like, it felt, I mean, I guess at a certain level, like, hey, you're trying to boost the PR of your guy. We all get that. But I'm also sitting there going, like, don't bring any attention to yourself that if, like, you have a setback for the ankle and you decide to sit him for the rest of the year, like, don't bring any attention that you've got somebody on the record going, he's ahead of schedule. Like, no, why are you doing that?
If anything, just say, he's looking to get back, but right now we're unsure if he's coming back. We do have some news on the Killian Hayes story. It looks like Detroit Pistons, they're going to just outright release Killian Hayes, a 2021 number 7 overall pick. Wow. Like, so they didn't like our draft compensation. They just said, you know what? F it. We'll just release him.
Well, I think this kind of gets back to what I started with. Like, I know we all want to grade the trade and we all want to be like, well, they could have gotten more. It's like, what is the Grizzlies' motivation right now? Their primary motivation at this point is they are trying to figure out how to cut down the roster for next year. And I presume they're trying to do whatever they can to cut down some money.
Yeah.
I don't know how they're going to do the money, because at a certain point, it's like, hey, you got to come take these guys that nobody wants. But you see with a team like Detroit, where winning is not of the essence, like you can just sit there and cut them. But it's like, for the Grizzlies, are you just going to sit there with dead money? Like,
yeah. And I was going to ask a question earlier. I know that you don't know the collective bargaining agreement and all that as well, and I don't either. I'm not even close. But on the actual tax part of it, if you were to somehow shed enough money to get under the tax this year, no matter at any point, are you still good to get that revenue sharing? Or is it like, hey, you were over the tax majority of the year? So how does that work for this season?
I'm nearly certain it's year end.
Okay.
So did
as
you
long as you're
finish?
good.
Right. I think it's again nearly certain. And they rewrote all the luxury tax rules last time. But I'm nearly certain it's year end.
Yeah, Mark's in the comments saying it's year end as well.
Okay, good.
So
I don't feel stupid.
yeah, so what that thinking is yes, if the Grizzlies can just find a way to just maneuver themselves to get under it by year end, then I think they're good. The problem is like you still have just cutting Oladipo and all that. That's still in your books. You still pay for that. So I want people to understand that. So it's not like just because you release somebody or whatever, just like Detroit did, you still have to pay that money. It's just if they can somehow move it into somebody else's trade exception of some sort and then send a pick along with it for their time. There's ways to doing that, but somehow they need to get lower off the money, which brings up your thing about Luke Kennard. I'm curious if they make a move just because, hey, we're thinking about in the offseason anyway. If we go ahead and do it now, we actually get the revenue sharing and get under any kind of limits.
Again, I could be wrong on this, but when we're sitting there and looking like what are, these pick swaps and whatnot, they might be creating trade exemptions.
Right. So they created one with Adams.
Yeah. And so, I mean, like, I'm just trying to think, like, oftentimes I kind of think the simplest answer is the right answer. Like, the simplest answer is, hey, guys, like, they want to get rid of guys. And as long as you're willing to take somebody and they don't have to basically pay a bill, like, they're kind of cool at this point. And so it seems to me that that's kind of been, if you look at the last 3 deals, that seems to be the theme.
Yeah, for sure. And if you're saying the trade exemption, so they used Jaws, which you had to use on an expiring contract that only lasted, I think, a little bit after the trade deadline. So it allows you to do that. And so you were able to use that, which was going to expire soon. And now you've kind of just, all you did was extend that exact same trade exception for the most part on through the summer. And so it allowed you more time to get somebody that would be helping you for next year and not this year. So smart move out of that Adams trade. Speaking of that Adams trade and obviously the rest of these trades, because we're kind of hitting on our time a little bit, just overall your thoughts on, what they have done so far, because all we know is the Adams stuff, the Xavier Tillman and the Roddy thing.
I think so far they've done literally all they could, like that they're willing to do. Like, I mean, obviously somebody wanted to make a deal for Dez, for Jaren, for Jai, even like they'd make a deal. That's a no touch thing.
Right.
I still think we're not any closer to an answer of what is the plan next to Jaren next year or the plan at the 5. That's to me like that's kind of the looming question. And I mean, I guess to a certain degree, the other unresolved question, unless something happens here again in the next hour and 10 minutes, it's like, what are they going to do with all of these wings that clearly they don't really want and nobody else wants? You know what I mean? Like, so are they going to figure out a way to move them in the summer? Can you maybe, Big Short It style, package some toxic assets, find someone out there that'll grade them higher and take it on. Seems unlikely. They've kind of done about what I expected to. That's kind of the whole thing with this team. It's like when you have so much money and your entire organization's basically tied up into 3 guys, you're kind of limited on what you can do, especially like when you haven't really hit on these guys.
Right.
And now it's like, okay, you're now in this position of it. I think what people are realizing is we always kind of talked about it was going to be hard to move these assets because they're just not desirable. Yeah. And I think now everybody's realizing like, oh yeah, we can't even talk anyone into this.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm curious what happens. Last thing I want to hit on is Jaren at the 5. Sorry. I know Mark was in the back working on this. We do have space under the tax this year. And so really the problem is the next season. And so that's what you were talking about also. But so I'm guessing we're going this year. Maybe there's a way that we could take in some money.
Next year's a real problem because next year, when you consider dead money, everything right now, they're sitting at total cap allocation of 196 million. So they'd be below the second apron.
Right.
But that's still, I gotta see that they're gonna have $196 million of cap. I'm gonna have to see that first. That's one that I'm gonna sit there and go like, everyone's like, oh yeah, no, they're willing to do that. It's like, prove it.
Austin saying in 2K, you always opts out of the Kennard deal. Just create a little bit more.
I mean, the problem is like that to me, like that is the key decision because the simplest answer is because with Kennard, there's no funky math. It's right. You can just choose to not. It's a team option. You can sit there and go, we're not triggering the option. I mean, that's kind of the other thing where like we've talked about some of Kleiman's like misses. Triggering the options for those wings, like that's a bad move. Yep. That was really bad.
Yeah. I agree. Mark's saying there's $10 million under the tax line this year. And so that's kind of what we're looking at. Last thing I do want to hit on, and if you're not following Jeffrey Wright, please do so, but also 929 ESPN, obviously a staple of Memphis, the radio here, and the content that you guys put out. Always a big fan of Mark Giannotto ever since way back in the day when he wrote the story about John Morant calling me out after the press conference and having that good
the fire. I still have that drop. On my soundboard.
Yeah, it was awesome. So me and him kind of have a relationship there. So love Mark. He's awesome. But Ryan wants to know, and he's kind of talking about Jaren at the 5. And so my question before we get out of here, if the Grizzlies go into next season and Jaren is your 5, are you hitting the the button to explode?
Am I hitting the panic button? Probably not. Like the thing is, like I don't care necessarily if Jaren's the 5. Like I really like. Okay. I would prefer he has defensively the ability to do like where he's just like Earl Thomas back there. Like he's the ultimate free safety. He's just roaming around, causing havoc, and he allows he kind of allows a lot of the rest of your defense to kind of suck because of what he makes up for.
Right.
I don't think Brandon Clark provides that, but what Brandon does do, like what they pair well together is Brandon is a very good rebounder, and that's not Jaren's best defensively. The concern that I have, if that is your actual front court next year, is, man, I don't know if like that feels like Jaren's not going to. Like at times when people were like, well, Jaren's defense has taken a step back this year. It's like, no, his defense doesn't take a step back. Yeah. There's just not another big, and he's having to make up for like you saw him. You just have to crash and whatnot. And so I'm not in love with that, but I think we have to accept at this point in time, like that may not be what it is on opening night, but that very well could be the option.
Yeah. And that's the unfortunate part of that is if it is Jaren at the 5, I do think that you're going to have a good option at the 4. It could be Vince Williams, which everybody loves, but that just gives you a ceiling if it is Vince Williams.
That team is awfully small with Vince Williams.
And so that's going to be your issue. And so can you bring somebody into 4? If not, then it has to be a 5. something's got to change. And I think it will change. I think we're going to be, hopefully we're very delighted in the next hour of news that comes out of the Memphis Grizzlies. But Jeffrey Wright, man, I can't thank you enough. It's been awesome to have you on here. It's my first interaction with you. I've heard you many times over the years, just kind of over the radio. And so it's been awesome to kind of have you on today for sure.
Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we'll be right back. Make sure you tune in. Mark will be manning the deck soon enough.
basketball at times has turned into like very selfish, individual, statistical, like, let me get mine regardless of a win or loss, especially at the collegiate level when guys are trying to make it to the next level or professionally. It's not necessarily all about coming in and winning games and championships and playing together and guys being willing to sacrifice. You get more guys that want to go out there and score points and make flashy plays for themselves personally than you do get teams that just want to win basketball games.
Well, and I think the transfer portal has kind of accentuated that, right?
Oh, 100%. You come in and you got 13 new guys every year. Like, it's going to be difficult to.
It's almost like you got 13 mercenaries, right? That are representing a team that the majority of the fan base would live and die for.
Tune in to Tigers Untapped with TJ Willis and Trey Lasley every Wednesday at 3 p.m. on the Bluff City Media YouTube channel.
The next 2 years, if they can find a roster that works with those guys making the money they make, they'll have 2 legitimate shots at titles, I think, for 2 years. And now after that, you figure out what you're going to figure out. Jaren's going to come up again and his money's going to be more. Maybe that's the point where you've got to break it up. This trade deadline and this offseason, acquiring some pieces that make sense for you, not development guys, not drafting guys, acquiring pieces and guys on favorable contracts that fit into your system, that finish those last little bits around the edges that you need. And that's, I think, why the next 2 years are so important. I think that's why the trade deadline is so important, as well as the offseason, because they've got to find pieces that work. They cannot develop guys. They're done with that. They can't be doing that anymore.
Time is done.
Tune in to The Daily Grind with Mark King and Lute Hatmaker at 1 p.m. every Monday through Friday, live on the Bluff City Media YouTube channel.
Welcome back to the NBA trade special. Sean Coleman is back with me. What's going on, man?
What's going on, man? Yeah, just I don't know, dude. We're all this nostalgia between us over the past 2 weeks. It's a bit much having to see you this often, in all honesty. But we'll just leave it at that. So.
It is a bit much. I also don't like to see me this much either. That's okay though. We are here to talk about the NBA trade special, but the Grizzlies are doing a few things here and there. We're still waiting on these final details of this David Roddy trade coming out. First off the bat, are you surprised about David Roddy? I mean, frankly, I was one of the young wings I thought was actually good.
Yeah. Well, I think it's important to define good, right? David Roddy was serviceable in the rotation, but David Roddy having the highest floor of him, LaRavia, and Zaire Williams, that's still not saying much. I mean, at the end of the day, we've seen that when David Roddy plays, there's some struggles with shot selection. Let's get to the good first. He's got some good defensive upside, good dribble drive prowess at times when it comes to especially using his body, can have the occasional three. But I mean, at the end of the day, the one thing that he did not have is size, which the Grizzlies need more of. He likely did not have, in my opinion, he probably doesn't have as high of a shooting upside as Zaire and LaRavia, which I know is very theoretical instead of in reality. But at the end of the day, when you have those three players and your biggest compliment of David Roddy is that he's got the high, to me, that says that it makes kind of sense why he would be the one to go, why you would send him out to clear a spot, get a pick swap, which I think probably will be a first-round pick swap out in 2028 or I guess maybe 2029. But I think that the Grizzlies still want to see out the Zaire Williams, Jake LaRavia ceilings, barring something unforeseen over the past few hours. And for that reason, they were okay trading away David Roddy and getting Yuta Watanabe back, who could be good shooting depth, but also obviously that pick swap, several years from now.
Yeah, look, I'm not a big fan of the again. Sean just released that the Grizzlies will require Yuta Watanabe in in the deal along with that 3-team trade. Again, there's the full trade is not out yet. I just, for me, Yuta does not change the needle for me at all. I mean, particularly, I think it's perfectly fine, but I think keeping Roddy is just a better bet. I mean, to be honest with you, I think he's on a better contract in terms of just, control and of the asset or of the player. And so I think I don't love the deal. And so I'm still waiting for a few more things to come out to see if that's it. But I mean, this trade seems like a pretty large trade between the 3 teams. So it might be a minute before we get all the details out. I don't know. I don't know. I don't particularly love it.
Well, and I can understand that. At the end of the day, Roddy's depth made some sense, but the Grizzlies, now have been able to clear. They've added a first round pick swap when post Durant and likely Beal Booker era. But you also have the ability now to where you cleared 3 roster spots, right? Now, they could potentially pick up Watanabe's option next year because I believe you saw he had a $2.6 million option for next year. But say they don't pick that up. Well, you now got Victor Oladipo's expiring, Lamar Stevens expiring, as well as Watanabe's spot that could be off the roster. You're going to go ahead and claim 2 of those by signing Gigi, as well as likely your first-round pick if you make it. But then that gives you another roster spot to play with next year, barring another trade that occurs. But I think that this is what occurred. I would assume that the Grizzlies probably were looking too much more than likely. So the Grizzlies went a more beneficial route. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say exactly what
but I think
Grum said that the option is a player option for next year. So
okay. It's a player.
It's likely he picks that up.
Yeah. Okay. So then basically they did go out and they got a depth, but you could always include Watanabe in a trade to clear that roster spot since it's not a big salary, just like you did Roddy. But the whole point is that it's an opportunity for you to be able to get roster spots opened up, and at the end of the day, you clear, just to be honest, probably a not so productive option from the rotation for you to play with.
Yeah, like I said, we'll wait and see the remaining details on the trade offer for David Roddy. Like he's mentioned, it is a small enough contract, $2.6 million, that if they need to waive him, if they need to release him, they can, and the dead money is not that big a deal, right? I mean, it's flexibility. Like we've talked about on this show, me and you several times. That's kind of been their name of the game so far this trade season for the Grizzlies is just flexibility, and especially going into next year. So that will be interesting to see what they decide to do with Yuta. I mean, again, my assumption is he'll be here to play, and he'll be here to play throughout this year and next year. And so I think that's something that they'll maybe look and see like a trial situation for you to see what happens in terms of how he can play this throughout this season and the next, and then decide what to do with him, going into next year.
Yeah. And thanks to D-Grums for the clarification. But yeah, I think at the end of the day, you basically have the opportunity to where Roddy got you the pick swap, which means you got some type of potential value from him, and then Yuta probably is an easy to move off option. Because it seems likely that they were going to decline Roddy's 4th-year option before next year, either way. But at the end of the day, I think that it kind of points out you probably have different viewpoints on this deal based off your opinion of David Roddy. Sure, if we would have kept him, could we have kept playing him? Yes, that's fine. But at the end of the day, I don't think that's a big loss, and you get a little bit of chance at value by moving him. Plus, you also probably have an easier way of moving off of him in time.
Yeah, no, I agree. Let's look at the larger NBA as a whole. What, if anything, has stood out to you so far during the day-to-day? Anything you like for teams that you really thought was a good deal?
Yeah, looking at teams that were potentially looking to really go for it this year in a year where you've got some teams, but you don't have anyone just running away from it. And I love what Dallas and New York have done really well. For New York, obviously you have to wait and see what the health of OG Anunoby is going to be with how big he's been for their defense, and then with Dallas being able to sit there and get both Daniel Gafford as well as PJ Washington, that big rotation along with Kyrie as well as Luka Doncic, you can get a lot of versatile things going on offense with an offense that already is consistently high, and you can lead different lineups with Luka and Kyrie as well. So those two teams have really stood out. Beyond that, just some, Detroit's continuing just to, just get as many picks as they can. They just seem to be shuffling things around. Beyond that, there's really not been anything that stood out. I like what Boston did yesterday by getting Xavier Tillman, waiting to see if they do anything else. But what really stood out to me was that you can add two more teams, I think, to the going for it this year crowd in New York and Dallas.
Yeah, I mean,
and forgive me, Dallas being able to, or New York being able to do what they did while keeping still plenty of assets to go get a true star, that makes perfect sense. And one last thing, the lack of movement from like the Lakers as well as potentially Golden State, that stands out as well.
Yeah, something we really haven't talked about today. We've talked about obviously all the trades that happened, but something that we really haven't discussed is like you mentioned, people that have not done anything. A lot of teams that have not done things that it's just as much as you would think. I think the Knicks are the clear winners today. In this trade deadline, they have gotten so many good pieces on the roster now, in addition to what they already had, and didn't give up a single first round pick for it. And I cannot believe that they have been able to continuously do that. Have you seen the Daniel Gafford final trade? I know that I saw it, and it said just they were looking at or just getting draft compensation for it, but I never saw what that was, and I don't know if it's actually official or not.
I don't think it's official. My thought is, I thought that I saw that he was instead going to OKC when PJ Washington was going from Charlotte to Dallas. But it's something about the 2024 first, one of the lesser of OKC's 2024 first. That's getting way into the weeds when it comes to the details. So I'm sure they're figuring it out. It also still kind of puts in my mind, I'm not putting anything out there other than speculation, but you've got Gafford as well as you've got PJ Washington now, that they're quote unquote front court players. Is Lively potentially in the deal for a bigger piece than that? I wouldn't think so. It wouldn't make sense for that to occur. But the fact that they've got PJ Washington as well as Gafford as well as Lively now, that's pretty interesting. Unless Lively's got some type of ailment that I don't know about. It's good, but it seems also kind of be a bit of a logjam now with the bigs that are there. But at the end of the day, combining bigs with Luka and Kyrie as many as possible, that's never a bad thing. So,
yeah, we talked. Luke and I talked about it earlier today when we first started the show, or whatever when that first came out, and that was kind of what we said too. It didn't make a whole lot of sense, and I assume that it's insurance purposes at this point. That was kind of, or like you mentioned, that Daniel Gafford trade is no longer going to happen if PJ Washington's going to them as well. So maybe that's obviously it's still up in the air. That could happen too. So maybe that's possible. But you mentioned people who have not made a move. Who are you looking at teams that probably should be making moves that haven't done anything?
Really, the teams that are, obviously Atlanta. It surprises me that they have not really made any moves. I'm surprised that Orlando hasn't potentially tried to go get some sort of point guard play. Maybe they could be talking with Washington for Tyus Jones. Maybe they could be talking with Portland for Anthony Simons if they're going to keep Brogdon. I think that those type of teams, even if you're not a team that's looking to go for it this year, maybe there's a good opportunity for you to go get a veteran cheap that you can bring in, even if they're an expiring contract, and you've got space to re-sign them. That's what stands out to me. So yeah, I think that this trade deadline has kind of gone, pretty well. But to me, if there's a loser of the trade deadline, it probably is Atlanta, especially if they don't move off any of their guys now. I understand that they've got reasons to hold on until the summer, but it just would surprise me if they haven't moved off anybody.
Yeah, and to the commenter's question, they asked, "Are we done making trades?" And I assume that when they say "we," they mean the Grizzlies. Do you think the Grizzlies are done today?
I would probably put it at about 60-65% they're done. I think that they definitely should continue to inquire. Seeing maybe if they, if there's potentially a trade John Conchar for a few more seconds. With the fact that he's continued to play while others have been traded, it makes me think as if the market for him may not be out there as much as we had thought. And with David Roddy going, probably doesn't make as much sense now to attach seconds to Zaire or Jake LaRavia to trade them off. Now, the one move that I wouldn't mind them doing is, especially if you can get any type of assets for John Conchar, could they potentially put 2 seconds with Zaire and try to get an upgrade from somewhere? Again, like a Corey Kispert or somebody like that. Probably too high of a price. I imagine that type of move is probably too high. You still got Victor Oladipo's contract out there. It seems now that, barring any last minute big trades amongst other teams, that they may just waive him. So those are just kind of a couple of options. But I want to stress them freeing up the logjam of the three wings that really were not producing, getting 5 future seconds between Steven Adams as well as Xavier Tillman, creating that traded player exception. Those were all great moves. This has been a significant win for the Grizzlies at this deadline. And if they could do one more move, that'd be great. But I'm perfectly satisfied with what they've done so far.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was always going to be the trade deadline for the Grizzlies. It was just cleaning up the back of the roster. It was just getting something for Xavier Tillman, who was going to leave anyway. I think, the Steven Adams thing is something we didn't see because we thought they were higher on Steven Adams than they were. Clearly they had concerns about the injury and just about him playing in the future with the Grizzlies as well. So I think that was something that was surprising, but I think these moves today and that we've seen yesterday with Xavier Tillman, I think these are all moves that made total sense. And do I want them to be done? No, I want them to go out and try to get a Corey Kispert, like you mentioned, someone that can do something on their depth of their bench depth and their wing depth to upgrade it. And maybe that happens in the summer. Maybe this is all about, cleaning up the back end of the roster where, you're moving all people you've seen. And quite frankly, you kind of know who they are and what they're going to give you, like a Jake LaRavia and a Zaire and obviously David Roddy for them. And then you can make those other moves in the summer. But yeah, I think that I would hope they're still looking for that John Conchar and LaRavia and Zaire suitors. I think that if you move Zaire, move Jake, you got to have to attach picks to it, do it. And I just don't know if they're willing to do that at this moment.
No, and they shouldn't, in my opinion. And the reason why that is because, they've already moved Roddy. So they've done what they needed to do. They moved on to get a bit more productive player or to free up a roster spot next year while getting a bit of value. And again, I know that LaRavia and Zaire may seem to be sunk costs at this point in time. But the fact that you've already moved off of Steven Adams, you have ways to where you can move off other players potentially in the summer. Next year, one thing that I don't think is talked about enough is that if we've now got the flexibility to where we're going to be okay, we may make another move, that equals current salary that we're projected to have. But Zaire and Jake LaRavia both are more than likely going to be expiring contracts next year. Zaire will be in the last year of his rookie deal. I would think they're trending towards declining the fourth year of LaRavia's rookie deal, which they have to decide upon before his third year. So both of them are going to be expiring contracts next year. I bring that up because it's not like they're long-term money. And if you've already freed up the opportunity, you know that you probably have a rotation already in place. We're likely going to already have our top 7 or 8 in place, probably add another significant big. I don't think, and what I'm getting at is I don't think the need to move either one of those two are as much there now as it was in the past.
And to further that point, if you look at the Grizzlies cap sheet next year,
especially adding assets to move them, I'll add that.
Well, more importantly, because I think even more important for the Grizzlies, and I think what I'm about to tell you will give you every indication of what they're doing and what their goal is. Right. Next year's luxury tax is $171 million. With the move they just made with David Roddy, you know what it puts them? $170.
Ooh.
$1 million out of the tax for next year right now, as it stands for the Grizzlies. Now, granted, that's without opting in Luke Kennard, but still, if they don't want to do that, then that puts them under luxury tax next year. And to be clear, we had Jeffrey Wright on earlier, and he said the same thing. We think their repair is okay with being in the tax, even in the first apron, but we don't know that. And they've never been a tax team. So,
well, and I think if you also stay below the tax, if I'm correct, it's not be a trade, but there's more exceptions that are available to you if you stay below the tax as well. I believe it's a non-taxpayer mid-level exception, I believe, that the Grizzlies can take advantage of. So that probably, to your point, is a goal. So yeah, and to the point that others have made, Matt Hertliga, I know you made it as well. Many have made this point. The Grizzlies really don't have a reason to be in the tax next year. You want for them to be aggressive. You want for them to go into next year looking to contend, but you also kind of, next year is going to really be the first opportunity that you have to see where everybody is as our core goes, coming off, several of them with major injuries. So do you want to sit there and just invest like crazy in a product that, yes, but you also have many different pieces of it that haven't played together in a while. So it makes sense to probably stay below that tax and still have all options available to you.
Yeah, I thought that was an interesting. I just looked at I was looking at the cap sheet while you're talking, and just to see where they feel now, because they had added Yuta to the cap sheet already, which is, again, I guess that trade is official, but they added it to the cap sheet on Spotrac, which was was very quick. But that does put them at 170 again. That's without Luke Kennard. I think they want to keep Luke Kennard, but who knows? It gives them flexibility, and that's what really matters in these trades and for the Grizzlies going forward in the summer, is that flexibility of what do they want to do, where do they want to be. This doesn't take into account their first round draft pick next year, which will add more salary as well. But if they do decide to do all those things, it would keep them well below the second apron, which is when really the penalties really start to kick in, and that's what they're definitely trying to avoid for sure.
Yeah, agreed. And if you want to add assets to Zaire or Jitty to make a trade for them, to go get someone who stays below them, like if you go get someone in the 2021-2022 draft who is not really excelling where they, are right now, they were picked later on in the draft than 10 where Zaire was, their salary is likely going to be less. So again, if you're going to, I'm still for adding assets to one of those two players, even if you go get someone that you like that could be a rotation level player. But, if not, I think they've done enough heavy lifting to keep their options over the summer. And that's the big thing of all. Plus, having that traded player exception, you're much more free to be creative this summer than you were a week ago. And that's a big win within itself.
Shams just released the Detroit is waiving Daniel House Jr. and Detroit also waived Killian Hayes. Does that surprise you that they couldn't find anything for those guys?
Not really. And the reason that I say that is because what it seems to me is that Detroit, the reason why they just went ahead and released them is because they didn't want, like the Grizzlies, they didn't want to sit here and take on future compensation without getting significant draft compensation when it came to reclamation projects. It seems as if when it comes to the Grizzlies, they were going the route of Killian Hayes first, but they were going to have to add more pick compensation on their end since Killian Hayes was an expiring. So to me, Detroit's ranking of options, especially with Killian Hayes, was, okay, we'll use him to potentially get extra draft compensation if we need to take on future compensation. But if not, nobody's going to trade a pick for him because nobody wants to sit there and add him to their squad now when they're likely going to get rid of him over the summer. So they just went ahead and waived him instead of because it allows for them to complete their other trades. So it doesn't surprise me at all, especially if they were holding firm on getting significant compensation for to trade him as an expiring.
Yeah, if I will say this, and before we wrap up with you, we're going to get to our next guest here coming up. I believe Sane is coming up behind you. Anthony Sane will be here at 1:30. The one thing I'll say about Killian Hayes and Daniel House, if the Pistons couldn't feel like they could get a second round or multiple seconds for Killian Hayes or Daniel House, that tells you everything you need to know about the trade market for Zaire Williams and Jake LaRavia. So.
But like I say, I'll say this, and I may get burned for saying this. I know that we, are looking at I know that we're looking at, the fact that when it comes to LaRavia and Zaire, we've seen enough with Zaire. I get it. LaRavia can't stay healthy. It does seem as if that if I'm sure that talks have been had to see what the value's out there. You wouldn't have seen the reporting on it if it had not been. But if they're not moved on, I definitely still do think that there is a way to where at least one of them could become something with another summer under their belt. Won't put too much hope in it. I know that that's probably, again, more hopes and dreams than anything else. But if the Grizzlies do wind up holding on to them, I don't think that means that they truly given up on them. I think that they'll still invest the time to possibly try to get something out of them for next year's roster if they can't move on from them. So wouldn't put too much hope in it, but I do think with the Ravi and Zaire, we've seen flashes. Maybe we can make that more consistent for the rest of this year and over the summer.
You heard it here first, guys. Sean Coleman thinks that Zaire Williams is a superstar. He thinks that Zaire is going to be something major in the league here in the NBA. So now I get what you're saying, though. I understand. I think that, again, it's one of those guys, you can't get him now. You revisit him during the summer and see what you can get. Sean, thanks for joining us. Really appreciate you stopping by. If you can't, he's always on our show on the Daily Grind. So look for him over there. Look for him at GBB Live, his podcast over at Bluff City Media as well. Read all of his work over at Bluff City Media because he does a great job. Man, I appreciate it. We are going to get to a break. We got Anthony Sane coming up on the other side.
I know that me and you both have a special place for DeAnthony Melton in our hearts. And I got over DeAnthony a lot faster than you seem to have done. But God has blessed us with someone, Keith, that I think will satisfy that empty place in your heart, man, by the name of Vince Williams. How much of that empty void of DeAnthony Melton has been replaced by that new thing, man, Vince Williams?
Yeah, Vince Williams Jr. has absolutely filled that empty hole in my heart. I don't love watching our team. Like, it's fine, but they're not awesome. Josh suspended. Well, he's the fun guy. Like, Jaren's good, Desmond's good. The rest of these guys, I don't like watching play basketball. So I was like, this sucks. And then him getting this opportunity, and it was like a game or like 2 games. And I'm like, that's what I like watching play. And I got to say, we're now like 2 months into it. I'm like pinching myself where I'm like, he's better than I dreamed.
Tune in to the Anthony Sane Show Wednesdays and Fridays at 12 p.m. weekly on the Bluff City Media YouTube channel.
Does the Sean Strickland, Drake Duplessis thing move the needle at all?
Not at all. Not even close. No one likes either of those guys. They don't fight particularly fun. It was just kind of boring, and like it just feels like it's just a placeholder.
Let me tell you how much of a needle mover Drake Duplessis is not. He made Sean Strickland the babyface in this fight, and Sean Strickland is a jackass.
There are like 5-minute compilations of him saying like racist remarks and like sexist,
he's
transphobic remarks. He even said it in like the freaking before the fight. He's making transphobic remarks. It's like, dude, why do you have? Can you just act normal for a half second?
And Drake Duplessis made the fans in Canada say, you know what, we like.
Yeah, we like this guy exactly.
But we're all just waiting for the rightful champion to come back, man. That's all we're waiting on.
Tune in to On the Bluff with Christian Fowler and Gabe Kuhn every Tuesday at 12 p.m. on the Bluff City Media YouTube channel.
What's up, man?
What's going on?
Got my guy staying with us today. Welcome back to the Bluff City Media Trade Special right here on Bluff City Media all day long. We've been live for like 4 hours so far. It's been a hell of a day. Sane, what's going on?
Man, I'm good, man. I was worried for a minute, man. I was like, I haven't seen number white boys in here all morning, man. But look, hey, I popped up, man. You know, I said, I guess I got to do it myself.
There you go.
I guess I got to do it myself, man. What's going on, Omar?
You know, it's been an interesting day to say the least. Lots of NBA trades to start the day in the morning, kind of mid-morning, and then we've been kind of cooled off for the last I don't know, hour and a half or so. We've got 30 minutes left in this trade deadline. Let's start off with the Grizzlies. Obviously, we cover the Grizzlies. Where are you at on Tillman, Roddy, getting Yuta back? Any of those things? Do you care about any of those things?
Moving Tillman and getting the 2 second-round picks back is pretty good, especially when you see some of the other names that have been moved for second-round picks. Man, I think that Tillman, he was a good player for us, a guy who was pretty versatile on defense, could guard a variety of guys. But expiring contract does seem that the Grizzlies are trying to trim around the edges as much as they can financially. So then he's a guy that you also can, you could bring him back this summer if you're that emotional about losing Xavier Tillman. So wasn't really surprised to see them move on from him to get 2 second-round picks back. The David Roddy thing, just kind of glad to see him off the roster or whatever. You bring back Yuta, who's got that player option for next year, so we'll see how that goes, whether or not he opts in or whatever he decides to do. Plus, if he does opt in, it's not a hard contract to move or just to cut or whatever. And it may be an issue of the Grizzlies, basically letting him know, what their plans are and what he might decide to do. He might want to say, well, instead of me taking this 2.5, let me weigh my options this offseason. If the Grizzlies really don't have any interest in me or whatever. But yeah, man, I think I heard y'all talking about, I'm in a group chat where they're talking about, why make this move? It's pretty much a lateral move. Is Is Yuta better than Roddy and all these type of things? And I have a question for you guys. How many David Roddy jerseys do you expect to sell next year as opposed to Yuta Watanabe? I mean, let's be for real. We expect we out here talking about asking Robert Perry to go into the luxury tax, but all right, well, let me find a dude at the end of my bench who's gonna sell jerseys like hotcakes in Japan. So yeah, you get Yuta back. Something you also have to remember about Zach Kleiman is that he has guys that he banked on, you know what I mean? And Yuta's one of those guys he identified his first season. I'm sure that when you see him go off and have success on other teams, whether it's Toronto or Brooklyn, not as much in Phoenix. He's had a pretty bad year in Phoenix, not getting a lot of playing time. But I'm sure he probably saw some of the things that he saw when he first brought him on. And, I wouldn't be surprised if they think that there's something in Yuta they can possibly unlock. But like I said, man, it's been a pretty interesting trade deadline across the entire NBA. And I'm pretty good if the Grizzlies don't do anything else. But like you said, we got about 20 minutes left. Plus, you have those trades that are left in the chamber at the end that you hear about after the deadline is over with. I know that pretty much is the case. They're pretty much synonymous. But we kind of act like that the media is the NBA. Like the Woj and Shams, what they're saying are the NBA. There are deals that happen that happen that they don't know about. Like that is possible stuff happens that isn't funneled through them. So you do get those shot clock trades that happen around right at the deadline that they start finding out about that were moved through different channels. But yeah, it's been a pretty interesting deadline. I like the direction the Grizzlies are going in. They're gearing up for a big summer, man. Something interesting is going to happen, and we're going to see what the next version of the Grizzlies looks like next year.
Yeah, I think, it's obviously you're absolutely right. I mean, we got 20 minutes left, but there's always, it's more like an hour, maybe 45 minutes, because there's always a number of trades that come in right as the deadline's ending, or it takes a few 15 to 20 minutes to kind of get all that information out after the deadline. And hell, we've seen trades go up to that deadline and then get voided for various reasons before as well. So it doesn't happen.
Like the Mayo Ray Allen or so. It was something happened. With OJ or something with us. But yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It has happened before. Were you a David Roddy fan? Doesn't sound like it.
Yeah, hell no. I ain't a fan of I'm a fan of John Morant, Jaren Jackson Jr., and Desmond Bain. All these other dudes, I'm not losing sleep over nobody else on this team, bro. Like, it's just we're way too over emotional as a fan base about dudes, just random dudes. You know what I mean? So nah, man. If it's not one of those three guys, I'm not stressing over literally any of that. I'm not, but David Roddy was a very undersized wing that you played more as a 3-4 sometimes. So I'm super good on David Roddy.
Yeah, I think he's a guy you really thought he was good, or I think he's a very decisive player in terms of you thought he was good or you thought it was bad. Yeah. In terms of the NBA, you obviously mentioned the NBA. It's been a very interesting just landscape as of today. Any team out there you think that has done a better job than most?
Like what the Knicks did. A lot of times we kind of get super excited about what people do at the deadline. For guys who you can only put 5 dudes on the court, man, and those are great names, Bogey and Alec Burks or whatever. But it's only good if they're actually on the court during winning time. You know what I mean? Because a lot of times we kind of forget about that type of stuff. Just like the Lakers, right? Everyone was hype about the moves the Lakers made. The Lakers are just getting everybody. These dudes aren't even playing. Like, they're not even getting real playing time. And I'm not saying that's what's going to happen in New York, but we just have to see how that whole thing plays out. I think the aggressiveness they did, especially for what they had going out, was great for the Knicks for sure. But we'll just have to see how the whole thing works out, man, because the chemistry matters, bro. When you're adding guys into their locker room, some wild things have happened to teams. I remember the Pacers, the year that they traded Danny Granger for what's the guy's name who does the podcast? He sounds like Kermit the Frog. He has a horrible voice.
You're thinking of Patrick Mahomes. He sounds like Kermit the Frog.
No, he does too. But no, man. Good God. His name's on the tip of my tongue. Evan Turner. They traded They traded Danny Granger for Evan Turner. And like that whole season just went to shit. You know what I mean? So that type of stuff can happen, man. So we'll see how that whole thing goes. But just on paper, the Knicks really improved what they were trying to do for sure. Because you heard names like possibly Luke Kennard being a target as far as shooting is concerned. You get 2 guys who can knock down shots. Alec Burks, who's been through there before, Bogdanovich, who has playoff experience. So yeah, I think the Knicks definitely killed the trade deadline for sure.
Yeah, on paper, like you mentioned, is a very, very different thing than real life and in the NBA. I mean, again, we've seen it here, the Grizzlies and a number of other places that is, you think things are going to work out and they just don't for whatever reason, whether that be injury or just personalities, literally anything. And so it's a very good point to make. Switching back to the Grizzlies, is there anything that you would like for them to do in the next 20 minutes before the deadline's up? I mean, or do you think that this is par for the course? They'll kick the can down the road into the summer and figure it out then.
If you could do anything to just get guys that are bums off your team, man. Like I don't like, as far as like bringing a name in, I don't care. I don't think anything like that is going to happen. If you can find a way to get Zaire, you can find a way to get Jake out for a team, just to and get for an expiring contract. All those things would be great. And man, how bad does a guy like Zaire or Jake have to be for you to have a pending deal with Detroit that we've been talking about for days that actually looked like they had legs? And Detroit's like, all right, you know what, man, screw it. I'll just wave Killian Hayes. I'll just wave Killian Hayes while I take one of them bones back. So this is just kind of where we are as far as that goes. But I don't see them doing anything else. Yeah. Could be an interesting summer, man, when you got especially if you get under the tax line. If you stay under the tax line, there are some interesting things that you could do. I don't know if you bring Kennard back, but they'll still put you in the tax, of course, but you'll still be below that second apron, right? You still would have the taxpayers exception. Yeah, there's some interesting names that the Grizzlies may can look at in the summertime. I know we talked about Andre Drummond as being a guy that, if the season was something to play for, that you may have traded for earlier in the year, but he may be a guy that's available this summer that you could kind of get probably on a budget deal to put alongside Jaren. So, yeah, man, like I said, we got about 20 minutes left in real time. Probably not much is going to happen, but like I said, if you can find a way to get rid of one of those two guys, which you probably won't. And it's so crazy, man, because I've had debates with people this whole season that have talked about what are the value of guys like Jake and Zaire. And I'm like, man, if this doesn't show you those dudes have zero value, and that like there were people that would tell me, man, I was like, man, you would have to send out an asset to move those dudes. Oh, no, it's crazy. And here they are, man. You know what I mean? Like, they're trying to get rid of those type of deals to trim as much money around the edges as they can. And you're not seeing those things happen at all. So,
yeah, I mean, you brought up a good point. If they can't get a deal done around Killian Hayes and they just wave Killian Hayes, it tells you everything you need to know about Zaire Williams. Like,
because we had no desire for Killian Hayes other than, hey, our 5'8" point guard is about to run out of G League games. I mean, two-way games. So we need somebody to bring the ball up court a little bit. And that's the only value he was going to have for the rest of the year. Then they were going to let that contract roll off. And then, whoever they traded out, their contract disappeared. So the fact that Detroit was like, all right, man, we better just waive this dude and screw around with these dudes y'all got. So
yeah, we don't even want a second round pick from you.
Yeah,
guys.
we don't even want a second round pick for it, man. Screw it. Hey, screw it. Yeah.
Yeah, because that was the deal. That was it was Zaire in a second or Jake in a second, or and that was like we'd rather just not do that.
Right.
We'd rather waive this guy and eat the money.
We're three dudes over our limit right now. Hey man, screw it. We'll just waive this dude. This one less dude we gotta waive. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. You mentioned Andre Drummond. Where are you at? Obviously the Grizzlies don't really have a center.
Mm-hmm.
Where are you at on Jaren playing the 5? I know I think that's a very divisive topic. Some people think it's where you got to be. Some people think it's where he can't be at all. Where are you at on Jaren in the 5?
Yeah, Doug McDermott just went to the Pacers too. That's another trade that just happened. I don't think that's a real thing, man. I think the Grizzlies are well aware of what Jaren's deficiencies are. And I think that if he's the 5, he's only the 5 on paper. I don't think he's going to play the role of a 5 on this team. We're seeing a lot of Jaren doing that this year, having to play the role of a 5, and it's really making this defense decline big time. I think that if you can allow, if you're a 4 as a guy that allows Jaren to play the 5, I think that's something that can work. And like I said, when those reports came out about how Draymond Green was close to signing here this summer, that should show you that if Draymond Green was your 4, Jaren would still be your 5 or whatever, but he wouldn't be your 5. You know what I mean? They would play Jaren still as the 4, even though Draymond is the shorter guy or whatever. So I just think it depends on what you're doing at power forward if you use Jaren as a 5 or not. Because as long as he's able to go back to the role he had when Steven Adams was here and JV and all these guys were here, I mean that's fine. I don't really care whether he's the 5 or the 4 on paper or not. But I don't think I don't think that their plan is to have Jaren at the 5 and then like, I don't know, Santi's at the 4 or, you know, somebody like that. I think it would have to be a physical. If you do that, it's gonna be a physical guy at the 4 who can rebound a little bit. And it could very well be Brandon Clark, man. I would not be surprised.
Yeah.
And this makes total logical sense to me. The most logical path for the Grizzlies is just being honest. If Brandon Clark is fine, if he can go out there and rebound at a high level still and defend the post at a high level, you put Jaren at the 5, you put BC at the 4, you draft your center, right? You just go to the podium, you take whatever big man is the best at your spot, wherever you are in the draft. Then you just kind of phase that guy in, like over time. Like I think the guys like Brandon Clark, if he's here, and then if you keep this Jemison kid or whatever, it buys you time to get your true rookie and Jemison possibly up to speed to do whatever you're going to do in the future, man. Like we don't have to. I think, and then if you look at that Jaren Clark lineup, it's been really good. Like it's been really good forever. You know what I mean? So we've never really seen those guys. I don't think they've started a single game ever together. In the history of the franchise, if I'm not mistaken, I don't think those two have ever started a game together. But if you can if you can draft your center for the future in this draft, those two guys allow you time for sure to get that done. So yeah, we'll see, man. We'll see how that goes. But I don't think the Grizzlies, they're seeing the same thing we see as far as Jaren being like your full-time center. Like that's not his skill set. Like he's not. That don't work, man. We saw it in the Olympics when Steve Kerr tried to force it to happen. It ain't working for sure. So it just depends on who you got playing beside him.
Yeah, I think the Brandon Clark point is a great point. And it's something that Keith Parrish said earlier today. He's on the show much earlier today. You know, when I said I'd rather have the known commodity than a pick, and he said I'd rather take the pick because you need picks. So I totally agree. Just like you mentioned though, right before you started the conversation, the Pacers are sending a second round pick for Doug McDermott the Spurs are trading Doug McDermott to the Pacers. Pacers are sending a second round pick to the Spurs. And also Dejounte Murray is not moving in Atlanta. It's kind of surprising. Dejounte Murray is not going anywhere. I guess I think feels like one of those things that you just you think you have one thing in terms of offer, but it's just never good enough for to really pull the trigger on it.
Yeah. There's a lot of rumblings about him. It's kind of a odd contract to move as well, because you know, a lot of teams are with this salary cap stuff, man. Teams are just kind of weary on how they're gonna do these type of things. You know what I mean? So I knew the Lakers stuff wasn't real. The Lakers just get so desperate, man, with the way that they just use the media to just kind of create these BS trades that are never gonna happen. I knew he wasn't going there. I was afraid that dude was going to New Orleans, man, because that dude would have been so freaking good in New Orleans, who already has a bunch of perimeter defenders.
Yep.
If you got him there, good God, man. You know what I mean? That would have been, if you got a true ball handler, a true point guard who's a 6'5", 6'6", versatile defender like that, that's hell to pay for them for sure. So I'm glad that didn't happen. But yeah, man, Atlanta, true shit show, bro. I have no clue what they're doing down there. There clearly are some issues there with that team. I don't think the DeJounte Murray, Trae Young dynamic ever worked there. I didn't think it ever would work. The original thought was that they would put Murray on the ball and let Trae play off the ball. I don't know if they ever did that at all. I don't think that ever happened there. And I think those two guys, I think what they told Murray coming in and what he's actually been doing have been two totally different things. So, yeah, man, I don't know why they ever thought that would work at all in Atlanta, man. And I had a lot of Atlanta fans mad at me a few years ago when I talked about how they were rushing the rebuild, how they were just moving way too fast as the way they were doing things. And it's kind of balling up in their face right now, man. That team is right. We made jokes all through the early 2000s about the in mid 2000s about you know, the Hawks are just a team stuck in the middle of the East, and they're right back there again, man. Like they're exactly where we you know, exactly where they've always thought they would be. So have no clue what they're doing in Atlanta right now for sure.
Yeah, the part of that Pacers trade sounds like Marcus Morris is going to be rerouted from that trade earlier from the Pacers to the Spurs as well. Believe
who are the Morris twins not played for other than Memphis?
That's true. Like Patrick Beverly, he's played for everybody.
No, but combined, who have they, like those two dudes combined?
Oh, I don't know. Two combined, I don't know. I have to look at it. That's a lot of teams.
They play for a lot of teams, bro.
A lot of
for
teams.
real. Yeah.
Robin Lopez getting traded to the Sacramento Kings. The Bucks are trading Robin Lopez. According to Adrian Wojnarowski, Lopez is expected to be waived to become a free agent. So I'll be curious to see what they're getting in return for that.
Grizz Twitter, Grizz Facebook. Let's go sign Robin Lopez.
For the record, before Grizz Twitter gets a hold of this, we don't care about the rest of this season.
Right. Let's go get Robin Lopez.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Robin Lopez.
You got in Trey Jemison to fool around with Robin Lopez for sure.
Exactly. Yeah. A center, Austin Moore, a center would be nice. It would be, again, but it would be if the season was, if you still had Jaron, Desmond, and Ja around, it would be have a nice, and I get that
I'm
point.
Super good on Robin Lopez, bro.
I mean, I get the idea, but you're in a season now where it just doesn't matter anymore. It just doesn't. And so that's like the reality. I know that that's hard to come to terms with as a fan because you want to win, you want to be out there. The wins and losses matter. And it's something we say on the daily grind every day that the wins and losses don't matter anymore, right? Like that's not what you should be watching for. Go out there and watch the young guys play, see them develop. That you should be looking at the game in a different way than you are of just wins and losses now, because that's where we're at.
I kind of get it from the point of you kind of want guys that can kind of hold it together though, like because like you kind of want to have, like, people talk about Jacob Gillard, like why do you keep him around as long as you can? Because he's a guy that you're going to get, like guys like G.G. Jackson. If you want him to develop, you kind of got to have a point guard who has some level of competency, right, to know what he's doing. You don't want to just throw like no point guards on the court and then expect for G.G. and Vince to develop. So I get that whole thing as far as you might want to get a center so you're just not just getting destroyed on the boards or whatever. But no, man, I think we'll be fine. We'll get through it one way or another without Robin Lopez.
Yeah,
sure.
It says the Bucks are just sending cash for Robin Lopez.
Yeah.
It's been a while since we've had a straight cash deal.
Yeah.
In the NBA.
Straight cash on me.
Straight cash on me for Robin Lopez. If there's anything you want to know about his value of Robin Lopez, that he got traded for literally nothing.
Hey, man. Hey, y'all think people talk about LeBron being the GM? Man, Giannis a GM too, man. Like, y'all better quit playing around, bro. Like, Giannis is like, all right, man, I will fire you as my coach. I will get you off my roster.
I would trade you for $1,
right,
or a few bucks here and there. Pun intended.
Hey, Brooke, I know this your brother. He up out of here. Bye. We'll holler at you.
Absolutely. Sure. All right, Shane. Look, I appreciate you stopping by. We got Michael Cole coming up next, right over the trade deadline in about 5-10 minutes. Whenever he gets
keeping the brothers for last, man. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. Back to back, Black. There you go.
Saving the best for last.
Oh yes, sir, man. Yes, sir. Yes, all right, I'll see you, Mark.
All right, man. We'll see you later. We'll be back with DeMichael Cole coming up right after the break.
All right, bro.
Zaire and Jake is definitely a hard sell. But what happens here is the Pistons, who have no intention of winning games, clearly, I don't know, have they won their third yet? I'm sure they have. They are not in a position to compete, so they're just going to build up assets. And so what you do is you attach picks to that, and then you send it over, and then they see if maybe they can get something out of Zaire or Jake, whatever, whoever they might take. But the real return for them is the picks, right? Just like when we traded for Iguodala, the return was for picks. We didn't want Iguodala. He clearly didn't want us. So we just got picks out of it. It'd be the same thing for a Detroit or for another team in that scenario. So Grizzlies get off of the contracts. Then the Pistons, in this situation is what's been rumored, get some assets out of it. And then potentially you get a reclamation project that actually works out, which does happen every once in a while. Lauri Markkanen, once upon a time, was a very disappointing draft pick. Not very disappointing, but disappointing, at least a little bit.
Tune in to the Grizz 901 postgame show, live after every Grizzlies game on the Bluff City Media YouTube channel.
One of the original core four members, a pillar of this franchise. He walked so the new era could run. Marc Gasol is going to have his 33 hung in the rafters. But Marc really revitalized the Grizz, not only for me, but for a large segment of the Mid-South, right? Like, he was kind of the driving force behind that, because nobody could take over a game. Sans Zebo, nobody could take over a game like Marc Gasol could.
Right.
But when he was aggressive on offense, he was a walking bucket, man. Just that mid-range, like, elbow shot was just lethal. And so,
you know, Mike Conley was the conductor, is what they call it. Marc Gasol was equally that to this team. He was the heart and soul. He was such a Eurobasket kind of basketball player. He was so
smart,
cerebral,
so
smart. He knew what you were doing before you knew what you were doing, and it came to fruition so many times on the defensive end, to the point to where he was the NBA Defensive Player of the Year.
Tune in to the $2 Sports Show with Rusty Witten and Drew Gann every Friday at 3 p.m. only on the Bluff City Media YouTube channel.
Welcome back to the NBA trade deadline special, and it has happened.
We made it.
It is the trade deadline. We made it. It is 2:01 officially. The deadline is passed. However, as we all know, those deals will trickle in. We do have a few more things that have happened while we are in commercial break. I know DeMichael Cole was supposed to be here. Luke is not that. He is not DeMichael.
Nowhere near DeMichael.
DeMichael's running a bit behind. He's doing some writing on the David Roddy trading, so he's going to come on as soon as he's available. As soon as he's done, he's going to hop on. So while we're waiting on him, let's talk about some more of these trades that have just happened.
Can I say really fast?
Oh.
Yuda!
Oh God!
I'm so excited.
Get out of here!
Sorry, continue.
This is going to be a point of contention in our show, I believe, because I don't think
I can't wait.
I don't think Yuta Watanabe is going to as a good basketball player at all. I actually think he's
my favorite two-way player of all time.
Anyway, all right. The Grizzlies, the Pacers, get Doug McDermott in the commercial break. The Spurs getting a future second-round pick and Marcus Morris, but Marcus Morris will likely be bought out, waived. Yeah, so you get Dougie McDermott for a future second. This feels like a non-essential move, if you will.
Well, it feels like it's a Buddy Hield replacement, kind of. You know, it's getting a shooter. They're getting a guy that can knock down threes, who maybe is a bit more pleasant in the locker room. I don't know. That's all that's all I can think of.
Look, this is an NBA trade deadline show, so we're covering all the deals, no matter what they are. So this is
no matter how bad
us covering that deal. Yeah, I don't think it really means anything. I kind of thought that you thought that it was maybe a shooting replacement, although Dougie McDermott has, let's see here. I looked it up during the break.
Dougie McD.
McD, 15 minutes a game this year, 6 points, shooting 43% from three. He's only taken, he's taken 3.83. So maybe that's a Buddy Hield light.
Yeah.
A Buddy Hield-esque type of thing.
I thought that, I love the McDermott brothers because they're almost as pasty as me. It makes me happy. Yeah, well, they are. Look, they are. God love them.
Look at it. Look at it.
What is that? What is that?
What else has come out? Let's see. Kenny has given us all the details in the back end for us. Jaden Springer to the Celtics for a second rounder. Whatever. Again, that's a little like the McDermott trade. I didn't even make a graphic for it, so my bad, Jaden. That was on me. Spencer Dinwiddie's getting waived. That was kind of surprising to me.
Yeah, same. I don't know.
Deal earlier. Actually, we can go back to that deal.
Yeah, there we go.
This is that deal that happened earlier. And there may be more to this deal that I haven't seen. And if you've seen more to this deal than I have, and we have on the screen, please send it to us.
I think this is it. I think I've been glued to it, and I don't think there's been anything else.
That means that they would have given the Nets Dennis Schroeder and Thad Young for nothing.
Yeah.
Am I reading that right? If they're waiving Spencer Dinwiddie, they just gave him Thad Young and Dennis Schroeder for zero things.
Yeah.
If I'm the Raptors, like, what are you doing? What are the Raptors doing at this trade deadline?
And they're holding on to Bruce Brown.
And they're holding on to Bruce Brown. I just saw that too. They're not taking calls or offers on Bruce Brown. If you're the Raptors and you're gonna, like, what his contract is, that he has a kicker. I think that said they're going to waive him to avoid a 1.5 million contract bonus. You're waiving Spencer Dinwiddie over 1.5 million. So look, you always knew you were going to waive him before you made this trade. You knew that was going to happen. Why not ask for a second rounder back? Why not ask for anything other than just Spencer Dinwiddie to make the money work? Because to be clear, that's all this was. Spencer Dinwiddie for Thad Young and Dennis Schroeder was just to make the money work. So why aren't you asking for something on top of that? I would love to have a Raptors person on this show to explain to me what they are doing, because no one knows. I don't know. You don't know.
No.
Maybe DeMichael knows.
I bet DeMichael knows.
He's way smarter than we are.
He's smarter than we are for sure.
Yeah. He's 100% smarter than we are. That is for sure. The Grizzlies, the deadline has passed, and the Grizzlies still have Jake LaRavia. Yes, they do. They have Jake LaRavia, and somehow Zaire Williams. Look, to be clear, there's a reason why this is happening, and we've explained it to you in the last segment with Sane and with Sean. You see guys like Daniel House and Killian Hayes getting waived. I mean, the market for them to leave is just nothing. Like there is no market. Like you can't even pay people to take these guys. And so I guarantee that was the deal for Killian Hayes, was take Jake LaRavia or Zaire, or not take Jake LaRavia or Zaire Williams. You pick, but we'll also give you a second rounder for it, or maybe multiple seconds. And they're like, we're good with that. We don't want to have that anywhere near us. We don't care.
Yeah. They were like, hey, we'll give you. They're like, all right, here's the deal. You take Jake or Z, your pick, and a second round pick. You go. And they're like, you want us to take those guys? It's going to cost you 2 or 3 second rounders. And we were probably like, fuck, are they that bad? And they were probably like, yeah, they're that bad. And then they hung up the phone, and then they just let him. They were like, shit, we can handle the loss. And they just let him go. They just let him loose.
Another deal just that's sneaking through after the deadline. The Warriors are trading Corey Joseph to the Pacers. Pacers
I like
are
Corey
sending a
Joseph.
second round pick to they're sending a second round pick to the Warriors and cash. So that's a good deal for the Pacers.
It is a good deal for the Pacers.
The Pacers have been active today.
Yeah, they have.
They have been really active today, and really just kind of cleaning up some stuff, getting some new opportunities for guys. I think I like Corey Joseph on the Pacers.
Yeah, me too. He's a good player. He's been in the league a lot long. He's one of those guys like Steven Adams where you're like, how long have they been in the league? You know, and he's consistent as hell.
Yeah. Looking for other deals that have come through. Looks like I said, wouldn't mention that Toronto Raptors are keeping Bruce Brown, which
looks like
it doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, we saw the Hawks are keeping Murray, Raptors are keeping Brown. My only assumption is that they just cannot get the value they think they want for them. I mean, we see the Raptors hold on to OG Anunoby forever, Pascal Siakam forever, because they wanted a lot more than what they were going to get.
Yeah,
and that feels like a Bruce. That's what the Bruce Brown thing feels like. That they wanted a lot more than they were going to get.
Yeah, I mean, his team option that they have next season, I guess is pretty nice, but I don't know. How much is it? It's $23 million is his option
for Bruce Brown. I'd have to look his contract.
Let me see. Yeah, it's $23 million. Let me get it real fast. $23 million team option on his contract for 24 to 25 season. It gives him a little bit more wiggle room, but in the offseason, like in the summer,
it's a team option, or it's a team option.
It's a team option.
So. Yeah, I mean, that just again, that feels like maybe they're kicking the can down the road a bit, so maybe you're definitely not going to not take the option, if that makes sense. And then they're definitely going to exercise that option on Bruce Brown. That's not something that's just going to let him walk away. That's for sure. So maybe that's you opt him in and you feel like, maybe that's a better deal on an expiring. You get a little bit more for him. I don't know why people care about Bruce Brown on expiring though, because he's a good player. The expiring thing shouldn't matter for that kind of player. It should just be, I want the player and I want to re-sign him as well. So it's interesting. I don't get what Raptors are doing keeping Bruce Brown. Again, it just feels like they want more than what they're willing to get or what they're going to get. Boston Celtics trading Delano Banton to the Portland Trailblazers for a second round pick. I don't either. Cool. Good for the Portland Trailblazers. Feels like I don't even know what the contracts are.
Yeah, I don't either.
Feels like feels like an expiring deal. Money saving opportunity is what it feels.
Hey, so the way that's the value that second round picks have now, good for them. Like how many second round picks have been traded today?
I want to know what the value is of a second round pick. What's to a Stanley Nickel? That's an office joke for those of you who don't get it. Actually, what I really want to know is what the value of a second round pick to a Schrute buck is, if you really want to know. But
Schrute buck.
I'll never know. That feels like a cash saving maneuver for the Portland Trailblazers and the Celtics. We've seen a lot of that today. Don't you think? I mean, we've seen I feel like, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, I feel like seen a lot of roster. I feel like a lot of trades today have been for guys on expiring deals.
Yeah, it feels like there were
more than normal.
Well, no, I can't remember. It was either Sean or Shane that said it earlier. It's a lot of teams are looking at that second apron, and they are a lot of teams are maneuvering against that. You can tell with all these moves. It's really apparent.
My dogs are there with you. Can you tell?
They agree.
They're like, man, roster saving deals. Made the mistake of opening the window and let them look out the window.
That's what you did, bro. That's
my wife doing the Lord's work, though, shutting the window for all of us.
Thank you.
They're upset. There's another dog outside. They just want to go play. We missed this question. Do we think Clark will come back at least the same player he was before the injury? That's a good question.
It's tough, man. That injury's tough.
An Achilles injury on a guy who's very athletic is always something that is it just makes you nervous as an organization. I don't know. What do you think? Where do you think Clark comes back next year?
So every single like a video that's posted of him, I feel better and better about his rehab process. I just know how hard. I know that's. I've got a buddy who experienced the same. I mean, it wasn't the same injury. He's not a basketball player whose career is predicated on bouncy and jumping and whatnot. Like, and his rehab was hell. Like, I just know how hard it was on him. And I don't know. I want nothing more than for him to come back the player he was, because the Jaren BC numbers are out of this world. They were always in the upper 90th percentile and everything. Like, I want that. I think it can fix a lot of problems, but I think it's hard to say. It's hard to say when you have your Achilles tendon surgically repaired.
It is very difficult when you have anything surgically repaired.
Yes.
And
bingo.
your job is to be a professional athlete. I mean, that is the reality of it. I mean, you hope he does, but there's really, I think the answer to this question is we don't know. That's like the simple answer. Anybody who tells you they do know is lying to you. That's just, that is, unless they're a doctor, unless they're a doctor and have a medical degree. And even then, you don't really ever know what's going to happen with that type of injury.
What specialty are they?
Exactly. And spoiler alert, neither of us are doctors.
Nope.
We just play one on this show. So, yeah, I don't know. That's the answer. And I hate that to be the answer for you guys, is just that sometimes we just don't know the answer to that. The other question we talked about with Sane and oh, look, there she is. My dog making an appearance up back here.
Oh, hey girl.
She'll just sit there. She just wants a pet. Anyway, then we talked with Sane about Jaren of the 5, and Jaren of the 5 for rebounding has not been good, and that is very true. Do you care about Jaren not rebounding? Because I don't.
I don't either. I don't care. Not if we can surround him with dudes who can moderately rebound. I was looking at this, like Vince, I think Jaren is 69th in the league in rebounding as of this morning. If I was looking at the numbers, I think he's 69th. I think Vince is like 71st. They're both within the top 75, but they're like the top two Grizzlies at like 69th and 70 something. Like, if we can have a bunch of dudes, I would like Jaren to get a couple more rebounds, but if we can have a couple dudes, if he can average maybe 7 or 8, even if not that many, if he can average 7 and a bunch of dudes average 5, I'm not too worried about it.
Yeah, I don't really. I think there's a lot to be made in this Grizzlies fandom. People that there's a lot of hoopla or whatever. I don't know what you want to call it. A lot of
hullabaloo,
anxiety, a lot of like hand wringing over like Jaren's rebounding. Oh my God, he's not rebounding at 8 rebounds a game or whatever. And it's like, look, man. First of all, the way the Grizzlies play, if you want him to kind of roam around and play help defense, he will most inevitably never be in a position to rebound the ball well.
No.
Second to that, if you want him to switch on defenders on the perimeter and play guards and wings on the perimeter defensively, again, he will almost never be in a position to rebound the ball well. And so I think that's ultimately the problem too, is that what you're asking Jaren to do does not coincide with him rebounding the ball well. He'll never be in a position to rebound the ball. And if he is, he's committing a foul to get there. So I think that like the hand wringing of Jaren's ability to rebound is, I just don't think it matters.
No,
I think it matters only when, if they decide to try to play him at the 5 and ask him to do what they've asked him to do on defense, then I think it matters.
Yes.
Like if you wanted to play the 5 and you wanted to play play defense, like you ask him to do all the things you ask him to do on defense, in terms of help defense, in terms of being able to rotate and being able to play on the perimeter, then yeah, I think it matters. But like you said, if you have a center that is remotely good at rebounding that can just do that, then I don't care. I can get 3 rebounds a game before I care. I don't care.
He can be the most mediocre center in the world, but if he can play the center position like adequately, we'll be fine.
This next question or comment: Trey Jemison getting all the backup center minutes this year. Maybe even starting center minutes this year. He will be on the main roster for as long as they'll have him, probably.
As long as we can sign them 10 days.
As long as they can sign them 10 days, and as long as they have a hardship exception, they can sign them. So, beyond that, if Trey Jeminson's not here, I don't even know who they roll out at center. They literally only have, I guess,
Santi.
I guess you play Jaren and Santi together, but I don't know who you play as a backup. Honestly, there's no Tillman. You can't say that name. He's not here anymore.
You're right. You caught me. I don't know. Yuta.
I don't know either.
Yuta.
Yeah. Yes. The 6'3" guard.
Woo.
Yep. Next comment. Have we seen anything from have we seen Jemison and Jaren play together? No, we have not. No, because Jaren's been a little bit banged up.
Yeah, been hurt
since Jemison has played. So I think the answer to that question is no, we have not. I think the answer. So Daniel just commented and said the Grizzlies are also getting another player in the deal. Chimize Mietu. I don't know how to say that name. You give it a shot. I'm tired of being bad at names today.
Chimize.
Daniel will make it. Daniel will be back later. He'll say it right.
He's making shit up, if you ask me.
Yeah, I think he's making stuff. I really haven't been trolling Twitter as much as I has before the deadline. I think I think all the deals have been.
Metu is decent. We have that Metu is decent. Well, who is this Metu guy? Metu.
Shout out Wayne for joining us.
Yeah, Wayne.
On the
what up,
morning
Wayne?
show. It's good to see you today. Yeah. So look, I don't know this guy's contract. We can look it up and see. And as long as it's an expiring, that's all that matters. So maybe it's Metu that's playing all the backup center minutes for the Grizzlies. Because quite frankly, I don't think they're going to have a position for Trey Jemison after he gets done with his 10 days. Once you get guys back from injury and the exception is no longer there, I don't think you're going to have the ability to keep Trey Jemison unless it's on a two-way. And I think the only thing you can do will be to convert Gigi's contract to a full contract and then use that two-way for Trey Jemison, which would be a lot of moving parts. I mean, it definitely can be done, but I just don't know if they're willing to do that just yet.
Man, Metu's per 100 possessions are pretty damn good. I know that's all like. Oh, and Daniel says expiring contract, $2.3 million. I know per 100 is and that's whatever, but his per 100 career averages are 21 points and 12 rebounds.
21 points and 12. That is pretty good.
That's just per 100. I know. Take that.
Yeah.
Take your.
What's his per 36?
Per 36?
Yeah.
Let me see. I love his per 36 is 15.7 points, 9 rebounds. Not terrible.
No. John 17 says Yuta's a good shooter. I think you're misremembering Yuta Watanabe. I think you are.
No, you're right, John 17. Yuta the shooter.
He is a 32% three-point shooter this year, taking 2.6 3-point attempts and making 0.8.
That's not fair. He's been on a Suns team where he's not been getting played. Go to the year before that.
Year before that. Okay. In Brooklyn, that's what you want. The year before that, I'll give you that. 44% from three.
Woo! Yuta.
2.3 shots per game, making 1 per game. That 1 per shot's going to be that's the problem. I mean, yes, he is a good shooter, but the volume is not there. Like that's
volume is not where we want it.
The volumes, maybe that changes. I don't know. Maybe they think they could change that. Maybe they think they have more hope or higher hopes for Yuta than they do David Hardy. Obviously, they think that because that's the deal they made.
Yeah.
I would just be curious to think it in their minds is that Yuta deal like, is this something that we are looking to continue to develop Yuta and be better, or are we just using that deal as it was a money deal, right? So I'd be curious to see I would be curious to know what they think about that. I mean, I'd assume just reading the tea leaves and looking at everything that they want to try to develop Yuta. That would be
Yuta. Yeah.
So.
Same. I mean, like it's like I don't know who said it earlier, but we signed the guy. Like he was on this team for 2 seasons on a two-way or something like that. Like we like him.
Wayne says, I was really hoping for Gaffer, but now we have a stack of picks and some cap heading towards cap heading towards the draft. I'm with you. I think we all wanted Daniel Gafford or somebody like that. But yes, I think the things they got for Xavier Tillman and Steven Adams, especially that being 5 second-round picks for both of those, I think it's great. I mean, especially 2 second-round picks for Xavier Tillman. Seeing what you've seen today, what deals have been done surrounding 1 or 2 second-round picks, or in the Raptors case, no second-round picks. I think getting 2 second-round picks for Xavier Tillman is extremely good.
Hell yeah, it is. And to get that done yesterday felt really nice. I don't know. I'm glad that we didn't have to mess with that today.
Yeah. I just say that again.
I'm just glad we didn't have to mess with the Tillman shit today. I'm glad that was kind of what kicked it off. I'm glad we did that yesterday. We're able to get that value back out of the gate. I don't know. I guess to get the front office, if I was in front office, I'm feeling a little bit. I'm feeling good. I got that shit done out yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I think that doing that, and I don't know if this. I mean, this may not matter at all, but I wonder if you get more value out of that Xavier Tillman deal doing it yesterday than doing it today. I wonder if people look around and go, okay, well,
yes,
you're getting a second round picks for X player or Y player. Xavier Tillman's not worth that. I don't know. I don't know the answer, and I won't know the answer to that. But I would always be curious to know if the team feels like they got more value doing that deal early, or especially the Steven Adams deal, doing that deal last week.
Yeah,
they did,
yes.
Then waiting till the deadline. And I am glad they did those deals. I think that just gives you, again, flexibility on like what you can and can't do, or what you have the opportunity to do, because you go into a day like today and you have ideas of what you want to do, but then other things pop up, I think maybe that, and that's then it feels like that Roddy trade. It feels like that may not necessarily what they're looking for, but like, I think they were looking to move a wing, right? But then that Suns deal pops up and you're like, oh, okay, well, we could do this. Like, that makes sense for us, because the Suns are just looking for, the Suns and Nets are looking for a third team.
Man, we were talking about it. You and I specifically, we've talked about it for weeks about how it's been, it's going to be move and move and move and move and move. And then we're going to wind up with a smaller player. It's like when we did the Jarrett Culver trade. I think we did the same thing with Jonte Porter a few years ago. It's like there's move, all these small little moves. You get picks, and then you end up with Yuta. Sorry.
Oh,
I can't wait for this contention between us. I can't wait.
You're so pretty.
Thank you.
Anyway, we're going to move on from the Utah talk. We got to Michael Cole in the back of the studio. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in a few minutes with Michael Cole. We'll talk with him about the Grizzlies trade, all the trades that happened today, but especially the Grizzlies, what he thinks about that. And so just stick around. We'll be back here in just a few minutes.
if we talk about them right now in their current state, clearly ridiculously banged up. I mean, it's absurd. When they played Boston the other night, they had 13 guys out. Like that's a roster, right? Like that's the entire roster. Like that's just not nonsensical. And even in that game, even when they got blown out, they never stopped playing hard. And I think that's a testament to the guys, to Taylor Jenkins, to the coaching staff. Like they're just out there battling, and that's really great. And that's a really cool tone to have set for the rest of this season. I'm not going to be insulting here on your show, but the season's over. It's a lost season. Like this is not, nobody's competing for anything other than all these guys who are competing for, I want to be a part of the team next year, right? Like I want a roster spot.
Tune in to the Grizz 901 postgame show, live after every Grizzlies game on the Bluff City Media YouTube channel.
But Vince Williams is the closest thing we've seen to Tony Allen.
100%.
Tony Allen. I think that has been really thrown around very loosely in a kind of just joking manner for a lot of people, because everybody for the love that we have for TA, such a big factor in this franchise. We throw that thing around. We throw that the grandson thing around lightly because it's kind of funny on Twitter, but he is the closest thing to Tony Allen that has been so far in a Memphis uniform. And I think that's very, D'Anthony Melton might have been the other, but to your point, and that's what made me think about this, is that the fearlessness that he plays with, that's what Tony Allen played with. He did not care who you were. He doesn't see a name on that.
Tune in to The Daily Grind with Mark King and Luke Hatmaker at 1 p.m. every Monday through Friday, live on the Bluff City Media YouTube channel.
Welcome back to the NBA Trade Deadline Special right here on Bluff City Media. You can watch it on our YouTube page or all the other social channels. Got my guy, DeMichael Cole. What's going on, man? How are you today?
What's going on, Mark? How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Thanks for stopping by. We appreciate it. I know you were busy writing stuff, busy getting things out, but we appreciate you taking the time and joining us and talking Grizzlies trade deadline.
Yeah, man. It's always a kind of exciting part of the year. I know everyone always looks forward to this, but this was one of the more eventful ones, one of the more eventful trade deadlines that the Grizzlies have had under Zach Kline.
Yeah, I've actually mentioned this before. The Grizzlies have before this trade deadline, the Grizzlies actually have had 25 trades, and 3 of those are coming at the deadline under Kline, which is kind of wild. And I'm sure obviously you knew that as well. But let's get to the trades themselves. Where are you just in general on the Grizzlies trades? What do you think of what they've done so far at the deadline?
I think it was solid. At the end of the day, as I've been saying for the last 2-3 weeks, the goal of this deadline was roster flexibility. And I don't know if everyone knew exactly what that meant, because people say, oh, we want Nick Claxton, or oh, we want, Mikal Bridges, or oh, we want Daniel Gafford. And that's not roster flexibility for this team right now. Roster flexibility is moving off of certain players who don't fit the championship window, moving off of certain contracts to create that flexibility to be able to make those type of moves in the summer that can put you closer to that championship window. That's what roster flexibility is. That was the goal. That was kind of what they got done. Now, getting to the trades, the Steven Adams one in particular, I did not like it. I completely understand the idea of moving one of the bigger contracts in order to create that flexibility. For example, the Grizzlies are very close to the first apron. Moving off of Steven Adams' contract kind of has them below the first apron right now at this moment going into next season before they, sign a first round pick and free agents and whatever the case may be. But the thing about the luxury tax first apron is, for example, if the Grizzlies were to be factors in the buyout market right now, they wouldn't be able to sign a guy like Spencer Dinwiddie or Kyle Lowry or those type of players. Anyone who signed for above the mid-level exception, they wouldn't be able to get those guys at the buyout. They also would be limited to what they could do, via signing trades, for example. So there are certain limitations when you go above the first apron. So the Steven Adams deal, I get it from the flexibility standpoint, but he was great at what he did. And the Grizzlies, when they had Steven Adams, they were arguably the best rebounding team in the NBA. Without him, they're one of the worst. And now that is a big need. You had the answer to that need on the roster. And I get the idea. I keep mentioning the contract because there were other contracts that you potentially could have moved, and people can argue about which ones made more sense and whatnot. But Luke Kennard has a $14.7 million team option this offseason. That was a contract that you potentially could have dangled. We know Brandon Clark is on his second contract now. That was one you potentially could have dangled as well, but they chose Steven Adams. So I didn't really agree with that one. The other two trades make perfect sense to me. At the end of the day, as you put it up there now, you get the second round picks in the Steven Adams trade, and I think that's kind of the best part about it, because I don't think they'll use them all, but it gives you more assets, as we said, going into an eventful offseason. The other two trades, I like them both. Steven Adams trade is the only one where I was meh on. Xavier Tillman, getting anything for him was just great. 2 second round picks, and granted they're 2027 and 2030. But getting those second round picks for him, you get value for a guy that you were going to lose in the offseason probably for nothing. Then Lamar Stevens is a guy that kind of, was the contract thrown in this trade. I don't expect him to have like some long-term fit with the Grizzlies going forward. And then that last trade, in particular, the David Roddy deal with the pick swaps and all that. And I believe the Grizzlies got back Yuta Watanabe. So the thing about David Roddy and Zaire Williams and Jake LaRavia is the Grizzlies created this logjam on the wing. But now you see a situation playing out basically where you saw it when Vince Williams kind of elevated. There's just not room for those guys on the roster. So with all that being said, I think it just cleared the pathway for this type of move. And David Roddy was the guy who I guess the Suns deemed as someone who was an asset. I know people threw out the names Jake LaRavia and Zaire Williams, but as we always say, it takes two. You might say we want to trade that guy, but those teams have to say, yeah, we want to take that guy. The teams want to take Zaire Williams. Doesn't look like that was the case. Same thing. I don't think the Grizzlies really threw Jake LaRavia's name out there as much, but David Roddy was another player that they could get off of. So now they have potentially 3 contracts that they could play with going into the summer, creating that roster flexibility that this team needs around its core.
Yeah, I totally agree. I'd say that all the time. That's the thing I will always preach to the day the NBA trade down, is that there are 2 people in trades, and while you may want to give somebody up, a lot of teams might not want to take them. And I think that just tells you a lot about what the value Jake LaRavia and a guy like Zaire Williams had, just according to the other teams in the NBA. Shams just tweeted the Grizzlies just waived Victor Oladipo, something I think many of us probably assumed. We all thought this would happen if we didn't get put into any deals. That contract got kept around just in case we had a deal where that money needed to be involved. But this creates a roster spot for the Grizzlies. What do you think the odds are of them using that with GG Jackson? Now, that's obviously the name everybody talks about. I have preached for so long that there's patience with GG Jackson. There is really no reason to make the move now, because you do have he isn't a restricted free agent, even as a 2A player in the offseason. There's real no reason to do this. But what do you think the odds are the Grizzlies elevate or that 2A contract and make it a regular NBA contract?
Yeah, I think the odds are pretty good that they get this done soon. It's not about the now, and I think we see the potential that GG Jackson has as a player, as a scorer, as a shooter, and the athleticism. I mean, he has the tools, he has skill sets to be a really good player. So that this is one of those cases where you need to jump on it now before the price tag goes up in the future. So I think there's a pretty good chance that gets done. Again, everything right now is about retooling this roster for the run next year. And that's the case because Desmond Bane is no longer about to be on the rookie contract. This is the last year that you can pay Desmond Bain, well below what he's actually worth to the league. So he's going to be on that max deal. Ja's already on a max deal. Then Jaren Jackson Jr. is going to be making $25 million. Then you're going to have Marcus Smart close to $20 million. So you're talking about $45 million between Jaren Jackson Jr. and Marcus Smart. Now you got to really operate around the margins, and this is one of the cases of that.
And as our guy Sane points out, Roddy was a 2-for-1 deal. So yeah, they still actually do need to create another roster spot for Gigi if they wanted to. That would make sense because then waive Oladipo to create space for the guys coming in. So they do have guys on smaller contracts like a Yuta. If they wanted to do that, I guess they could.
Exactly.
I don't know what path they see to be able to do that. Oladipo was the most ideal candidate, obviously, being an expiring contract. Looking at some of the other kind of fringe guys, what do you think? I know we talk a lot about Jake LaRavia and Zaire. Do you think those Zaire, especially, maybe not Jake so much, but Zaire especially, have value after this season going into next year? Or do you think they still need to make some moves in the offseason?
They'll make moves in the offseason for sure, 100%. That's kind of, Ben Clyman's MO, and that's what I expect to be the deal this offseason. I mean, how big that is, we'll see. But they'll kind of continue what they've started at the deadline in terms of restructuring what's around the core. A lot of these guys are not safe. Like they're not. This roster is nowhere near set for the 2024-2025 season by any chance. So there's going to be some more movement. Zaire's name is one to monitor. Jake LaRavia is another. Those type of guys could be moved potentially, but I think the rest of this season will kind of give the team more clarity in the direction that they want to go.
Yeah, totally understand. How do you? I asked this question. I can't remember who asked this. We've had so many guests on today. I asked this question earlier to somebody, but I want to get your thoughts on it as well. Do you care that the Grizzlies don't have a center on the roster? I know you mentioned not liking the Steven Adams trade, and now there is a hole to fill. Do you care that there's not? I mean, I know right now it doesn't matter, but in the draft, I mean, what is the path forward to having that person alongside Jaren that can rebound the ball?
Well, it's two ways you can go about it. I mean, at the end of the day, centers aren't super expensive in the NBA anymore, and you can kind of use that to your favor. Outside of the anomalies like Jokic and Embiid, you can go get a quality center for a decent price, and the Grizzlies still have a couple contracts that they could potentially move around to package in order to get those type of deals done if they want that type of center, like a starting center in the NBA. Or you can go out and go get a center for cheap. Andre Drummond, for example, signed for a minimum in Chicago, and look at the production that he's given them, especially when he filled in as a starter for Nikola Vucevic. So there are other centers out there that you can go in to fill a specialty role, because at the end of the day, the Grizzlies have 3 guys in their starting lineup that are capable of scoring 20-plus points each and every night. And when they were on the floor together, they were doing that. I think 3 consecutive games, all 3 guys, Jaren Jackson, Jaren Jackson, Ja Morant, and Desmond Bain all scored above 20 points. So you don't need someone else who's going to hit fadeaway jumpers and step back threes and all that. You just need someone who's going to dunk the ball, who's going to take advantage of mismatches, who can possibly even just protect the rim alongside Jaren Jackson Jr. to allow him to kind of play his game, play the game that made him a defensive player of the year. So I know there's been some talk, even Taylor Jenkins mentioned it, of moving Jaren Jackson Jr. to the 5. I don't think that's exactly the answer yet right now. I think you still go out and get a quality big who can rebound the ball at a high level, who can protect the rim. And they don't have to pay a lot of money to do that. So I think the moves that can put this team back into championship contention are still out there to be made without just spending like crazy money.
We got to ask DeMichael question. Do we know how long Jacob Gilyard has left on the main roster? I know there's been some talk and discussion about his how many games he could be on the active roster. I don't have any idea. I think it's just a couple, but to be honest, I haven't actually counted, so I don't know.
He is. I think he's played in around 34, 35 games, and then he's been active for a few more. But basically, it's going to be something that's going to be decided on this month. So that decision is coming very soon, and that's another one where they'll have to make that decision, right? Or if he's going to be put on the main roster and one of those guys are going to be cut, or if his two-way tenure is going to come to an end. And I haven't heard much on what the Grizzlies will do from that standpoint, but whatever the team decides to do, like, they have the flexibility now. Like, Lamar Stevens shouldn't be looked at right now as a long-term player in the Grizzlies team. And even I know everybody loves Yuta Watanabe, but he's not a long-term play right now. This is all about creating the flexibility for the offseason. So if the Grizzlies can go make other moves, those are the guys most likely to just get waived, like Victor Oladipo just did. So if they were to desire to keep Gilliard, those are the most likely options to be let go.
Does Scottie Pippen Jr. make Gilliard expendable?
I think so, and that's why he got a 2-year deal. And what we've seen lately is, Scottie Pippen started the game. Jacob Gilliard, didn't play much. Gilliard started the game. Scottie Pippen didn't play at all. So I think they're kind of like balancing the two right now. But I think he does make him expendable because they needed another guard, and he's been productive when out there.
Yeah, I do want to just pivot a little bit, talk some general NBA stuff if you're cool with that. I know this is an NBA trade deadline special. Obviously, we're both Grizzlies guys. We're Grizzlies shows. Let's cover the Grizzlies. But looking at the main NBA as a whole, there's a lot of active teams out there. I think that some were kind of surprised. And then there were some teams that didn't do anything. Is there anybody out there team-wise that, contending teams you thought would do stuff that just ended up doing nothing?
Yeah, the Kings stand out to me. I mean, I know the Western Conference is stacked, but the Kings stood out to me as a team. I think whether it was last offseason and, Harrison Barnes and, a couple other pieces were viewed as like their assets, Kevin Huerter, and those guys were viewed as players they could move to get a bigger name. Like, remember, their name was kind of brought up in the Pascal Siakam talks for a little bit and whatnot, but it's just wild to me seeing the Kings, like, they finally have this core with Fox, Sabonis, and Keegan Murray has turned into something real nice. Malik Monk, I mean, they're going to have to pay him, and I think, he can get a bigger deal other places in off season if he's offered that money. So there's no telling how much longer you're going to have Malik Monk. So I feel like this was a good chance for them to strike. The thing is, in the Western Conference, you can't be scared. Like, the Clippers, yes, they're loaded. The Timberwolves, they're loaded. Oklahoma City's loaded. And I mean, that Gordon Hayward move was really nice for them. And all these teams are loaded. The Suns went out and got Royce O'Neal, so they went and got a wing defender that they really need. But to see the Kings just stand pat, it's almost like a throwing in a white towel type of moment. Like, okay, y'all got it this year. And you really can't do that in the NBA because, as we see with this Grizzlies team, health isn't guaranteed every year. And I feel like if you got a set core, if you got a Fox, Sabonis, Murray, and it won't damage your long-term product so much, you go for it. And to see them just stand pat, it kind of confused me a little bit.
Yeah, I would agree with that one as well. Lakers also didn't do a lot. That figured they would be a little bit more active than they were. Actually, I didn't do a lot. They didn't do anything. So that was surprising to me as well. DeMarco will really appreciate you coming on. If you're not already reading DeMarco's stuff over the Commercial Appeal, he's the beat writer over there. I know you all know who he is. So go check out his stuff. Go read it. I promise you, it's worth every bit of the subscription that you have to pay for Memphis News or Commercial Appeal over there. So I appreciate you coming on, man. We will get to a break. On the other side, we will have more NBA talk. Daniel will be back. I will be back, and we'll go there. Appreciate it, Dan Baco.
Oh, of course, Mark. Anytime, man.
Thanks.
We talked about the trade deadline, which is coming up on February the 8th. I like to play connect the dots, kind of taking loose pieces of the puzzle and connecting them together to make the whole broader picture make sense. Mm-hmm. And there's been a lot of puzzle pieces that seem to be pointed at Luke Kennard. You start hearing that Quentin Grimes has interest from Memphis, right? And then you hear like the Knicks are looking for shooting. You hear him talking about, the tax aprons and all this. You hear all this stuff about, and that's a real thing, man.
Yeah, because Desmond Bain extension coming up.
Yeah, because you about between Jared John and Desmond Bain, you're about to have a lot of salary tied up in the three dudes, right? So there's certain luxuries you may not be able to have, which is the best shooter in the NBA being the fifth guard in your rotation. You're worried about freeing up a roster spot, not only for G.G. Jackson, but your own draft pick.
Yep.
You got to make a spot for both of those guys, right?
Yep.
So there's a trade, man, that looks to be screaming at us in the face that feels like it's inevitable to happen.
Tune in to The Anthony Sane Show, Wednesdays and Fridays at 12 p.m. weekly on the Bluff City Media YouTube channel.
But I just want to ask the question. Should Derrick Rose retire?
I mean,
I'm being dead serious. It's not nothing against the guy.
I know you are. That's why it sucks.
I'm asking a legit question because he can't stay injury free. I don't know if it, maybe an offseason helps.
Magic 8 ball. All signs point to yes.
Sheesh. That's the sad part of it too.
It's again, like, I know a lot of people want him to do the Udonis Haslam thing. Like that's the extent of Derrick Rose at this point. It's
okay.
Like, he still showed. I mean, he had a nice move under the basket tonight, but it's, man, like, he's always hurt for a reason, dude. His body's just, it doesn't have it, right? And if he can fit into Udonis Haslam type role where he's just the bench guy and the vet for the team, then that's awesome.
Tune in to the Grizz 901 postgame show, live after every Grizzlies game on the Bluff City Media YouTube channel.
Yo, we are back here on Bluff City Media here at the NBA trade deadline. They brought in the closer. I was first reliever, now the closer. I'm back. Speaking of Grizz 901 tonight, the Grizzlies obviously have a game. After the game, we're doing a little bit of a different spin on it. And we're going to bring in Rock's number one guy back in the day, back in the Attitude era. As everybody has seen, Rock is back in the news. Well, we're bringing another guy here, and it is Jonathan Coachman. He is obviously known as the Coach. And so if you're a wrestling fan, by all means, tune in, ask your questions, as we always do at Grizz 101. But also, we have another guy who is with him, his business partner. They do Driving the Line. They do sports betting. It's a great show, great community over there. So you're going to have a lot of questions about that. Mainly, everything will be based around the Super Bowl. So we're all going to put a parlay together that I don't know what their selection is going to be. We're going to put it together. If it hits, you win. And so we're going to have a lot of fun doing that. But all right, let's get to the trade deadline, Mark. You've been on here all day long, powerhouse
all day
through. I know you're probably over talking about the trade deadline, but anything stand out to you outside of the Grizzlies that you just thought was like, hey, this move was like not being talked about enough, or this was one of your favorite moves?
Look, I mean, I will continue to say it. I've said it a couple of times already today. I think I'll probably say it for as long as we talk about this right now. The Knicks, what the Knicks did today was nothing short of excellent. I mean, our Knicks guys that were supposed to come on today, I understand why they're busy, and understandably so. But I think, what they were able to do today to go out and get the guys they got, Alec Burks, I think that they did all that and didn't give up a first round pick, which is kind of impressive to me. And it's also a little frustrating because you do see, again, I understand what the Grizzlies are doing, but you do see those guys move and you're like, man, that could have been good. You see as a Grizzlies fan, you're like, well, I wish that would have happened for us. I mean, I understand what the Grizzlies didn't do because you don't want to commit stuff long-term until you're ready to do that, with the cap coming up the next few years. But I thought what they did was really good. Again, everything they did was excellent. I really like this Buddy Hield trade, this Buddy Hield trade that the 76ers did with the Pacers. I thought that was, I'll go and throw it up again just because it was just like early today, like 10:30, maybe earlier than that. Giving up a couple, 3 second-round picks, Marcus Morris, who then got rerouted to the Spurs. I think giving Buddy Hield in a team where it's competing that, needs shooting, and Buddy Hield is a volume shooter. I think that, that right there is as good as it gets in terms of just like not giving up a lot and maximizing the value in return. So for me, the Knicks, all the Knicks deals plus this one, I think was really impressive.
Yeah, listen, I agree. I think the Knicks absolutely cooked, as everybody in the chat is saying. It's moves like that kind of can tip the scales in your favor. What they really need, and we talked about this when I first came on, is that they need health. And so they need OG Anunoby and they need Jalen Brunson to get back and get healthy. I know there is concerns about OG Anunoby and what potentially his elbow could look like, and that maybe that's why they made the moves. But talking about, Bojangles being a guy who has the defense surrounding him. He's not a bad defender for the most part, but he is getting older, and they now have defense around him where literally like he should have the space to be able to go ahead and knock down some big shots for them. So I think that move was good. All in all, one move I didn't understand, and I still don't, but it seems like everybody else likes the move. It is Gordon Hayward to over there to Oklahoma City Thunder. Like, I don't understand it because I don't know the health of Gordon Hayward, and I don't know if he's going to be able to bounce back. And if he is, great. And if he isn't, I'm not sure why that move was made. It didn't make sense to me, and I'm curious, what really will come out of that. But all in all, I'm guessing they think he's going to be healthy because he had a big contract, right?
He had a $30 million contract. And, it's something that we didn't put up and graphic wise today because I never really got all the details of it. I never saw it all day. All I saw was like draft compensation. I didn't want to like really put it up because I didn't know what it was.
Right.
So, but yeah, he's got a $30 million contract, and he's a guy that I think I go to, as one of those guys. I think of his name and I think of him being hurt. Like that's just kind of what I always think about with him. Yeah, I mean, that's a team that if he can come back and is remotely what he once was, Hayward on that Oklahoma City Thunder team, like that's a good move. I will say this: it is an expiring deal, so there's your flexibility with Oklahoma City Thunder. You figure out, hey, if it works for the playoff run, great. It doesn't, no harm, no foul. What you gave up to get them, they have assets, like you mentioned earlier. They have the assets, so I think that's kind of where their thinking is behind that deal. Is you hope you shore up some of your scoring, your perimeter scoring, your wing depth, and your wing playmaking in the playoffs. And if it doesn't work, then whatever. Then you move on, and that's life. And if it does work, maybe you try to sign them to a smaller deal that works for your cap going into the future.
Yeah, and that's what. Listen, there's a lot of people on here talking and saying like the Gordon Hayward trade was a slam dunk. Listen, I'm guessing that they all know that he is healthy, because unfortunately what I see is not health. But like we said, he hasn't played since the day after Christmas. I'm guessing they know more than we do. But we're gonna.
I would not call it a slam dunk. That is where I would not. I would not call it a slam dunk. If we're great, if we're talking about winners and losers of this trade deadline. The winner is easily the Knicks, maybe the Pacers a second. Losers are the Raptors, because I don't know what the fuck they're doing, and no one does either. So, before we get to the comments, I did throw this together real quick for us, just and I might have this wrong, Daniel. You tell me if I'm missing anything, but this is what the Grizzlies did on the just kind of last week into this week.
Yeah,
we still don't know the details. I don't know if for certain that Metu is in that deal.
Yeah,
because
I haven't seen big people.
He's not reported it anywhere other than like a few random places. I put him on here just so we know, but I have not seen it where he's officially in that deal, and he's not on. Spotrac is really good about moving the contracts over almost immediately, and he's still not on the Grizzlies roster for next year. That's interesting. And we still don't know the details of the first round pick swap. We still don't know the details of that 3-team trade altogether, but we thought of those together so we can just kind of visually see what the Grizzlies have done over the last week.
Yeah, so obviously, just kind of breaking it down in general is Xavier Tillman was expiring. Either you were going to get something for him or you were not at this trade deadline. Steven Adams was coming back from injury. There's potentially, stuff surrounding him that, maybe there was a misconnection between him and the team, maybe him and the staff in general, the medical staff. Maybe we don't know. I don't want to speculate too much, but just kind of the rumblings that we've heard that could be maybe why that deal was more easier to do than others. The David Roddy thing, I still shake my head about it for the simple fact that yes, we did get Yuta. I think Yuta is a player that should not see the court. In all honesty, and I think Metu is not very good. And so you're talking about two guys who aren't very good. Roddy, who is serviceable. I think more highly of Roddy on a good team just because of what he can bring in energy. And I know a lot of people are saying, Yuta has the shooting, but Yuta shooting, same as Roddy this year, 30% from 3. So I think they did fine.
Yuta shooting is, and people keep saying that it is a smokescreen.
It is.
If you think Yuta shooting is good, it's simply a smokescreen because he's taking like 2. Like, yeah, he shoots 45% from 3, but he takes 2 and makes 1.
Right.
Like, who gives a shit? Like, it doesn't matter. Sorry, I love Yuta as a person, but there's a reason they shipped him off to begin with, and I don't know. I think whatever you think about David Roddy, I think that he has been serviceable in the amount of things he's been asked to do. He's been overextended much of the year.
Right.
And is he in a normal year where he's been asked to play 10 to 12 minutes? Is he more in his role? I think so. And that's kind of where I was very confused about that trade.
Well, there's a reason that David Roddy got traded and Jake LaRavia and Zaire Williams did not. It's not because Zaire Williams or Jake LaRavia is better is because Roddy was overall a better player, and he actually had some kind of stock still in him.
Yeah.
And so that's the reason he was sent out.
He
If you
had
look at
value.
yeah,
He had value.
yeah,
That's it.
for sure. So if Yuta had he averaged 13.2 minutes per game when he played this year. Just this last game, he got 0 minutes. Like, he did not play. He went in the very end of the game. Roddy played 23.2. Just overall, what Roddy did, as in rebounding 4.2, assists 1.6, and then the thing that's a negative is the 1.1 turnovers. The turnovers were because of the usage, I think, in all opinions. And so if you look at that, I think that I don't love the trade. I know DeMichael talked, the opposite. He hated the Steven Adams trade, but liked the other two trades. Listen, I think the Tillman trade was the best trade. If you had to grade them, just because you're going to lose Tillman no matter what, go ahead and get something back for him. And I think that this front office had to move off from one of these young wings, and the only one that had value was Roddy. And so I think Konchar's value was there. I think Konchar's fine for this team going forward. I just don't know, honestly, if you can have somebody around here that's making $6 million that you don't see in the top 10 of your rotation. So that's a whole nother deal, another day. But
that's
anyway,
tough.
yeah.
I'm with you. I know DeMarco didn't like the Steven Adams trade, but I liked the Steven Adams trade. I thought it was great. I thought he got you what you needed. And I thought Xavier Tillman was great. I'm with you. I did not like this David Roddy trade. I liked David Roddy. And I think if you liked David Roddy, you didn't like this trade, obviously. Right. John 17 asked this question: if you ends up playing well and earning a spot, what do they say? Well, he's got a player option, so he's going to stay. He's got a $2.6 million player option, so it doesn't matter how he plays. It's entirely up to him and whether he stays or not for next year. So my assumption is that he will be here. He would be I think he would be ill-advised to not take it, because you really never know what you're going to get as that type of player on the open market. So yeah, my assumption is he'll be here. It doesn't matter how he plays. But yeah, I just think, I think that, again, the reason like you mentioned, the reason they moved David Roddy was because he's the only one that had value. Right. And that's unfortunate because he was the best one. Again, that he has value because he is the best one. If anything, I would rather them just did something in the summer.
Yeah.
I would rather just keep David Roddy, keep Zaire, keep John Conch, keep all the wings and figure it out in the summer. Because it feels like we need to get off this money. We got to do something no matter what.
Yeah.
And he was the only guy people were calling about.
Well, the one good thing I will point out to the David Roddy trade is the fact that if you are getting a first round pick swap in 2028, what it is it's not an extra pick. It's just you get the best version of that pick. And so if it is the Phoenix Suns, as I talked about, all the big three that they have, all their contracts go, until 2027. That 2027, 2028 year, which would be the draft, that 28 pick, if that is the pick swap or after, what you're hoping is that these three guys run their course. They all should be at this point older into their career. So you're talking about a few years from now, you have a team that's going to be rebuilding. And so that's what you're hoping. And the reason I say that, if you look at these Grizzlies contracts, they're all going to be expired, or they're all going to be kind of coming to a head, or potentially Jaren at that point needs to have more money. And so if you keep these three together, Ja, Jaren, and Bane, you have to somehow get lucky somewhere. And so you're hoping is maybe if we do, this will be something that we can have in our back pocket, that if for some reason this David Roddy trade, that we probably weren't going to use him as much anyway, maybe it ends up helping us a few years from now when actually, we're going to need it the most. And so we're going to see. But go ahead and keep putting in your questions in the chat. We want to keep answering them as we go. Because we want to have and finish this up. I'm not sure. We're going to try to wait around, I believe, on our next guest, but I'm not sure if we're going to have time or be able to do that or not. But we're going to go ahead and we're going to stay here as long as we can. I know we're over an hour past the trade deadline. So at this point, maybe they'll tell us the details of the trade of the pick at least. All right. So John 17, I know you're talking about that as he torched us. D'Angelo wants to know. And this is my question to you. Do you think Roddy is the only one that had value out of the three? Because I think we've seen that. But do you think that there is just no value in Jake or Zaire, and that's completely why? Like, are we crystal clear? Okay.
Listen, I said this earlier, and I'll point this out again. The Grizzlies were talking to the Pistons about Killian Hayes. Here was the deal. They wanted Killian Hayes, but the Grizzlies want them to take Jake LaRavia, John Contra, and second-round picks. And the Pistons didn't even want that. The Pistons said, we'll just release this motherfucker. We don't even care. We don't want – that's how bad they don't want them. Like, I truly believe, and I have not – and then that's – I don't know that for a fact. I'm just telling you basically what I've read, seen, and talked to a few people about just some preliminary things. And I'm going to text people after this today and ask. But people don't even want those contracts with picks attached, or you have to attach more than just like a second rounder and have to be multiple second round. That's things like that. And so, I think that is the case that you hope that the changes in the summer, minds change in the summer. There's some more flexibility in the summer. But I do think that, yes, David Roddy was the only one that really held value. I do think John Contra holds value more than those other two guys. I mean, we've seen what he can do. I think that's true. I just think that requires just the right trade partner. And to D'Angelo's point, yes, they waive Hayes. They waive, it wasn't they waive.
Dimwit? No, that was Toronto.
I can't remember else they went. Wave someone else that had been in some trade talks, but specifically Killian Hayes, the Grizzlies have been talking to them for a while, at least a few days about Killian Hayes. And to be honest with you, if I were the Grizzlies, I would still go out and kick the tires on Killian Hayes. I kick the tires on a couple of these guys. I kick the tires on Spencer Dinwiddie. If I were them, never know. I mean, I don't know. I mean, they could sign someone else with them lead this year and see what you got in the summer, but they for the record, they won't. Like they're not going to do that at all. But I would. I'm saying what I would do. They're not going to do that all, but that's what I would do that.
Oh, I don't think we'll have enough money to go really get a guy like Spencer Dinwiddie in the buyout market. I just think that these other teams are going to have a chance. Like they know that he can actually bring you, something to the team, and the Grizzlies don't care to even win this year. But I think that is important what you said. The Grizzlies are below, the tax this year.
Yeah.
I wouldn't doubt if we end up just cutting, guys like, Lamar, guys like even Metu, anybody else on this team that isn't like for the, long term, and bring in a guy that maybe might clear waivers and Killian Hayes and say, hey, listen, we'll pay you, $2 million to come in here for the rest of the season or whatever that contract might be, $1 million, just to see what you can get out of him and see if he has anything that you can develop. If it's a free run at guys, especially since you do have some freedom here, but I don't know.
That's exactly what I would do. I would, Metsu's contract is like $2 million. Lamar Stevens' contract is like $2 million. It doesn't matter if you waive them now or you wait till they expire in the offseason. It's going to be money. The same amount of money is coming off the books now, whether you buy them out right now or you buy that or they wait the contract expire. Doesn't matter when the money comes off the books, right?
Yep.
The benefit of doing it now is you get that extra roster spot to be able to do that, something like with Killian Hayes, or be able to do, put Gigi Jackson on an NBA contract. So there's some flexibility there. For the record, I don't expect Lamar Stevens to be here, right? I don't expect him to play. I don't even know if Metu's in this deal. And if he is, I'm being honest. Like, and we keep saying this, but we don't even really know. And so I don't expect him to play either. To be honest with you, I just don't. I think the only person I would expect to play would be Yuta, and I think I would be kind of surprised if he's even consistently having minutes. Now, right now, where there's 12 people are hurt, maybe that's different. But when you get back to some other guys back, even not even Marcus Smart and Daz, but just some more guys back. I don't even know if these guys are even going to play.
Yeah. I think a lot of things will crystallize a little bit as we get, further from this day. But we'll see. But listen, it's been a long day for you. It's been a long day for everybody. Kind of just sweating.
We've been on the air for 5.5 hours, man.
Yeah. It's a long time for you. For sure. But it has been fun. But we are not going to do any more guests throughout the day because at this point we're kind of beating a dead horse and talking about the same content over and over again. But make sure you tune in tonight to Grizz 901. The post-game show should be good. Speaking of that, we have a game tonight. I
totally forgot we had a game tonight. I'll be honest with you.
I'm excited to see if Jaron plays, but Vince, I'm hoping we can get back to some normalcy. and kind of get away from these 10 days. And I'm curious if we start seeing something with Gigi Jackson getting a contract, and then eventually maybe land a guy like, Trey Jemison to stay on a 2-way contract. Man, I think it's going to be fun. We're all going to find out more, especially over the weekend as these guys kind of trickle onto the team. But I think all in all, we'll kind of know who we have more as of Monday when we play the Pelicans. But these next 2 games are going to be kind of hit or miss with, the 10 days still here, the 2-way still playing. There's going to be a lot of questions. But anything else you have overall on the day before we end the show?
No, man, I just, it's a shout out to everybody coming through today. I really appreciate it. I know it's been a very, very long day. This was kind of our first foray into this kind of, general NBA special and just new stuff and just kind of new content at Bluff City Media. So we were shout out to everybody. Shout out to Luke. He was, when he wasn't on the show today, he was like behind the scenes giving me stuff to talk about in terms of like who's doing what, who's moving where, contracts for me. So I wouldn't have to look stuff up. So shout out to Luke. Big shout out to him. Shout out to my wife. That was who was behind me. Someone asked who was behind me. That was who was behind me all day. She was literally doing the same thing. She was just sending me Twitter screenshots or like telling me to look at this or look at that because she was keeping us on track. So I shout out to her and Luke because D'Angelo, if I could be on here for 10 hours and get rid of those guys, I would do it.
Yeah, we would. We figured it out.
We would definitely do it. We would drive those dudes to the airport ourselves. We don't care. Yeah. But yeah, so shout out to everybody today. We really appreciate you guys hanging out with us and supporting Bluff City Media. I know it's been, this is coming up on our first full year in business as a company, coming up in March. So it's been really a lot of fun. And I just appreciate everybody tuning in and hanging out.
Yep, absolutely. So I couldn't say it better. The last thing I will say is my special guest tonight it's going to be my co-host for the night show. It's going to be Kenny. So if you like Kenny, enjoy hearing a little bit from Kenny. Kenny and I have never done a show still today. It was me and Mark most of the time, or me and Luke. Me and Kenny have yet to do a show together. And so it'll be the first time me and Kenny are going to do a show. So tune in tonight. But that's all we have. I hope everybody had a great day, kind of just enjoying it and spending time with here. I know everybody appreciates really Mark for kind of putting this together, but also be steering this ship. It's a long day, but that's it. We'll see you next time. Be good. Peace out.